in a lot, so we couldn't get a lot of penetration like we usually do.
Coming out of the halftime break, tied at 26, the Huskies seemed to get back in their game. First 3 baskets inside. Then Denham Brown outside. When Ben Gordon hits this 3, UConn with a 14-point lead and apparently ready to run away with it. But suddenly, the Huskies lose their offense. They go almost 11 minutes, scoring only 6 points, and all of those were free throws.
I think we might have expected for us to keep that 14-point lead just magically somehow without scoring baskets or whatnot. But, BYU let us know that wasn't going to be happening.
All the while, the Cougars roar back. And when Kevin Woodbury hits this 3 with just over 2 minutes to go, UConn's lead was down at 2.
It was 2?
They cut it to 2.
It was 2?
Yeah. Looking to tie it, but Emeka Okafor with another block.
Yeah, but Talik running out and getting it, that's what really made it. If we went out of bounds, they would have got the ball back. But Talik, he was in the right mindset and just had enough hustle like he always does, grabbed the call the timeout. And
next time down, Ben Gordon breaks the drought, putting the Huskies up 4. The rest, free throws. And somehow the Huskies hold on to win it 58-53. And what a great performance by Emeka Okafor. 20 points, 8 rebounds, 7 block shots. So the Huskies advance now to play the winner of the game going on right behind me, San Diego and Stanford. The 4th-seeded Cardinal of Stanford up by just 3 at halftime. So we'll see what happens with that. We're reporting live in Spokane, Washington with the Huskies. John, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Noah, thank you. As usual, Okafor carrying the team on his back again. Thanks a lot, Noah. And you know what? One more win and they're off to San Antonio. And game by game, you got to take it.
All right. Weather word, Matt.
Well, wet for now. As a matter of fact, we have a lot of rain coming through. It'll continue overnight, and when all is said and done, possibly an inch, possibly a little more.
All right, thanks very much, Matt.
All right, that'll do it for News Channel 8 at 6 o'clock.
We will see you again later on, but right now, stay tuned for ABC continuing coverage on the war with Iraq. Good night.
SUVs. Go anywhere. Cross any terrain. On-road or off. Now a special shipment has arrived for the best selection and the best deals. Incredible 0% financing on Ford Explorer 4-door. Pay no interest for 5 full years. Ford, the best selection of the best-selling vehicles on the planet.
Psst, hey, listen, over here. All day Saturday till midnight at every Bernie store, it's the one, the only, the original Midnight Madness sale. Everything's been retagged. Every HD TV, every big screen TV, every washer, dryer, Ranger, refrigerator, every DVD player, everything's retagged. Incredible deals, Midnight Madness, Saturday till midnight at Bernie's.
Toshiba's 20-inch TV for $99. Panasonic's VHS-C camcorder. The tapes play in your VCR, $199. Wild deals. Midnight Madness all day Saturday till midnight at Bernie's.
The office of Morgan, Baker, and Aldridge has assigned Colonial Toyota's new start a public sell-off. Over 300 vehicles must be sold off regardless of profit. Buy used vehicles for $2,000, $3,000, $4,000. Save $3,000, $4,000, even $5,000 on used vehicles. Buy for 0 down or 0 interest. Buy below what a dealer pays at the public sell-off, but only for a few short days and only at Colonial Toyota's new start, 475 Boston Post Road in Milford. The public sell-off can save you a fortune.
This is to confirm an Etruscan chamber mud treatment.
3 o'clock is fine for her portrait sitting. She will take her breakfast on the veranda.
Cadota figs.
Brioche. Scottish kippers and a steamed potato. Do not remove Master Davy's comic books from nightstand.
Confirming 1 poolside massage for Miss Beckett.
Please reserve an in-cabin babysitter for the Patterson suite.
For 1 week, for 2 weeks, for 3 if you choose. You can be treated famously aboard one of our cruises. For more information, call your travel agent or log on.
If there is anything you need.
Anything at all.
Patriot batteries up on the border, and that the U.S. powerhouse on the border was just going to
do everything in life you care about. And when it's time to move on to a new home, life doesn't slow down. It speeds up. You need someone to be there for you. And that's where Beasley comes in. Beasley knows what goes into selling a home, how to address every detail, so your life's a little easier. With Beasley, you can relax and feel right at home. Beasley. just turn the key.
Night, so it's going to be keeping this city awake if it keeps going on. Yes.
Well, I apologize for that. That was a way for some of our local stations to disengage or re-engage, as the case may be, and I thought we were going to go straight to Kuwait. So we're going to go back to Kuwait now, and Mike Von Fram. Mike, sorry for the interruption. Take us through your day.
Well, Peter, as I was saying, within the last 5 minutes, we've had what I believe is the 8th warning sound from the sirens. It's 2:30 in the morning here. If this keeps up, it's going to be a very sleepless night for the people here. It really is nerve-wracking. As you said, it scared the pants off of the people here. What they are hoping, I'm sure, is that as the U.S. forces make their way across the demilitarized zone, this may come to an end. But for today, there has been the Defense Ministry of Kuwait said that there were 2 missiles that managed to make their way into northern Kuwait. That, of course, was not anticipated. In the end, it didn't do much. Nobody was hurt. But just this constant sirens have really panicked the people here, and it's been going on well into the evening, and people are having a tough time getting some sleep.
Many thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. Mike Von Fram, who's in Kuwait City, and it's true almost every time they've come up in the course of the day. Somebody's asked them to put on a gas mask in the hotel where they are and go down to the shelters. Now let's go to the White House. Our White House correspondent, Terry Moran. Terry, what kind of a day, maybe too general a question for you at the moment, but yes, I beg your pardon? Oh, we want to go back to John McWethy again? Okay, I apologize. We're going to go back to John McWethy at the Pentagon. John?
Peter, we have been asked to sort of summarize this day, and I must say, U.S. officials say that American ground forces are now poised at the border. Some have already gone across the border. The major offensive by U.S. and British troops is now underway. This is something that American officials have been anticipating for many hours. There has been minimal resistance thus far as the troops begin to pour across that border. And as far as the air campaign is concerned, the United States has borne down on the southern half of Iraq throughout the day, trying to go after targets that may have been missed, the so-called softening of the battlefield, preparing the way for this ground invasion. So that is a very brief summary of both the ground and the air war.
Okay, John, thank you very much indeed. John McWethy at the Pentagon. We'll get to Terry Moran at the White House before too long. ABC's Bob Woodruff is with a group of Marines and has been for some time one of the embedded reporters, and he is somewhere up near the Kuwaiti-Iraqi border as well. Bob?
Things are very rushed. Initially, this invasion was supposed to come much later, but they moved it up earlier tonight, today, your time, to make it happen a lot sooner, and it's not clear exactly why that happened, but there is certainly a rush to get this thing moving.
It's 9:45 where you are now. The U.S., Bob, has some very sophisticated mine-clearing equipment now, and before the campaign actually began, did you hear a lot of talk about minefields in the region?
No, actually, I spoke to an Army general, actually the general of the 3rd ID, who said he had not seen a lot of evidence of Iraqis laying mines. Right. But I can tell you that today we got word early in the morning that there were some Iraqis being spotted laying down some mines, and when the engineers looked across the border, they counted just with binoculars about 20 anti-tank mines in the area that we were going to come across. They were very open and very obvious, which means they concluded that they were very hastily laid down. So perhaps in just the very recent couple days, or even in recent hours, they were scrambling to put down some mines when they see exactly where the forces are congregating ready to go in.
Give us some sense, Bob, of how the guys you're with are doing.
Well, they're ready to go. I think people are pretty ready. They've been waiting in this desert for a while. So there's certainly a certain amount of nervousness on their part. When the Scud missiles, what we believe were Scud missiles, passed over the top and we had to put chemical gear on, there was quite a bit of apprehension. You know, what's coming? You look around, you hear artillery batteries, and at first you don't know if it's incoming from the Iraqis or if it's outgoing from the Americans, and in every case we've been able to confirm that they were outgoing from the Americans. there's nervousness, but also an excitement to get in there and try to get this over with. Certainly a lot of these guys, I would say almost all of them, want to get it done quickly, and get home to their families.
Many thanks, Bob. Now we're joined by one of our immensely useful ABC military consultants, General George Jalwan, former NATO commander in Europe. We have a sense, we amateurs today, that things happen to change the original battle plan. Do you think that's true?
Yes, I do. I think that the early strike that we had on Baghdad resulted in a necessity to begin the ground attack early. And I really must say, Peter, if I may, that I was really taken by the comments of the 1st Marine Division commander. That letter you wrote as an old armor commander, I can side with that. Plus also Mike Siri, where he said he's really moving the tankers, and the troops call it haul ass and bypass. So that's not changing. He's moving quite quickly. But I think at the strategic level, we have moved it up, and I think that's the agility you need in the plan. You can't have it scripted. I think you have to go with the flow, as they say, and what's happening. So we're seeing crossing by the Marines, and I believe the 3rd Infantry Division is also moving at this time, and this is an attempt to try to get the ground war going. The Turkish decision
Can I just ask you a question? Sure. before you leave the battlefield and go up to Turkey? A couple things. Why do you think it would have changed it? So there was an attack on Baghdad, cruise missiles and F-117s up there. Why would that have changed the rhythm south?
Because you did have a response, small though it is, from Iraq. You had whatever you want to call the missiles, whatever type it was. You had an attack. The chaos in Kuwait, the possible attack on our own forces that are in now assembly areas waiting to cross, they're not immune from this. So in at least my judgment, the decision was made to move out of these bunched up assembly areas and cross and begin the ground attack early. I thought it was a good decision.
But in truth, the First Army, for example, in the western side, it hasn't really moved yet. It's just begun to move, as in some respects was originally scheduled. And didn't U.S. forces always know there might be some preemptive strikes by Saddam Hussein sending, or by the Iraqis sending missiles across the border?
I think so. But again, if placing myself in their position, you don't want to stay in an attack position bunched up along the border very long, particularly if there is some shelling. And remember, we heard reports of possible chemical artillery rounds, et cetera, et cetera. And there was some, at least right or wrong, burning of oil fields. And this is, I think, an intermediate objective of some of our initial forces. So I think that that the decision to move early, I thought, was a proper one. It wasn't as smooth or as scripted as we would like, but I truly think it was realistic.
Let me ask, I don't know if you've seen the British report, the pool report that we get from our reporters today, but Royal Marine Commandos today were involved in their largest operation since the Falkland War, and they're part of this attack in southern Iraq. And it may be the British Marines who have captured Qasr, if they say, if it's correct, on the Shatt al-Arab there. Do you know? Can you tell us how the British and the Americans would coordinate in there?
I think there is clearly unity of command, and there will be liaison officers between both the British forces and the U.S. Marine forces, and communications links between the two, very tightly coordinated. And I think some of the reports we're hearing about protecting the unit on our flank is part of that coordination.
Interesting. Now, you did want to say something about the northern part of the country and the fact that the Turks are now to give the U.S. at least overflight rights.
It's very interesting because, as you know, an integral part of the earlier plan was a northern axis. And the delay, or at least the refusal of Turkey to give permission to move ground forces into that area, I think had a major impact on the overall plan. Now that we can move air through the airspace of Turkey, I think that's going to be significant. I don't know the war plan, but I would predict you're going to see some movement by air of forces into the Kurdish area and you're going to see that pretty quickly.
And by this, do you mean paratroopers, or do you mean people who will land on the airfields in Kurdish Iraq?
I think you'll see people that will land on the airfield in Kurdish Iraq. As you know, that really then puts some of the key objectives north of Baghdad within pretty good distance or short distance from the Kurdish area. So I think you may see some of that. And I was very much interested in the basing that we've received, though I know we have not a large coalition, as you mentioned several times, on the ground, but the Bulgarians and the Romanians have opened up key bases in Romania and Bulgaria to be used in this transshipment of units and forces across Turkey. So all of that, I think, is going to come into play.
And is that the kind of facility in Eastern Europe, for example, in Bulgaria and in Romania, which gives special forces the opportunity to jump off from anywhere the commanders think necessary?
Absolutely, and also big logistical resupply can come through there, and transshipment of men and materiel, and that's right on the Black Sea, and I think it's extremely useful for the forces coming in from the north.
Okay, I very much appreciate it. Nice to have you, General John Wanazardi. Please don't go anywhere. We talked to Don Daler just a few minutes ago live. He did, in the course of today, manage to put together a videotape package for us of what the day has been like with 101st, and here it is.
1 minute, Lieutenant Colonel Stephen Brooke was trying on his protective gear. The next minute, he was using it. Part of the brigade had just made it back to camp with the heavy equipment they were supposed to be preparing for combat when the air raid sirens went off. They ran for the bunkers and squeezed in.
What the hell's this?
As his men huddled in their cramped shelters, Colonel Brooke went bunker to bunker to make sure they were okay.
We're going to take care of each other now.
Chemical detectors have been placed around the camp within moments of the alert. They registered no gas.
Oh, come here. I'll take you out.
30 minutes later, the all clear was given. As a sign of the increased tensions, hours after the first air raid siren sounded, the soldiers were running towards the bunkers again. With no air raid sirens this time, the word had spread that more missiles were on their way. It was merely a rumor, but it showed the high level of anxiety at camp. Vehicles and weapons were abandoned until the word was passed it was a false alarm. On this day, when they were supposed to ready their vehicles and weapons for war, the 101st Airborne found itself on the defensive. Don Daler, ABC News, Camp New York, Kuwait.
Now let's change from the war against Iraq to the war against terrorism for a moment. FBI officials are looking for a man. There's a be on the lookout warrant for him all over the United States, who may be, as he's described to us, another Mohammed Atta. That's the man who led the hijackings on September the 11th. This particular man carries many passports. ABC's Pierre Thomas that's his name. Adnan El Shukrai Juma is his name, and among his passports, I believe Pierre Thomas is Saudi, and a couple of others as well. What more do we know about him, and why are they so concerned?
Peter, they're extremely concerned tonight, and let me be very specific. He is thought to be an al-Qaeda field commander. He's a pilot who once lived in Saudi Arabia. He's also thought to have trained in Afghanistan under 9/11 planner Ramzi bin al-Shibh. The FBI is also investigating whether he was a part of a plot involving Jose Padilla, a so-called dirty bomb plot. And sources say that he has been identified by Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, the alleged 9/11 hijacker planner and mastermind. Peter?
Okay, now, do we know how his name suddenly popped up into either computers or into the middle of intelligence circles?
Peter, what we're told is that his name recently came up as part of an overseas investigation. They went to Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, asked him about this particular individual, and he was identified by Khalid Sheikh Mohammed as one of his main operatives.
And on the general terrorist alert in the country today, any change since yesterday?
Well, Peter, you saw across the country massive security. They're stepping up the security at police locations throughout the country. And also today, the FBI began a campaign to interview 15,000 Iraqi Americans over the next 3 weeks.
Are these people they've gone out and actually gone to find for themselves, or have they asked Iraqis, and I think you said there are about 15,000 living in the country, they've asked them to come in and be interviewed? How does the process work?
Well, it's supposed to be a voluntary interview. They contact these people. They ask them if they will allow the FBI to come and talk to them. But again, even though it's voluntary, they're trying to get information about potential attacks. They also say that they want to warn these people and tell them to report any hate crime activity, but the real reason they're doing these interviews is to try to get any hint of terrorism in the U.S.
And in various places today, I'm not sure it was all here, Iraqi officials in this and other countries have been told you can stay here if you want and tell us everything you know about the Saddam Hussein regime, if not go back to Iraq. Is that correct?
Well, overseas they did that, Peter. The approach here in the United States will be a bit more settled than that. But some people that they have identified as being Saddam Hussein sympathizers, they are going to either ask to leave the country or they're going to say, we're watching you and we know that you support Saddam Hussein.
Okay, many thanks, Pierre Thomas. We'll come back to you throughout the evening, of course. But to continue this, war against terrorism, reporting ABC's Brian Ross is still with us. There was an arrest today, I believe, in France, and a seizure, right?
A seizure of a piece of luggage at a train station in Paris. Authorities in France believe they may have disrupted a plot to use ricin or other poisons against U.S. targets in France or Italy. They'd had this particular self-check locker in the train station under surveillance for many days, and they hoped somebody would come to pick up the luggage. That never happened. They seized it on Monday. They've done chemical analysis, Peter, and they now believe that the ricin found in that luggage matches ricin found in raids late last year and early this year in London. Right. They believe this is one big cell that is operated based in Paris and was connected loosely to Al-Qaeda and also to the Al-Ansar group, which operated in northern Iraq. You can follow all that. That's the group that President Bush was alleging was connected to Saddam Hussein and Al-Qaeda, although this is a group that really detests Saddam Hussein.
But before we go on to that for a second, remind us how dangerous ricin is.
Extremely dangerous. It's made from castor beans, but it's a small amount. It's not really used as a weapon of mass destruction, but more suitable for individual poisonings or assassinations. Nevertheless, highly toxic and thought to be in the hands of Al-Qaeda operatives. They found 2 vials of that, also 2 bottles of a black powder used in explosives, and 1 bottle of material that had traces of cyanide. So a deadly brew was intended there, apparently.
It's also a reminder today, is it not, of even the people who've been critical of the war effort have been extremely important and cooperative in the campaign against terrorism.
Absolutely. The terrorism coalition depends highly on France and Germany, and they have led the way in many ways in disrupting Al-Qaeda cells operating in Germany and France that had targeted the U.S. So that continues. There is, as reported before on World News, some strains on that terror coalition because of the prospects of the war with Iraq. But nevertheless, the French continue to lead the way in disrupting some of these terror cells.
Many thanks, Brian. Brian Ross on the campaign against terrorism. While we're still overseas, even as you recall, President Bush's approval rating in terms of handling the war in the United Nations has gone up in the last several days. There continues to be a huge body of opinion, and despite, too, the coalition of the willing that the administration has talked about today, there's a huge body of public opinion in other parts of the world that thought and may still think, indeed, that this war is a very bad idea. With a report on that today, here's ABC's Dean Reynolds.
They failed to keep the war from starting, but demonstrators took to the streets today in groups large and small, in this country and abroad, hoping to end it as quickly as possible.
This war is going to be the last!
Downtown San Francisco was tied in knots by bands of roving protesters clashing with police this morning. Hundreds were arrested. Philadelphia's protesters, numbering in the dozens, demonstrated in the rain, and a steady downpour fell on the war's opponents in the nation's capital, too.
We're going to live through this. The Iraqis won't. It's totally worth it.
There were protests in Austin, near where one of the president's daughters attends college, and similar scenes at state capitals in Michigan and in New Hampshire. Students walked out of classrooms in colleges and high schools. These were in Chicago.
I don't think Bush is going to listen to any of this, but we want someone to hear us.
Most of the demonstrators in this country said they were angry with the president and were not trying to undermine American troops, but get them home safely.
Overseas, though, the U.S. armed forces were seen as agents of a grand scheme to impose America's will on the Middle East.
American and British troops get out of Iraq.
Thousands marched in Egypt, which gets more U.S. foreign aid than any country but Israel.
The American occupation of Iraq is the occupation of the entire Arab world.
There were clashes with police in Seoul, South Korea. Anger over the war could be seen in Japan, in the Philippines, and in Australia, all U.S. allies. In Jordan, the government said this must stop or protesters will be dealt with swiftly and harshly. A huge crowd confronted the U.S. Embassy in Jakarta, Indonesia, and big anti-American protests were recorded in Berlin as well as in Moscow. Protesters were there too in the shadow of London's Big Ben today, just a few feet from where the British Parliament approved their nation's military role in the conflict. And in Paris tonight, the strains over this war were vividly on display as a crowd mounted an attack on a symbol of America, not an embassy, a McDonald's. Dean Reynolds, ABC News, Chicago.
McDonald's always gets it when people are angry at America. It is the ubiquitous symbol of America in so many parts of the world now. It's also happening here in New York City, as well as in many other parts of the country today. ABC's Chris Cuomo is in New York's Times Square. Chris?
Hello, Peter. We're here at Times Square, as you just said. It's quiet now, but what made this protest very interesting is how quickly it started. At first, there were a couple of dozen people in the rain protesting, and it soon grew to hundreds, and then closer to 1,000 to maybe 2,000. And it was also interesting in how it was done as almost of a strategic attack protest. They came from the south and from the north, squeezing the police in the middle, right between 42nd and 43rd Street. 3 blocks below, 3 blocks above. They were shouting, "This is what democracy looks like." But soon, it turned from peaceful protest into anger and disruption. But to give the police their credit, they held themselves in check and acted very reasonably, more repelling force than actively engaging the crowd. When you talk to these people, once the anger subsided, the main point with them seemed to be that they don't understand what the war is about. They were saying no blood for oil, but that was a little bit of a simplistic explanation. Once you went beyond that, they were more in terms of puzzled about why we're at war than having problems with the specific reasons.
Okay, thanks. Anything else, Chris, there? You say it's gone quiet now, has it?
Well, there are still about 1,000 people below 42nd Street in organized protest, but the police are marching them downtown slowly.
Okay, many thanks, Chris Cuomo, and undoubtedly one of our local stations will follow them downtown. By the way, no blood for oil from many people who are opposed to the war is not complicated at all. They believe the United States wishes to occupy Iraq in the long term to have the oil. It's just so we understand why they wear those little buttons, no blood for oil. Now we're going to go back out to the region again. You saw a little while earlier, or you heard a little while earlier, Mike Saray. He is, I think I've mentioned before, a former Marine from California. He went overseas with the Marines. He's been with the Battalion Company Fox 2-5 ever since they were deployed overseas, and here is a report that he put together a little earlier.
There's no indication of any chemical weapons being used at this time, but we are in full chemical suits. And before we launched the invasion, we had to don our masks at least 6 times over a 4-hour period. We are with the 5th Marine Regiment, now approximately 2 miles inside. We're just across the border. We are in southern Iraq. They're trying to get as far north as they can before the moon gets too bright. Okay, we know this is now 6:15 GMT time. We know approximately 12 hours ago, some Iraqi, okay, that's a berm, we're through the berm, doing another berm. We did have a report that an estimated 30 Iraqis surrendered at the border about 11 hours ago to one of the reconnaissance patrols as they were making their way and scouting the border. For over 12 hours, we've had 4 gas masks and chemical warnings, or we've had to go to full gas mask and full chemical gear, although there's been no confirmation of any chemical weapons so far. There have been 3 or 4 missile launchings that have made us all don our gear and take cover, and I think those were the incidents that led up to us doing an early invasion. Once they figured we were on the line on the border and started firing missiles, and intelligence indicated that there were tanks up there, the decision was made to go about 12 hours earlier than planned. I would estimate that we're going about 20 miles an hour, which is pretty good speed at night. It is nighttime now, and with all the indications, there's a full moon that's come up now. And we're trying to move as quickly as we can before the moon gets too much higher and illuminates our position. We're having a hard time having the other vehicles keep up with us because they are running into ditches and ravines. They're using their night vision goggles and are moving as quickly as they can. But we are spread out across the desert, all kinds of tanks, armored assault vehicles, and Humvees with anti-tank weaponry on it. So it is a bit of a rush across the desert. Yeah, I looked to my left, I looked to my right, I can see the shadows of vehicles just in the moonlight. I cannot give you our location. The main thing, though, is we got through, we breached the line, went through the concertina wire, and got through rather quickly and did not get any opposition until just about 15 minutes ago. We're still moving forward here, and I'll probably cut out as we accelerate. I may have to get undercover here for a bit. We're maybe engaging a couple of the tanks here. This is Mike Saray for ABC News.
This is what General Jolwan described, Mike Saray on the move and moving very quickly, about 25 or 30 miles an hour today, which, if you think about it, is being done wearing night vision goggles with the driver going over natural obstacles on the ground as they go across the line of departure into Iraq. Not a very easy challenge, or a very difficult challenge for people in the field at this point. Just a couple of other issues here about the degree to which people were surprised by this on board the USS Cowpens, which is at sea today. We just had a dispatch saying that they fired 11 Tomahawk missiles from the ship, and many of the crew members on board actually woke up when the Tomahawk missiles were being fired. So it will tell you how few people were privy to that attack on the leadership compound as it has been described in Baghdad. Earlier today, speaking of Baghdad and speaking of the opposition to the war, which you've just seen, we had a chance to talk to Dr. Hans Blix, the Swedish diplomat who was in charge of the chemical and biological weapons inspection program in Iraq. He dropped by here to the newsroom a little while ago, and here is a brief excerpt of our conversation then.
We did not find any weapons of mass destruction. They may be there. Our analysis shows that it's possible, but our analysis do not show that they necessarily have it. So we would all like to have certainty about that, and now that we have gone out and the US is going in, we do hope that the specialists who the United States are bringing, that they will bring clarity about it.
I want to ask you one instinct question.
Please.
Having been through everything you've been through, do you think there are weapons of mass destruction somewhere in Iraq?
It would be strange if they did not have it. On the other hand, seeing the Iraqi conduct, when they have been almost frantic lately and showering us with letters and explanations and explorations of how do you dig up, measure anthrax in the ground, etc., it's puzzling. Of course, there's only been one truth at any given time in Iraq, and that's the one set by Saddam Hussein.
That's a very good point. You had a huge amount of experience with the Iraqis. Did you ever think you knew Saddam Hussein at all?
No, we never met him, and I think that he probably figures himself as a sort of emperor of Mesopotamia, and that he would not descend to talk to lowly creatures like a chief inspector.
It, in some respects, is one of the phrases of the day, Dr. Hans Blix. The only truth in Iraq is Saddam Hussein's truth, and of course it is that which the United States is going to make every effort now to change. A brief review of some of the other day's developments coming along in the moment, but the 3rd Infantry Division, I'm told, is now on the move, and Jack McWethy at the Pentagon has some sense of precisely what's happening in the field. Jack?
Peter, when the 3rd Infantry moves, it is the heart of the American force. That and the Marine Corps, of course, the two columns that are likely to move north, north towards Baghdad. So when the 3rd Infantry finally goes, you have this massive attack force, lots of helicopters and tanks, the heaviest and the toughest that the U.S. has right now, and they are what is called the tip of the spear. So when they are moving, the offensive on the ground has really begun.
Now, I have a note handed to me, Jack, that says there are major explosives and bombing reported in Iraq as they go forward. Can you tell us more?
I can't, Peter.
Okay.
One can certainly imagine what that is, but I do not have the facts as to what it is. When a division like this starts moving, it puts its Apache helicopters out in front, and anything that gets in their way, they start hammering. In addition to that, there is some close air support that has been working around the city of Basra all day and into the night, trying to soften that part of the battlefield for the advancing forces.
In your building, Jack, do they believe that Qasr, which is just below, one of the port cities just below Basra, has actually been captured either by the British or by the U.S.?
They are refusing to comment, Peter. There has been a dispute between the press and Central Command for the last several hours. Tommy Franks has been upset with some of the things that have been reported in the press, and he is stopping providing us with details.
Okay, thanks very much, John McCarthy. That's Colonel Tommy Franks in Qatar, the commanding officer of the entire operation. This is ABC News, continuing live coverage of the war with Iraq. I'm Peter Jennings at ABC News headquarters in New York. You are seeing what would normally be, for some parts of the country, ABC's World News Tonight, but as you can tell, our coverage has been continuing for many hours and will continue for many hours more. But just to begin this particular period at 7 o'clock Eastern Time, 4 o'clock in the Pacific time zone, a brief review of the day's developments and the U.S. war against Iraq. As of now, U.S. and British forces launched a new round of cruise missile attacks at government facilities in Baghdad. They were launched both from the Persian Gulf and from the Red Sea, both by ships and by submarines, both by the American forces and by the British forces as well. And then U.S.-led forces in Kuwait launched a ground assault against Iraq. We've most recently heard that the 3rd Infantry Division has begun to move within the last few moments. Or last few minutes anyway. And there are reports denied by Iraq and not confirmed by U.S. command that the Iraqi port town of Qasr, which is just below Basra on your map there, has been captured. That's the Fa Peninsula, as they call it there. That is Iraq's only access to the sea. U.S. artillery units, we do know from Kuwait and on the line of departure, as it's called, fired on Iraqi positions during this initial assault, and we are told from our reporters in the field there was reportedly not much opposition. The U.S. is still updating and trying to assess the damage it caused from last night's cruise missile attacks on Baghdad, mostly cruise missile, but F-117s used in the early attack against the leadership compound. They're clearly going after the Iraqi leadership, including one hoped Saddam Hussein. It's unclear if any of the leaders were killed. Saddam Hussein appears to have shown up on Iraqi television subsequently, and most of the intelligence agencies who have been analyzing his picture on television have decided that it was him. Iraq says that one person died in the attack. We are getting some footage out of Baghdad now from 2 of the Arab news agencies, one belonging to Saudi Arabia and one based in Qatar, which shows that there were people who were reportedly wounded in these attacks taken to the local hospitals, but we have no sense of numbers now, whether they are civilians or not. And this morning, as you've heard perhaps a couple of times, Iraq fired several missiles into Kuwait. They were not Scud missiles, as earlier reported. The U.S. says that 2 of them were knocked down by the U.S. Patriot missiles, the mobile anti-missile batteries which move with U.S. troops as they go forward in some cases. One landed near a military camp in Kuwait, and nobody has been injured in that. And there were a couple of helicopters down, U.S. helicopters down, but there were no injuries in either case. In one case, the helicopter was repaired and went on its mission again. In the other case, it was destroyed by U.S. forces, and that was in the Western Desert. Now, to the White House, to the day at the White House, and our White House correspondent, Terry Moran. Terry?
Peter, there's been a lot of activity here and a sense of exhilaration among a lot of the people you talk to. One official said there's a huge sense of relief now that the waiting is over and at least the very initial stages of the war seem to be progressing. The president, having launched this war, is now pressing it forward in a determined and deliberate fashion on the military front, on the diplomatic front, and on the financial front.
The commander-in-chief, meeting with his cabinet on day 1 of the war, praised the troops now facing danger on his orders.
There's no question we've set the finest of our citizens into harm's way. They perform with great skill and great bravery. We thank them. We thank their loved ones. We appreciate their sacrifice.
And the president, who was cool and terse during the brief session with reporters, sought to reassure the American public.
This cabinet is confident about the future of our country. We're confident we can achieve our objectives. I'm grateful for their service to their country.
Earlier, first thing this morning, the President's War Council gathered at the White House. The #1 item on their agenda, assessing the strike launched last night aimed at Saddam Hussein. Administration officials at first had high hopes the missiles had hit their targets, but later tamped down that speculation. With U.S. troops now engaged alongside British and Australian forces, but without the combat support of any other nation, the White House sought to send a very public message about how broad the president's 40-nation ad hoc Coalition of the Willing is.
All told, the population of the Coalition of the Willing is approximately 1.18 billion people around the world. The coalition countries have a combined GDP of approximately $21.7 trillion. Every major race, religion, and ethnic group in the world is represented.
The president also launched a diplomatic war today, asking 68 countries around the world to expel Iraqi diplomats and cease dealing with the current regime. And the administration sought to dismantle Saddam's government by ordering the seizure of $1.4 billion in Iraqi assets frozen after the first Gulf War.
We're today directing a worldwide hunt for the blood money that Saddam Hussein and his associates have stolen from the Iraqi people.
The bottom line, the U.S. government is now in complete control of that $1.4 billion in frozen U.S. assets, and it will be used by General Tommy Franks and his team to rebuild Iraq when the Americans take over the country. And one more item, Peter, on the humanitarian front. The administration is also moving. They're releasing 600 million tons of grain from an emergency grain reserve in order to address what is expected to be a very serious humanitarian emergency.
Many thanks, Terry Moran, at the White House, in the White House press office this evening. Now let's go back to this invasion from the south. There's a dispatch from the British a short while ago which says, among other things, the 7th Parachute Regiment, the Royal Horse Artillery, crossed the border a couple of hours ago, headed for the oil refineries near Basra. And the reporter who is embedded with them and is apparently getting information, said that they believe in that unit that the invasion was brought forward because of a threat from the Iraqis to do damage in the oil fields. This is a Rumaila field that we've been talking about, which is quite near Basra in the eastern part of the country, and where there may be fires underway in the oil field at the moment. But the lightweight guns of the Marines were called forward, according to this report, by the U.S. They believe it's the start of the ground campaign, and much farther ahead than it was meant to be. This was all supposed to be happening, their reporting says, on Saturday, but they had heard today that Saddam Hussein had probably set fire to the oil refineries at Rumaila, just the other side of the border, and the primary objective of this British component of the coalition forces, which are basically the British and the Americans, was to take a hold of those refineries there so they could not be damaged in any last-minute bid to somehow defend himself against the U.S. attack. Our military consultant, our permanent one, Tony Cordesman, can answer some questions about this. Tony, just if you wouldn't mind giving us in 4-letter words what we think may be going on at the moment.
Well, Peter, I think it is fairly clear that we're watching the beginning of a major land invasion, and probably with it the kind of air campaign we've heard. It may not be beginning now. It may wait till it's dark inside Iraq again. But if we look at the map, we can see where our divisions are. Some of them are moving north into the area of Basra, but the main line of advance is probably headed up here. Now, although this looks like there are a lot of Iraqi forces, in fact, these are all low-grade regular divisions, and indeed, even as we move north, we may go very quickly, either to the west of the rivers or up through the main lines there. We don't hit the Republican Guards till we get into this area here. So the next day could have some very, very quick advances, at least in the south.
So, Tony, to turn away from your map there for just a second and just talk to me for a second. So what's it like on the border with this huge force of Americans being told, A, to get up and get moving? We know the Marine Expeditionary Force moved, and now the infantry divisions. How difficult is that? What does it involve? Do they move like a snail, or do they move faster?
I think they're going to move very quickly. They have to move at the rate really dictated by some of the slowest vehicles. But that today is sometimes 20 to 30 miles an hour in unopposed territory. There are not water barriers until they move further north, crossing the border. There are some terrain problems, some low hills, potentially some light Iraqi resistance. I think the real problem for many people is going to be the fear that this is the time Iraq might use chemical weapons. They're concentrated, there are good targets. If Iraq has those weapons forward, it either has to use them or lose them as we advance.
Now, there was one piece of reporting from the front earlier today that they'd been going after an Iraqi position on, as you point out, the sort of the one hill just across the border, which had been used as a spotting position. In the east, where the Marines were going for, there are some land obstacles, if not hugely significant. How do forces deal with them?
Well, at least initially, they may be able to seize the bridges. There's one major bridging exercise till you get into the road junctions around there. But the fact is, Peter, that until they go into the area around Basra, which is filled with canals and water barriers, or they have to go north and east of Basra, there are relatively limited numbers of bridging problems, a limited number of choke points.
Why is Qasr important there on the Shatt al-Arab, on that one waterway?
Well, there is one water crossing there. Qasr is also important, however, as is Fao, because when we look at the economic impact of this war, part of the fear we see is tankers, other ships being unwilling to move until they know there won't be mines, there won't be problems with oil spills, there won't be anti-ship missiles. So when we can secure the coast, secure these oil areas, then I think the world markets are going to be a great deal more reassured than perhaps they are right now.
Yes, it's very interesting. You're going to take us, thank you very much, Tony, for bringing us up, and you bring us to a very important issue now, which is the economy of this today, because I heard it said, ABC's Betsy Stark, our business correspondent today, that the stock market and the oil market today were just absolutely responding bang, 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 bang to the headlines, right?
Hostage to the headlines, Peter, in both cases. I mean, and wild gyrations in each. I mean, let's talk first about the oil market, if you want. Reports early this morning that some of those Iraqi oil wells might be on fire sent oil prices higher. And that was the worst fear of traders, that there might be, Saddam might set those oil fields on fire, there might be a disruption of oil supplies. And it wasn't until there was no confirmation of those reports, and there was a sense that if it was true, there were only 4 wells burning, that would be fairly limited damage. We heard today from the Saudis, who reassured us that they would be willing to make up for any loss of production. And the Energy Secretary said, if we have to, we will tap the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. That settled the oil markets.
Would you like to go on with your economics report in general now?
Absolutely. The cost of this war is an economic issue. It's an issue of national priorities, and it's a political issue. The Bush administration so far has refused to say what it thinks the war will cost, but the bill started mounting long before the fighting began.
Getting the military's high-tech arsenal halfway around the world, along with 250,000 troops, has been a roughly $13 billion undertaking.
This is more armored vehicles than I've ever seen. More vehicles than I've probably ever seen in one place.
And the monthly cost of maintaining this force is expected to be around $9 billion.
A lot of the costs are very kind of mundane costs, like bringing in food, building laundry facilities for troops in the region, paying combat pay for military personnel, activating the reserves.
Everything that will be used in this war has been bought and paid for already. From the $55 bullets and $1 million cruise missiles to the $4 billion aircraft carriers and the $50 million jets on board. But what taxpayers may not realize is that many things will have to be paid for again.
One of the costs of the war will be replacing equipment we lose in combat or in accidents.
How expensive the fighting part of the war is depends on the intensity of battle and how long it lasts. The estimates range from $18 billion for a 1-month war to $85 billion for a 6-month war. Sound expensive? It's probably the cheap part.
what makes this war potentially expensive is the number of years that we might be in occupation.
Securing the peace in Iraq is expected to cost far more than waging the war. It's a process likely to require thousands of American troops and up to a decade of reconstruction and humanitarian aid.
We're talking about as much as $50 billion a year for 10 years. Well, you can see that gets very expensive and dwarfs dramatically the cost of the combat phase.
Some wonder if the nation can afford this war and everything else on the president's agenda.
We can afford a war. We can afford domestic programs. We can afford tax cuts. The problem is we probably can't afford them all at once.
Whatever this war costs, and remember, this time the United States is defending itself on the home front, too. It will add to a $250 billion deficit. And this time, Peter, of course, there are no allies promising to foot part of the bill.
There'll be an effort, I think, from the Bush administration to get this international community of the willing now to participate in the reconstruction. When you talk to traders and dealers and whatnot on the street in the last couple of days, what do they think about a short war, longer war, and a long war?
Well, they're clearly betting on a very short and very successful war, which is why you saw the Dow up 800 points in the past week, and while oil prices have come down from almost $40 a barrel to $28 a barrel. So the market's getting ahead of itself here, but that's what they're counting on at the moment.
The oil market generally is one of the most explosive markets and emotional markets in the world, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, and the stock market too. And war fears have had been driving stock prices down, oil prices up. Now these sort of, this hopeful sense that it'll be short, it'll be a quick, decisive victory is what's calmed the markets. But markets react to extremes on either side. I think that's part of what we're seeing now. Clearly, they're getting ahead of themselves.
Well, you lead me right into the stock market. Thank you very much indeed for this, Betsy Stark. On Wall Street today, the markets did indeed, as Betsy said, move up and down with the news from Iraq, and by the end of trading, some investors took the ground offensive by the U.S. as an indication that war with Iraq will be shorter, as Betsy said, rather than longer. And the Dow Jones Industrial Average was, at the end of the day, up 21 points to close at 82.86. On the NASDAQ, stocks gained more than 5 points. We have been getting some video in from Baghdad at the moment from both Al Arabiya, which is a new television cable satellite network in the Middle East, funded in Saudi Arabia. Now you have two, Al Arabiya from Saudi Arabia and Al Jazeera, which is owned by the Qataris, where Central Command is located. We cannot tell you what these pictures represent, except some poor child has been hurt. We do not know how, but they are reporting tonight that 37 people have been injured in the course of attacks on Baghdad today, and that is all we can tell you. It's a little out of context, but there it is. But Richard Engel is in Baghdad again, and this is his compilation of the last few hours there.
Peter, the air raid sirens signal that for the second night in a row, Baghdad came under attack by cruise missiles. This time, it was more intense. The targets were mainly government ministry buildings, including one associated with the Interior Ministry. After the first night of bombings, Saddam Hussein, or someone who looks just like him, appeared on the Iraqi television and delivered a message of support, calling on the Arab world and Muslim world to rally behind Iraq and support what he called their jihad against the evil little Bush, to use his terminology. Then there was a tour organized by the Government Information Ministry, taken to hospitals, shown people who are reportedly injured in the latest series of bombing raids. The streets of Baghdad are quiet in general. There are sandbags and there are more and more soldiers on the streets. People do, however, go out during the day and try and do whatever shopping they need to do. Now, very few stores are open. Most Iraqis are calm. They've been living under war for a long time, and it doesn't seem that these bombing raids, although they have a psychological effect on a lot of people who aren't used to it, I think for the Iraqis, so far they seem to be quite calm about the whole thing. Peter?
Calm so far anyway. Thank you very much, Richard Engel. In Baghdad again, where it is now 20 minutes after 3 in the morning. Let's return to this question of homeland security here. We talked a little earlier to Pierre Thomas about be on the lookout for a man who they were very interested in having a handle on today because there may be some connections with Al-Qaeda. But for law enforcement generally, with this campaign beginning, it has been a very busy day all across the country. We go back to Washington and Pierre Thomas. Pierre?
Peter, it's been a very intense day, and tonight the FBI is racing to find any hint of an attack by al-Qaeda or agents of Saddam Hussein. The FBI today issued an all-points bulletin for this man, Adnan al-Shukrijama. Sources tell ABC News the FBI suspects he is an al-Qaeda member who may be planning an attack against the U.S. He is described by law enforcement sources as a pilot and an al-Qaeda field commander who has lived in Saudi Arabia. Sources tell ABC News the government believes Shukrijama was trained in Afghanistan under 9/11 planner Ramzi al-Bin al-Shibh. The FBI has no idea where Shukrijama is, but believes he may have lived in South Florida near some of the 9/11 hijackers. Today, FBI Director Robert Mueller said every lead is being run down and announced an interview campaign, which sources tell ABC News will target 15,000 Iraqis living in the U.S. in less than 3 weeks. Some will be detained on immigration violations. Many U.S. Iraqis say they fled Saddam Hussein's oppression and are perplexed about why the FBI wants to interview them.
We are the ones who are working day and night very hard to topple the regime of Saddam Hussein.
The FBI interviews are voluntary and are supposed to be non-confrontational. But some administration officials admit the campaign is meant to have a chilling effect on any possible terrorist plans. It is all part of an orchestrated national show of force, part of the most intense security since the 9/11 attacks. Increased protection at nuclear power plants, including the nation's largest facility in Palo Verde, New Mexico. In Los Angeles, stepped up scrutiny at water treatment plants. In New York City, expanded patrols by heavily armed police.
We've been out here way before midnight. We stopped about 70 cars so far.
And today, 700 National Guard and state police deployed to protect trains and subways serving New York, Connecticut, and New Jersey.
It's a message to terrorists that we're not going to let you do it. And it's also a message to all of the rest of us to say, we're there. You can depend on us.
The show of force is to compensate for the fact that the FBI has few, if any, specifics to go on. Peter?
Pierre, almost every time there's an FBI warning like this to all the police departments and the first responders across the country, they feel additional pressure and they feel resource poorer. Is that too much of a, is that too strong a generalization?
You're exactly right, Peter. The FBI and law enforcement around the country, they have to expend tremendous resources to run down these leads. And they have not got the money they say they need from the federal government, but they say the work still has to go on.
Now, you look at this on a day-to-day basis, and we talk on a day-to-day basis about the ups and downs of what they're hearing and the chatter and everything else. Do you detect a deepening intensity now that this campaign is beginning than there was, say, a week ago?
Well, I talked with a very senior FBI official the other week, and he said that when the war started, that was the time when he would be most concerned. They're particularly concerned about al-Qaeda, also agents of Saddam Hussein, but also lone wolves, individuals who might attack just because of anger by the war.
At the same time, Pierre, I think a lot of laymen, myself included, say, gosh, terrorists, wherever they operate, always hit when we least expect it, not when we most expect it.
That's right, but Peter, the FBI and law enforcement officials say they're not in a position to take any chances, and one official said, look, the terrorists only have to hit one run.
I agree, and it's really interesting when the Attorney General was popping back and forth on television all the time. He got criticized, in fact pulled back by the White House at one point, but the truth of the matter is nobody wanted to be a public official and get on and make the announcement that something hadn't happened if he or she had not issued a public warning to law enforcement all over the country. Speaking of security restrictions, there have been some changes in Washington today at the U.S. Capitol building and others. Is Linda Douglas ready at the moment? Okay,
Yes, I am,
Linda
Peter.
Douglas is on Capitol Hill, and you've had some tighter restrictions there and in other government buildings tonight.
Well, high officials here inside the Capitol have just announced that they are going to suspend all public tours, all the people who come in to see the Capitol, to see their government operating, starting tomorrow. Now, this is a temporary measure, Peter, and they are saying that there is no specific threat aimed at the Capitol, but as we've been reporting all along, all of the intelligence indicates that clearly a target would be an institution such as this, a symbol of American power, and the Capitol certainly is that.
Just how restricted have tours been in the last couple of weeks? I was up there a couple of weeks ago, didn't see a solitary tourist.
It's really started to change, Peter, since September 11th. I mean, in my observation, it's changed so profoundly. They began to push all of the tourists out, all the children, all of the schools that come through here. They didn't have the freedom to roam and mingle with all the office holders the way they always have traditionally in our system of government. It's been an empty place. But in the last 3 or 4 weeks, they've let the tourists back in. There's a system now. They go through security. They get a pass from their elected representative. They've been going through the chambers and watching their government operate. It's almost been back to normal in spite of the giant walls and security system that now surround the Capitol. But that will end, at least for a while, tomorrow.
Yesterday at this time, you and I were talking about a very passionate debate on the floor of the Senate about whether or not the war should have started. Senator Byrd of Virginia against John McCain of Arizona. Not against, but both of them speaking very passionately. Have people coalesced now behind the effort today?
Well, they're trying to, Peter. Certainly the Democrats in the Senate gave a very dignified performance today. They said that they reserved their right to disagree with the president on policy, but now is the time to end debate, to rally around the commander-in-chief. There was a resolution passed, as we reported, by the Senate unanimously to support the president as commander-in-chief and the troops. In the House, though, Peter, it is a different story. There are Democrats there who are balking at language that the House Republicans are trying to put in that resolution to commend the president for his decisive leadership and for using this as a way to end the war on terrorism. Democrats object. They don't want to praise the president to that extent, so they haven't agreed yet.
But even in the Senate today, I gather the resolution or the sense of the Senate end up with respect for the supreme commander without naming the president particularly.
Well, they didn't name President Bush particularly, but Republicans who were involved in these negotiations with Democrats say that they really did stop their feuding pretty quickly. They understand that what their role is in the government, what their role is in an international crisis, in a military situation. All of these senators have constituents who have loved ones who are, overseas fighting this war, and every one of them talked about their own people at home. So they see the president as the commander-in-chief in a situation like this.
Thanks very much, Linda Douglas. It does always tend to ease quicker, sooner in the Senate than it does in the House of Representatives. We'll catch you up on that when it occurs. One thing we're very mindful about, at least I hope we're very mindful about in terms of our general coverage, is that we tend at a moment like this, and it hasn't happened in more than a decade, to talk a lot about military systems and weapons. And while we have an enormous number of women in the armed forces now, one of our women colleagues pointed out today that we might do a little better with women if we made the weapons discussion somewhat simpler, to which I think I fairly responded. We might make it simpler for men as well. So we're going to try to do that. We've talked a lot about the Patriot missile, for example, which got a lot of attention during the Gulf War, in part because it was seen as a very heroic weapon at the beginning of the Gulf War, and turned out not to be the case. This was the weapon that was deployed on the eastern perimeter of Israel, which did not succeed in shooting down the Scud missiles which Saddam Hussein directed at the Israelis during the Gulf War. Well, this weapon has apparently been much refined and much improved. We can talk about that in the future, but here on the Patriots is ABC's Ned Potter.
Sirens going off in Kuwait, people fumbling with gas masks. But in the midst of it, the Pentagon says something very reassuring happened. Patriot missiles, launched to intercept 2 attack rockets from Iraq, apparently worked.
This is probably the hardest mission that we have in combat. We're not very good at this.
Joseph Cirincione, who ran a congressional investigation of Patriot missiles in 1991, says they were seen as the miracle weapons of the first Gulf War.
Thank God for the Patriot missile. Thank God for that missile.
But in retrospect, soldiers concede the impression was wrong.
The technology wasn't there to do it. It's basically like hitting a bullet with a bullet. The technology wasn't there.
Back in '91, the Pentagon thought the Patriots intercepted more than 40 Iraqi Scuds. Later investigation showed that more likely they only destroyed 4.
The first kill estimates are invariably wrong. It's not because anybody's lying, it's because in the excitement of battle, in the confusion of battle, people think they saw things that they didn't see.
But in the decades since, the Patriots have been heavily upgraded. They are launched, as we see in this test, when satellites or radar spot incoming missiles. The newest generation, called PAC-3, is designed to be highly maneuverable, predicting the path of its fast-moving target and using onboard radar to lock onto it. PAC-3s do not even carry explosives. They are meant to destroy the enemy missile just by hitting it. Skeptics warn the Patriots are still far from foolproof, but say they are still badly needed.
Even a basic Scud missile or a cruise missile with a conventional explosive warhead can cause a lot of damage.
And there were more sirens in Kuwait tonight. Ned Potter, ABC News, New York.
Just to be clear, and I hope not add to the confusion about the Patriot missiles, there were, as you know, 5, 6, or 7, we've never been quite certain yet, missiles that were fired by the Iraqis across the Kuwaiti-Iraqi border today. They did no harm, though they scared a lot of people. These were tactical missiles, short-range missiles, those which, among other things, Iraq is permitted to have, and not which would normally be handled by a Patriot missile. But they did get through the defenses and scared the Kuwaitis, many of them today. This is ABC News continuing live coverage of the war against Iraq. Hello again, everybody. I'm Peter Jennings at ABC News headquarters in New York. It is 7:30 here in the east, 4:30 in the west. We recognize that not everybody's been sitting around the television all day. It is 3:30 in the morning in Baghdad and Kuwait and other important and anxious capitals in the Middle East itself. We're continuing our coverage. Some of you normally at this time of day would be getting ABC's World News Tonight. You're getting a much expanded version today. But the attack against the Iraqis now seems to be a good deal more underway than it was several hours ago. The Marine Expeditionary Force has gone across in some measure the frontier between Kuwait and Iraq. The 3rd Infantry Division, we were told a short while ago, has gone across. So you've got 2 columns going into southern Iraq at the moment. And now that the Turkish government has permitted the United States freedom to fly through Turkish airspace, it is quite possible that you'll begin to get American assets coming into the northern part of Iraq, and we'll talk about this as we get along in this particular half hour. But after night fell in Baghdad today, British and Iraqi forces launched a new round of cruise missile attacks fired from warships and from submarines in the Persian Gulf and in the Red Sea, much longer travel from the Red Sea to their targets in Iraq. They were designed to hit government facilities in Baghdad. ABC's Richard Engel reports from Baghdad this evening that government buildings, including the Interior Ministry, were set on fire. And U.S. forces, I've said, have launched this ground attack. We are not yet absolutely certain and are yet to get the word from CENTCOM that this huge operation that we had been anticipating is moving in all of its parts. But there are reports, as I said, that the first armies have crossed into Iraq. U.S. artillery units were involved along the Iraq-Kuwait frontier this morning, suppressing Iraqi fire, and we believe attacking Iraqi installations in southern Iraq. A U.S. Apache attack helicopter was shot down, Ted Koppel told us, by small arms fire just on the other side of the Iraq-Kuwait border, but the crew was not hurt, and they sent in a crew and managed to get the Apache up and flying again. And as you may have heard many, many hours ago, another American helicopter was shot down in, a helicopter carrying special forces troops, or carrying troops, we were told, was shot down in western Iraq, and everybody on board of that was rescued. And now I believe we are going to go and hear from ABC's Don Daler, who's embedded with the 101st Airborne Division, and he compiled this for us a little while ago. I beg your pardon. You're back live,
Peter, I can tell you, I agree with what you were just saying. I am hearing from the people here at the 101st that the massive ground war has not started. That the way it was explained to me is that we are going to be seeing small activities throughout southern Iraq, but do not consider that the massive G-Day, as they call it. However, they have warned that the timetable, because of other events, including the fact that they believe they've located missile sites in southern Iraq that pose a threat, that the timetable might have been moved up. I cannot specifically talk about the battle plans for the 101st, but it is safe for me to talk about capabilities. And you mentioned northern Iraq, places like that. One of the possibilities for a unit like the 101st, because of their great flexibility and the fact that they can take a brigade-sized unit, take them in helicopters and get them on the ground sometimes over 100 miles behind enemy lines, makes them very attractive for the war planners when they're looking at putting them into strategic points, for instance, airfields or bridges that they have to hold and protect for when the 3rd Infantry Division starts to roll across. Those are the roles that we can see and expect the 101st units of the 101st to take part in as the days unfold. You also have to remember, though, they are, at heart, an infantry division. They put boots on the ground, and they're very effective in that role as well.
Okay, Don, thank you very much. As Don Daler points out, we are not nor eager to say those things which local commanders, either that or in Central Command, don't permit or wish us to say under the circumstances. We get a lot of email from people around the country who wonder whether or not with reports like that we actually put American lives at risk, and the only answer that we can really give you is that our reporters in the field do not say things on television which they have not cleared with their local commanders. They all have a fairly strict set of guidelines about what they're able to say and what they are not able to say. On occasion, it is perfectly possible that a reporter may make a mistake, but we try very hard not to do so. Let's go to the White House. ABC's Terry Moran. Terry, we haven't seen the President today. They've all gone to ground pretty much in the White House today. Give us as much as you can.
Well, Peter, we did hear from the President today, just to remind you, in that cabinet meeting. He held a cabinet meeting, a war cabinet meeting, and did have very brief remarks to a pool of reporters that was let in, complimenting the actions of the military and sending his support to the troops and trying to reassure the home front as well. But there are no plans now for any further addresses by the President, certainly. He leaves for Camp David tomorrow afternoon at 1:30. But we are hearing from the President in another way, in a series of executive orders and executive actions that show a kind of cascading plan of action on other fronts aside from the military front that is now taking place. You see just how carefully planned this regime change in Iraq was. It's not just the military. He's handed that off to the generals. What you see is diplomatic action. The President has requested 68 countries around the world to expel senior Iraqi diplomats and stop dealing with this regime. They've frozen more than $1 billion in Iraqi assets in this country and essentially seized them, vested them. They are now under the control of the United States government. And there have been some humanitarian actions, an executive order releasing 600,000 tons of grain for the expected humanitarian emergency and $22 million to help with that humanitarian issue that will arise shortly. So this is obviously coordinated with military action and very carefully planned.
You do remind me, I must say, how long a day it has been, because you're quite right. We did see the President talking before the cabinet meeting, and I guess what I was asking is whether, at least I hope it's what I was asking, was whether or not you think he will speak to the American public again, and the answer is no. And that leaves us, at the moment, and that leaves us a bit in limbo as to whether we're looking at a full-scale attack or not, or as far as the White House is concerned, is it just simply underway?
He has signed the execute order, as they call it. That's a classified document which authorizes this. He did that Wednesday morning. He asked, we're told, 2 questions of all the generals in the field who were gathered by video conference, the senior leaders, generals and admirals who are leading this operation. He asked 2 very general questions. Do you have everything you need to win? Are you comfortable with the strategy? Put each one of them on record that they are ready to go under these conditions, and he is now stepping back. It is very typical of this President that he does not have a lot to say at major moments after he said his piece. That speech to the country last night, these brief remarks with his cabinet, I don't expect to hear him again for a couple of days.
Thanks, Terry, very much. Terry Moran at the White House. By the way, some of the military commanders in the field and in Washington have not been particularly comfortable with the strategy, not particularly comfortable with the pace, but as Terry points out, at a moment like this, the President is the Commander-in-Chief. The Secretary of Defense talked to the troops today, made a recorded speech for the troops, and because of the technology now available in so much of the region, though certainly not in the combat units at the front at this moment, they've been able to hear Donald Rumsfeld himself. And here's a brief excerpt.
When I returned to the Pentagon after serving here a quarter of a century ago, I wrote a series of guidelines to help guide my thinking regarding the use of force. They included these questions. Is there a good reason to go to war? Have we engaged all instruments of national power in search of a peaceful solution? Is the objective achievable? Have we set forth clear goals? Does the objective merit risking American lives? Have we made available all the resources and military capabilities needed to achieve victory? Have we invested the effort and the political capital to explain the need for action and to marshal and sustain public support? Have we been honest with ourselves and with the world about the risks of action, but also about the less obvious risks of inaction? The President has made the case for Iraq clear. He has set forth what is at stake and invested the diplomatic and political effort needed to exhaust all options short of war. We are at the point at which the risk of not acting is too great to wait longer. The answers are clear. It is essential to world peace and our security that we act against the regime of Saddam Hussein.
The Secretary of Defense talking to forces in the field today, and I think we know from the experience of the run-up to this war that that is the kind of speech which will receive wide-felt support in the country and wide-felt criticism too here at home and overseas as well. As you saw, a tremendous number of overseas demonstrations today have not abated, and there were a number of anti-war demonstrations around the country today, not of huge proportion, but you continue to see anti-war ads in the newspapers in the country as well, and a lot of people who will disagree with Mr. Rumsfeld, but that was certainly his message and will be taken as a very spirited message by the troops who are in the field tonight. Now to ABC's John McWethy at the Pentagon. John, before I ask you about a question of coverage, is there latest news?
There is a number of pieces of late news, Peter. Number one, Don Rumsfeld right now is up in a top-secret briefing telling members of the House what it is that the U.S. is doing and what the strategy is and how it's going. This is part of his effort to win support of lawmakers that have sometimes been critical of the strategy. But out in the field, this, I think, is going to prove, this next 24-hour period is going to prove to be one of the most dramatic of this entire campaign, however long it goes. This is the beginning of, truly the beginning of the march to Baghdad. This administration hopes it's going to go rapidly, but they don't know. This is also the beginning of the execution of what I would call a Rumsfeld strategy. He firmly believes that parts of Saddam Hussein's support structure is beginning to crumble. And he feels by exerting the kind of military force that the United States is now exerting that he is going to, in his view, create mass defections from Saddam's inner circle. There are people who listen to this kind of strategy and think that Don Rumsfeld does not have an adequate appreciation of the tyranny that Saddam Hussein has ruled his country with. But nonetheless, there are some encouraging signs from high levels in some of the Republican Guard units that are reaching out, apparently, to agents of the U.S.
There's something else, John, which I think I am noticing. Mr. Rumsfeld and elements in the military have argued for a long time as to whether there should be what's called simultaneity between an attack on the ground and these attacks on the air. And we had anticipated at least a couple of days of softening up the Iraqis from the air, and now, apparently, we have U.S. ground forces going across the borders at exactly the same time. So there's this huge operation, I assume, going on in the air and on the ground at the moment, which is the way Mr. Rumsfeld always wanted it.
Well, he has long felt that the military sometimes is too risk averse. And he, with the amount of force that Don Rumsfeld has permitted to be in this area, it's always been a compromise between the top uniform officers and the Secretary of Defense, that this will be a very fast-moving force, not nearly as large as some of the uniformed people might have wanted, but it has turned out to be a quite large force. I think we're going to see here in the next 24 hours there's going to be 60 or 70,000 U.S. and British forces working their way up towards Baghdad. That's a pretty impressive force.
Exactly, and the air component as well. Now, let me ask you about the business of coverage. Everybody you and I both talked to in the military command, I think, has been very enthusiastic about having reporters with them and on the ground. The Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff has been enthusiastic. General Franks himself was enthusiastic when I saw him only a few days ago in the Gulf. But he's irritated about something today, and I wonder if we can get a handle on it and what effect we think it'll have on informing the public.
I don't know that we can get a handle on it, but I think there are some important measurements that we can take at this point. I think Don Rumsfeld appears to be happy with the relationship that the press and the military have managed to forge going into this campaign. Thus far, he has seen no egregious examples of the press jeopardizing the forces. I think the President is happy with the kind of coverage that has been handled thus far. So it may not ultimately matter what the commander out in the field who is actually running this war thinks. I have a feeling that things will ease up, although I must say our reporters, ABC's reporters, have been able to file quite regularly, and many of them are right in the middle of the thick of it.
We shall see how things go. And I don't mean to be too glib about this, John, so please don't make fun of me. But you just saw on our television there sort of a graphic of tanks going through the berms which are built on the Iraqi-Kuwaiti border, and tanks smoothly running up onto the desert plain to the west. I have to tell you, this is probably a better representation of what the space over southern Iraq looks like tonight. And just you could draw as many lines on this piece of paper as you wanted. And if this is the beginning of this huge, massive operation that we've all been briefed on in one way, shape, or form, that represents all the aircraft up, all the AWACS, the people that sort of guide the various aircraft from the air, all of the tankers that are in the air, the fighters that are coming and going from various targets. And one of the things that commanders, John, answer this one more question for me. One of the things that commanders have really worried about in this opening days of this overwhelming assault was confusion in the air and the real possibility of friendly fire accidents.
Definitely friendly fire. That is something that the U.S. has been very concerned about, and they've invested in technology and they've invested in training to better identify where American forces are on the ground. When you get into trouble, it is when forces are moving very fast and when the battlefield is confused. This will be a relatively fast-moving force, and it is going to be broken into many parts as it moves north towards Baghdad. So there is that risk, and certainly the traffic management in the sky is an issue, but I think officials, the military folks, feel that they have it under control. They know that there is chaos when you have a battlefield, period, and they are trained, although they have a plan, they have time hacks that they're supposed to meet, milestones they're supposed to meet. They know that things always change. The moment real contact begins, things change. And the Secretary proved that immediately, and the President, by starting this campaign in a way that was totally outside of the plan itself.
Well, John, you prove again you're better than graphics. Many thanks indeed. John McCarthy at the Pentagon will come back in the course of the evening. Now we're joined by ABC consultant Dick Richard Clark, who has served in the Bush administration and the Clinton administration. You've been a counter-terrorist operator in the Gulf War. You helped to coordinate the State Department and the military components of that war. What's your take on the day so far?
Well, Peter, I'm impressed by the flexibility the administration has shown in two regards. Yesterday, reacting very quickly to word from the Director of Central Intelligence, George Tenet, that there was a target of opportunity, and going first, followed by a presidential address that we weren't supposed to hear for a couple of days. And now today, when there were reports of missiles being launched and perhaps reports of oil fields being lit on fire, I suspect the commander, Tommy Franks, asked for permission to begin early on the ground in one limited area And he got that permission.
And do you have any sense of what it means to suddenly move the schedule up that dramatically, maybe even by 24 hours?
Well, I don't think it means as much as we might think. Right. I think the big, heavy, clunky military operation with thousands of cruise missiles and sorties is still to come, and that'll come on schedule. In the first day of the attack in the last war, in the air war, we hit 45 different sites in Baghdad on the first night. We had 1,300 sorties the first day. This is much, much smaller, and we'd all been led to expect.
This is smaller?
This is much, much smaller than the first day.
Well, this has turned out to be smaller because the first day is really different than perhaps everybody anticipated.
I think the real first day here hasn't come yet.
Right.
But this is my point. The administration is showing flexibility, both with regard to the CIA operation yesterday and with regard to the Marine operation today. And we may be lulled into thinking everything is going swimmingly, because we've taken H3, perhaps the airport in the west. We've taken them
huge air bases in the Western Desert, to which the U.S. can fly in both man and material.
Right, twice the size of Heathrow in London. Enormous airport. We've probably taken Qasr, the port, the major port in the south. Now with Turkish permission.
What is the significance of taking Qasr, the port on the waterway into Iraq at the south? Because nobody's going to go in and out of there in the course of a war anyway, are they?
No, I think the only significance is that we're sealing off Basra and Qasr so that we can move quickly to the north.
In other words, so the U.S. can move in supplies by sea as well as by
sea, amphibiouly. So everything seems to be moving swimmingly. And we have to be very cautious. This first day seems to be going well for us. But Saddam Hussein has things up his sleeve. We don't know what they are. But he had several things up his sleeve last time. He attacked Israel. He blew up oil fields. He put oil into the Persian Gulf. He had human shields. He's got a plan. He knew this was coming. We just haven't seen his plan yet. And what his plan is likely to be is to try somehow to slow the U.S. advance down and appeal for world support, to show U.S. atrocities, to show women and children being killed, and then appeal for the UN Security Council, for his friends, the Russians and the French and others, to come into the UN Security Council.
Based on the Bush administration's relationship with the UN Security Council, it wouldn't make much difference.
Well, I know, but what we may see is the UN Security Council asking for a ceasefire. That may be what is in Saddam's head. We have to try to figure out what is his strategy.
I'm not sure you're exactly the right person to do this, but maybe you can try, which is to give us a word picture of the special operations elements in today, because we have this sense that special operation forces have come in from a variety of different places. Do you know where they're do you know where they're operating? Do you know sort of in general terms what they're trying to accomplish?
Well, I think special operations forces have probably been in for a few days.
Right, yeah.
They've jumped off from a place in Saudi Arabia, I suspect, a place called RR. They've jumped off from a Jordanian Air Force base near the Iraqi border. They're probably now staging into Turkey so they can jump off from there. British and U.S. SEALs have probably come up the river into Qasr. So that we have a number of people that are well forward from these units that we're seeing on TV.
And while Saddam Hussein may intellectually know that, this could be a tremendous surprise or shock to Iraqi military commanders in these particular regions? Or are they, how well trained are they? How good are they?
The U.S. Special Forces are very good.
No, I mean the Iraqis.
Well, the Iraqis are not, but what the U.S. Special Forces may be trying to do is arrange ceasefires, to reach out for local commanders and say, as Don Rumsfeld said in his press conference this morning, this war doesn't have to be the way that you think it is.
Very first thing he said.
First thing he said. I think it's consistent with his overall strategy is if units want to surrender, if regional commanders want to give us ceasefires, then that's fine, and they won't be punished.
You were last question for now, but please don't go away. You were very instrumental in the opening days of Gulf War, and the U.S. was not really prepared for the huge number of Iraqis who surrendered, didn't have any people to take care of them, didn't have any place to put them. It's been a very, very clear component of planning for this campaign, which is to try to leave them in place and go around them. Right?
I think we're going to leave a lot of them in place and go around them after we have received promises from them that they're not going to fire on our troops as our troops go by.
This is a familiar picture, of course, from 1991, and as we've been told by many commanders on the ground, in fact, a week or so ago, there were, many thousands of military policemen which were still at sea on their way to Kuwait, and this component, at least commanders in the region believe, was not yet put together, but they would not like to have to deal with taking care of all these Iraqi prisoners as they did in the Gulf War, which means feeding them and preventing, just preventing the kind of discipline problems you get when you have a lot of men with nothing to do on their hands. So they've taken a different tack this time. Dick Clark, thanks very much. Please stay with us for a while. One of the things you may have picked up today is the change of attitude in Kuwait. The Kuwaitis have been fairly relaxed about this war. They had this huge American force up on the border. They had the Patriot missiles on the border. Well, they had a really rough day. Nobody was hurt, to the best of our knowledge, but psychologically it was traumatic. Here's ABC's Jim Wooten.
This morning in this city, the hustle and bustle as the wheels of Kuwaiti commerce began to turn. Suddenly, the first of several air raid alerts. And suddenly, the unthinkable was thinkable, as real as the wail of the sirens on the streets, on local TV screens, on downtown buildings, in the hotels, on the faces of Kuwaitis.
Out of the way, please.
And foreign journalists, too. Those on the air.
Yeah, so I am supposed to put on the mask, and that is what exactly I am going to do.
Or those behind the cameras.
If you can hear me, we have sirens going off here.
Or down in the shelters, some wondering perhaps how wise it was to accept an assignment within range of Iraqi missiles. Outside, a Czech decontamination team tests the air for gas, and a hotel doorman
Come inside now, please.
urges guests to take cover. Some do, some don't, and some couldn't care less. They refuse to think the unthinkable. A few police seem almost embarrassed to protect themselves, as though it's unmanly. Ditto for some camera crews. And just up the road, U.S. troops also got wind of the alert and struggled into their chemical gear. Even after dark, the threat continued for civilians and soldiers. And at the end of the day, while there was no panic, none in evidence at any rate, there was for many here a realization that if the Iraqis are outgunned and outmanned, and if they do face an inevitable defeat, at least some of them will not go quietly. And in the downtown streets tonight, an empty waiting, a nervous listening for the next siren that makes it clear this is a war zone too. Jim Wooten, ABC News, Kuwait City.
As we said, something the Kuwaitis had not expected a week ago, when they were all quite relaxed about the air. The international airlines stopped moving into Kuwait City, and the Kuwait Airlines continued to operate, but a lot of Kuwaitis, including Americans married to Kuwaitis as well, said they were not leaving town. But they've all had, as Jim says, a very anxious day. We now have ABC's Bob Woodruff on the line, who is with the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force somewhere along the Kuwaiti-Iraq border. Bob, 5 to 4 in the morning.
Hey, Peter, good
morning, 5 to 4 in the morning,
Peter,
your time.
It's very early in the morning, and I can tell you that we are still waiting here, ready to move. We have an inexplicable delay, which I can't even tell you exactly the reason for it. But let me just tell you what I'm seeing on the horizon, which is quite eerie. I don't know if others have reported this or not, but at quite a distance away, we see a very large fire. Flames are licking up toward the sky. I can't tell from here exactly how high they are going, but a big orange flame on the horizon, another smaller one to the right. But on the large one, which appears to be, and it makes sense that it would be, an oil fire of some kind, and a very large cloud of smoke and oil debris, I would imagine, hanging above the fire, right just north of the border. It's hard to tell how far, but probably 10, 15 kilometers north of the border, it appears to be.
Can you tell, perhaps by looking at a map, which I know you have access to, where the fires are? Are they to the east? Are they near Basra? Might they be at one of the refineries along the waterway there?
I believe it would not be complete all the way to Basra. It would be more west of Basra. North of the border, certainly, but west of Basra. It could be one of the gas oil separation plants. It could be an oil platform of some kind. It's only worth guessing, but it's not as far as Basra, Peter. I do not believe. It looks as if it might be a little bit west of that area.
And now tell us, if you can, or tell us what you can about your last, I think it's 5 or 6 or 7 hours since we've spoken to you.
we have been sitting, Peter. And that's one reason why I haven't spoken to you. I've been waiting to go in. The last that we heard, as I told you last time, there was some problems with some mines that we're trying to clear out. We have heard some very heavy pounding up north of the border, whether that is planes or artillery or both. And they're obviously trying to soften the way for us to get in. Other units in the Marines have clearly already gotten in. We, for some reason, when we were supposed to go in very, very early in this fight, and we have been delayed to the west. So for the most part, we have been sitting and waiting to go in and watching the horizon in front of us.
And you know why you're being delayed, even though you cannot tell us, or is it not explainable to you either?
We've been having trouble getting an explanation for that, actually, on the vehicles that we're traveling on. It's a need-to-know basis only. And I think it still has to do with the mechanized equipment having to go through and clear the mines out. But I may have more information on that very soon, because I think we're about ready to pull out. We have just fired up our engines for the first time in about 5 hours, and we're ready to get on the move again. So hopefully I'll be able to give you another call back very soon and let you know what's happening.
Okay, Bob, many thanks indeed. ABC's Bob Woodruff, who is with the Marine Expeditionary Force on the Kuwaiti-Iraqi border, 4 o'clock in the morning his time. We can just go back very quickly to that map of the oil fields in the south where Bob believes he sees a fire. May well be in the Rumaila field, which is the most productive oil field in Iraq before the Gulf War. Their big oil fields are here, and then up northern towards Kirkuk, up towards the northern fly zone, up towards Kurdish Iraq, and they have been an issue of considerable debate today. First, we had some suggestions that there were oil wells on fire or oil installations on fire. Weren't quite sure what they were. Then we had some reporters on the border who said they couldn't see anything up in the General Basra area. And now we have ABC's Bob Woodruff, who's got a different perspective, and he sees a quite large fire in what may or may not be the Rumaila field, which is the closest one to the border. This is ABC News continuing live coverage of the war with Iraq. Hello again, everybody. I'm Peter Jennings at ABC News headquarters in New York. This is our continuing coverage of the campaign against Iraq. We are very much in the dark about some things, and we know a fair amount of some other things that have transpired. And at the beginning of every hour, it's now 8 o'clock in the east, 5 o'clock in the west, and 4 o'clock in the morning on the battlefield. These are some of the things that we know have transpired today. We know that there were various strikes by the U.S. today in Baghdad itself and up towards Basra. We also know the British were involved in an operation going across the Kuwaiti-Iraq border up towards Basra, the first important city, 1,300,000 people on the way to Baghdad. Been an issue of huge speculation as to how people in Basra would respond to U.S. and or British forces, because it's a largely Shiite Muslim population, the majority population in Iraq, but the leader, Saddam Hussein, is a Sunni, and the Shiites have been profoundly repressed by the Sunni leadership for many, many years, particularly in the south. And this is one of the places where the Americans believe they really will be greeted with flowers and not with bullets. But there are, as our military analysts tell us, some armies deployed in the area between the Kuwait border and Basra. Certainly, the question is, what will they do? Whether it's Revolutionary Guard farther up or the regular army farther to the south, will they put their weapons down and decide not to fight? We also know, of course, that the U.S. launched another series of strikes on Baghdad. U.S. and British forces again used cruise missiles fired from the Persian Gulf and from the Red Sea. It is a British pool report we had earlier today that the Royal Commandos were involved in their biggest operation since the Falkland War, as they launched an attack on southern Iraq. ABC's John McCarthy reports that only cruise missiles were used today, not bombs from aircraft, because at this moment still the Baghdad environment is considered too dangerous or too potentially dangerous for manned aircraft to fly in. And it will take time, as you've noticed as we've looked at Baghdad. I think we can still look at Baghdad live almost at will. As we look at Baghdad at 4 o'clock in the morning, it is fairly quiet, and the fact that it is fairly quiet suggests that out there in the darkness are not only U.S. forces prepared to attack from the air, but Iraqi anti-aircraft capability, which is not insignificant. And as we remember from the last campaign 12 years ago, the Iraqis do have the capability to get at U.S. aircraft if they fly too low. So this huge assault that we were anticipating, shock and awe, it's been called more than once by members of the administration and members of the military, has not apparently yet transpired. But let's go to the Pentagon and the man who knows more than the most of us about what is happening, John McCarthy. John, yours.
Peter, the important thing that is about to happen as the sun comes up across the desert out in Iraq, American forces have moved from Kuwait and are beginning to pour across that border. They've been doing, some of them moved out earlier during the course of the night, but now the main thrust, the main move toward Baghdad has begun. American and British troops spent the night removing obstacles at the border. For hours, U.S. artillery lit up the blackened desert sky, smashing units of the regular Iraqi army that were too far away to shoot back. Helicopter gunships ranged ahead, scouting and shooting as they went. One was shot down by small arms fire, but was recovered by the army and repaired. Planes from aircraft carriers and from air bases in the region accelerated their attacks on the southern half of Iraq, what the military calls softening the battlefield.
They had nothing to do per se, the strikes, with anything else that was going on today other than to continue to prep the battlefield, to clear a path for further on airstrikes and ground operations.
Coalition forces quickly overran the small, isolated Iraqi town of Qasr, a fishing village near the Kuwaiti border. It was on the way to the real goal, the large port city of Basra. This is the first major city the U.S. is likely to capture in Iraq, and today it got its first taste of the intensified air campaign. For the second night, the skies over Baghdad lit up as the U.S. air attack continued there. In this phase, sources say the U.S., using 24 Tomahawk cruise missiles, continued to go after the leadership of Iraq, just as it did with its dramatic opening attack last night.
That was the first. It will likely not be the last. The days of the Saddam Hussein regime are numbered.
What lies ahead, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld predicted, will be far more impressive.
What will follow will not be a repeat of any other conflict. It will be of a force and scope and scale that has been beyond what has been seen before.
Operation Iraqi Freedom got off to an unexpectedly early start last night because the U.S. had unexpectedly good intelligence. They believed they knew where Saddam Hussein was and jumped on it. There is an intense debate today about whether the U.S. did in fact kill Saddam Hussein last night, but no proof one way or the other. Going after leadership, Rumsfeld believes, not only shakes their confidence, but rattles all the people around them.
I often try to put myself in other people's shoes. Once they are persuaded that that regime is history, it is going, it will not be there, then their behavior begins to tip and change.
Rumsfeld is hoping the bombing campaign and the land assault will all add to people changing their mind. Army units surrendering, the Iraqi people welcoming the American invasion. That is his hope. For much of the rest of Iraq, the last 24 hours has been a period shrouded in secrecy. U.S. Special Operations troops have begun their campaign. Sources outside the U.S. government report American commandos capturing a remote airfield in Iraq's western desert called H3, a potential American air base inside Iraq. And late this evening, Peter, we are now picking up some signs of explosions near that port city of Basra, to which I referred earlier in my story. Basra, that key port city, American forces now approaching it. It is not clear at this hour whether or not it is an aerial bombardment or whether or not it is artillery and helicopters going after Iraqi positions, but it seems pretty clear there's a fight around Basra.
So a fight, John, or an attack? Resistance or just an attack? Do you have any idea at all?
No idea, Peter. What we are hearing is the beginning of the U.S. attack, presumably. and whether or not the Iraqis are resisting is unknown. And it will not be known probably until tomorrow or the next day as they try to assess the battlefield in the aftermath.
Okay, John, thanks very much, John. Okay, let's just look at a map for a second so that people can absorb what is happening. I mean this map of Basra and the Fao Peninsula. It is down in this area. You see a little strip of water there. That's Iran next door. Basra is, very famous in history. This is where Sinbad the Sailor's adventures began when he went off to see the world. Also a home of many famous families that went on to be very famous in the West. In some cases, Iraqi Jews, the famous advertising company Saatchi & Saatchi. The Saatchis came from Basra. It is also where the Iraqis and the Iranians just beat the living out of each other for all of those wars in the mid-1980s, in the war which used chemical weapons and every other kind of weapon. And today in Basra there's this huge line of statues looking east towards Iran, just sort of defiantly. A war that Saddam Hussein started. The Iranians almost won at the beginning, but he pulled out in the final analysis, but in the final analysis was also forced to sign a peace agreement with him. It's 340 miles approximately southeast of Baghdad. It's a big city, 1,400,000 people approximately, Shiite Muslims, and so it is a little surprising at the moment, but only from this one person's point of view, to hear that there may be a fight there, because based on a lot of the briefings that we had from senior military commanders, it was not what they thought they were necessarily going to encounter. But let us move on. Somebody help me here. Okay. We've had two kinds of targets in the last 12 or 14 hours. One of the targets that were planned to disrupt the Iraqi leadership, and one is this, everybody's become familiar with the phrase now, the target of opportunity, when the president signed off on an operation based on intelligence that was going to go for a compound in southern Baghdad where they thought senior leaders of the Ba'ath Party, the leadership, and perhaps Saddam Hussein were there. It's only the latest attempt to get Saddam Hussein. There's been a long, long campaign to get him, and here's ABC's Chris Wallace with the history of that.
The general who ran the air campaign in Desert Storm says taking out Saddam Hussein is a critical part of the mission.
Okay, there you go.
But Chuck Horner warns, don't expect it to work.
To eliminate Saddam Hussein's got to be one of the hardest jobs in the world. Look how he's stayed alive over the past 20 years in an environment where a lot of people want him dead.
In the last war, the U.S. launched 260 attacks on leadership targets. Horner, who talked with us from Illinois, says he got plenty of intelligence from U.S. Special Forces and Iraqi informants, but nothing he could ever count on.
Fair to say that you never knew at any point in the Gulf War where Saddam Hussein either was or where he was going to be?
If we'd had definitive knowledge, we probably would have dropped a bomb on him. The fact that Saddam Hussein's alive indicates that we didn't know where he was.
So reports now Saddam Hussein has gone into deep hiding don't mean much to U.S. officials. They say he's always in deep hiding.
He's very paranoid, and with good reason.
Former CIA Director James Woolsey says the Iraqi leader's security is all but impenetrable.
If the president had asked you, let me know where Saddam Hussein is going to be at any point in the next week, the next month,
I think that would have been virtually impossible. I think it probably is impossible today.
Saddam's security has saved him from as many as 24 assassination and coup attempts over the last quarter century. Reports are he sleeps in a different bed every night. He has a network of tunnels to travel underground. He's even said to wear a bulletproof Kevlar fedora. Intelligence analysts say Saddam has many doubles, lookalikes who appear for him in public. Defector Abbas al-Janabi was personal secretary to Saddam's son Uday. But even those close to the inner circle, he says, had to go through strict screening to meet with the Iraqi leader.
Inspect everything. Two people inspect you, even the stocks, everything. He is afraid of assassination. He knows very well that people doesn't like him.
I was met by a major general who came to me and said, we would like to assassinate Saddam Hussein.
In 1995, former CIA operative Bob Baer worked with Iraqis planning a military coup. But he says the U.S. failed to back him, and Saddam Hussein crushed the plot.
What happened to the people who were caught in the Iraqi army?
They take a very toxic acid and they put military defectors or anybody like that, they put them in this bath and it eats away their skin over the course of I don't know how many minutes.
Doesn't sound like a...
No, it's a bad way to go.
That kind of brutality breeds fear, perhaps Saddam's most effective security measure. Whatever the reason, the people who know the most about him say what seems the simplest solution may be the least likely. Watch this Senate hearing.
Why not get a hit team and get rid of him?
Because I'm not sure anybody really knows where he is. It's easy to say, it's much more difficult to do.
I think he will cause maximum damage as much as he can, not only to attacking forces, but perhaps to his own people.
The former CIA director thinks Saddam will try to hide out and prolong the war, creating a bloodbath in hopes the Arab world can get the U.S. to stop fighting. But Woolsey says Saddam's options for hideouts are limited. He is loathed by the Kurds in the north and the Shiite Muslims in the south. He thinks Saddam will go to ground somewhere in this area, about the size of Kentucky, including Baghdad and Tikrit, his ancestral home and power base.
Saddam Hussein is a very tough man to kill, isn't he?
We're going to need 250,000 troops to kill him. That's why they're there. So that a good human intelligence source next to Saddam, it's going to have to be a house-to-house search.
Iraq's a big place.
It's a big place. It could take a long time.
So for all the troops the U.S. will have in country, they may have to hope for a tip from someone inside the inner circle, someone trying to save himself.
Once the troops commit, I think the rats will start coming out, jumping ship, and then we'll get a break.
Whatever it takes, the experts we talk with say it's essential to catch or kill Saddam Hussein. They acknowledge he's no threat once he's removed from power. It's not like Osama bin Laden hiding in a cave. But they add, as long as Saddam Hussein's on the run, he can cause real trouble, if only as a symbol of the limits of U.S. power.
We do sometimes on television make all this seem a good deal simpler than it is. We're joined by John Hillen, one of our analysts who's a former Special Operations officer. John, if you were the commander of a Special Forces unit, or let's say you were in charge of all Special Forces, we'll promote you for a moment, in Iraq today, how would you go after Saddam Hussein, and how difficult do you think it would be?
Well, Peter, it's very difficult, and that's why you'd really want to mitigate against the risks. I think there's basically three options for the United States and our allies. The first, of course, is what we saw last night, and it's relatively riskless, and that is to use air power, and especially precision-guided air power. That, of course, relies on good intelligence, and we thought we were acting on that last night, and the result remains to be seen. The second option, a little less risky, but still one that has a good deal of problems associated with it, is to have an Iraqi agent, an agent on our behalf, working in and trying to get Saddam Hussein or his inner circle. And then lastly, and one that entails a great degree of risk, is to put actual Americans, either agents or uniformed personnel, in there to try to take out Saddam Hussein. And as we saw in something like Mogadishu in 1993, that can turn bad in a hurry if you don't plan it exactly right.
It's the last one, actually, that I was thinking of, the third or two, because U.S. policy for years has been to hope to get some Iraqi near Saddam Hussein to shoot him, and they never succeeded. But you cannot really imagine, or I shouldn't presume, can you imagine any circumstances under which uniformed Special Forces operators would want to be landing in the neighborhood of Baghdad under these circumstances?
It's hard to imagine sending a lot of uniformed military personnel from the U.S. into Baghdad itself, but we do know that Saddam Hussein moves, and it's hard to track his movements. And we do know that at some point in time during this campaign, he may move outside of Baghdad, especially if a cruise missile strike such as that last night is effective in attacking his inner circle. And if he moves outside of Baghdad, opportunity may present itself where there may be a chance to literally swoop in and in the form of a raid or direct action, as we call it in the special operations business, try to get him.
When a Special Forces team lands in somewhere in Iraq, as it clearly has today and perhaps in several places, how is it sustained by the larger military operation, or is it pretty much on its own?
For the most part, it's on its own, Peter. It really depends on the kind of mission, but one of the things that's special about special operations is the flexibility. And they're usually a very short duration. You would expect almost any operation to go in and out very rapidly. It would have a force package surrounding it with all sorts of supporting aircraft, backup forces, refueling aircraft if it had to go over long distances. But for the most part, it would be a package put together, very mission specific, and meant to go in and out of the area very quickly.
And how heavily armed?
Well, as heavily armed as the mission requires. Very flexible capability. But for the most part, I can hardly imagine a contingency in Iraq, whether it's around getting Saddam or not, in which you wouldn't want to be as well armed as possible.
But if this would be personal arms. You're not going in with any equipment. You're just going in with personal arms, right?
Well, it would depend. They would break up. For instance, if this were a raid to take advantage of some actionable intelligence where we knew Saddam or other members of his inner circle were, you would have it broken up. You would have an assault team. You would have a support team that might be more heavily armed to provide covering fire. And you would have an actual snatch team that would be there to either kill or capture whatever target was in the area. So it really depends. Very flexible missions. A lot of air support would be required, and then a lot of contingency planning for if something went wrong and how to get everybody back out safely.
Speaking realistically, and having seen pictures like that thousands and thousands of times on television, do you think Special Forces have, in your mind, ever play a role in actually capturing Saddam Hussein?
We have capabilities that can do this sort of thing, but given the risks involved and given the larger scale of operations that are taking place, both in the special operations arena, which will have quite a few missions ongoing, and in the larger conventional forces picture, I think the U.S. will probably continue to want to seek an opportunity to target Saddam and his inner circle through less risky means. And I think that last night's attack really probably set the pattern for that.
Thanks, John, very much. John, U.S. Army captain, served in the Gulf War with Special Forces, now one of our consultants. Our principal military consultant is Tony Cordesman, who's also in Washington tonight. Tony, tell us how extensive special operations may be in a time like this.
We would assume, Peter, that we have special operations teams working in the field with the Shiites, that they are attempting to penetrate Iraqi communications, even on the ground, that they're up dealing with the Kurds, preparing for operations there, that they're already in the West, that they helped seize the air bases there, H3, that you've had them scouting forward in the areas around Basra, and then at least in some areas along the route of advance we have, as well as perhaps penetrating even into some of the Iraqi units where we believe that they'll defect or we know they'll defect.
Am I correct in recalling that the Defense Secretary, Mr. Rumsfeld, is a big fan of special operations?
He is indeed. It's part of force transformation, and he's given a great deal more money, and he's expanding it very rapidly.
What's force transformation?
It is, as I think John and others have discussed earlier, it's the whole idea that we can have lighter, faster forces, this idea we can synchronize land and air and sea operations, that we don't need the traditional heavy vehicles or large-scale forces to secure the flanks of rapidly maneuvering forces, that precision makes up for numbers, that intelligence and reconnaissance gives us a new focus, a new accuracy, and speed of reaction. All of these transform the speed and synchronization of forces.
Thank you, Tony. Come back to you often, as you know. Tony Cordesman, our military analyst, and reminding you that Iraq is a very large place, size of California, different shape than the size of California, but just imagine, if you will, landing a special operations team somewhere in California and how limited it may be by the population, by the circumstances of geography. And all of Iraq, we remind you, is not a desert, though sometimes the maps make it look like that. Quite some day, as we said so far, and the huge push has not begun. We're going to go to Kuwait City now, where ABC's John Quinones is on duty. Tonight, our time, it's a little about 20 minutes after 4 in the morning. And this was a day, John, from the moment the president made his speech last night, that many Kuwaitis and others didn't anticipate.
That's right, Peter. Already, as you can tell, it's a very windy, a very dusty morning here. But already it's been an anxious and tense time of the day. We've had a series of 3 air raid sirens blasting here throughout the night, indicating that Iraqi missiles may well be flying over the border. All of this, of course, keeping the people of this tiny nation awake and on edge. It's many ways, it's hard to believe that this war began just a little over 24 hours ago.
March 19th, 6:30 p.m. in Washington. Unbeknownst to the world, behind closed doors at the White House, the moment of truth has arrived. An hour and a half before the ultimatum to Saddam is due to expire, sudden word from CIA Director George Tenet, ripe intelligence of a gathering of Iraq's top leadership at a specific location. And now the president makes a decision to launch. 9:33 p.m. in Washington, 5:33 a.m. in Baghdad. Air raid sirens, tracers, and anti-aircraft fire in the misty morning light signal a surprise air attack. Within minutes, White House Press Secretary Ari Fleischer confirms this is not just a case of jittery Iraqi nerves on the ground in Baghdad.
The opening stages of the disarmament of the Iraqi regime have begun. The president will address the nation at 10:15.
The attack is so unexpected that even troops of the Army's 3rd Infantry Division are taken by surprise as they greet the dawn in Kuwait along the Iraqi frontier.
This did come as a surprise. It even came as a surprise to the men of the 3rd Infantry Division, most of whom have now deployed to preordained positions up just short of the Iraqi border.
First reports indicate a surgical strike on a target in South Baghdad. Is this the beginning of war or some kind of precursor, a singular event? For 30 minutes, no one knows. 10:15 p.m. in Washington, 6:15 a.m. in Baghdad.
At this hour, American and coalition forces are in the early stages of military operations to disarm Iraq, to free its people, and to defend the world from grave danger. On my orders, coalition forces have begun striking selected targets of military importance to undermine Saddam Hussein's ability to wage war.
A somber President Bush tells the nation and the world that war has begun and that Americans should not expect an early end to this conflict.
A campaign on the harsh terrain of a nation as large as California could be longer and more difficult than some predict.
Minutes later, Pentagon sources indicate that the initial attack was indeed an attempted strike on at least 2 Iraqi leadership targets. One, a high-level meeting, perhaps including Saddam Hussein himself. 42 Tomahawk cruise missiles launched from 6 ships in the Persian Gulf and the Red Sea, coordinated with a handful of sorties of F-117 stealth Nighthawk fighters, which dropped 4 bunker buster bombs. There is no immediate word of results. An edgy calm returns to Baghdad, and it's clear this is not the beginning anyone expected. There is no attempt yet to shock and awe with overwhelming air power and massive numbers of bombs and missiles. 12:30 a.m. in Washington, 8:30 a.m. in Baghdad. Saddam Hussein, apparently alive and well and in military dress, reads from a prepared statement laced with religious rhetoric.
We will fight the invaders, and God willing, they will be defeated and will
Defiant, still predicting victory for his regime, he exhorts his followers to battle.
The evil ones will run in defeat. Draw your sword, the blessed sword. Long live jihad, long live Palestine.
But is this really Saddam, or could it be an imposter, one of his alleged doubles? Analysts at the CIA pore over the tapes, but cannot be sure. 2:30 a.m. in Washington, 10:30 a.m. in Baghdad. 2 hours later, Iraq's military response is felt in Kuwait.
All morning long, we've been hearing explosions not too far from here.
At least 3 Iraqi missiles are fired at Kuwait. The Pentagon says they're destroyed by Patriot missiles. No damage or casualties reported. On the Iraqi frontier, those same U.S. troops who were surprised by the initial attack on Baghdad in the early morning, the 3rd Infantry Division, are now firing artillery on Iraqi troops using howitzers and rocket launchers. Is this the ground war now underway? Meanwhile, in Baghdad, Iraq's information minister, Mohammed Saeed al-Saif, claims 2 civilian targets were hit in the initial cruise missile attack.
They have targeted 2 buildings in west of Iraq, which is a building of custom authorities, and the casualties is 1 martyr and a few injured.
In Washington, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld counters, describing the chief target as a senior Iraqi leadership compound.
Forces hit a senior Iraqi leadership compound last evening. The damage assessment on the compound is pending. That was the first. It will likely not be the last.
And he warns Saddam Hussein has seen nothing yet to compare with what is soon to come. 1 p.m. in Washington, 9 p.m. in Baghdad. Nightfall in Iraq. The air attack is underway again.
It's all going on right now. I just saw a major bomb explode in destroy a building across the river from where I am right now.
Okay. Well, back here in Kuwait, the sun is about to rise. The streets are very quiet, hardly any cars out there. And on this Friday, the Muslim holy day, people are counting their blessings, thankful that the Iraqi counterattack has thus far been ineffective. There have been no damages and no casualties thus far. Peter?
Thank you, John, very much. John Quinones giving us a time sense of how the day went, certainly among other things from the Kuwaiti perspective. A couple of other things going on at the moment. We've talked to you a little bit about the anti-war demonstrations which have been going on today at home and overseas. There has recently, in fact currently, a demonstration going on in Chicago, which has a large anti-war community as well and very active. And a lot of them came out today. This is true in New York and now it's true in Chicago. This is Lakeshore Drive on the lake side of downtown Chicago. And though it doesn't look to be a huge crowd from the air here by any means, though we can't see out of the picture to the left, they've certainly tied up traffic in Chicago at this particular hour. People who are dissatisfied with this policy of the Bush administration. Similarly true in Washington tonight. This is a small example of the anti-war feeling that is out in Washington and Chicago and other places. And this is ABC News continuing live coverage of the war with Iraq. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm ABC's Peter Jennings at ABC News headquarters in New York. It is 8:30 here in the east, 5:30 in the west, and 4:30 in the morning. In the part of the Middle East we are most focused on some of the recent developments. Explosions in Basra, this most important, largest city in southern Iraq, a city which U.S. and British forces have been moving on for some time. It is the center of the very large anti-Saddam Hussein Shiite population, about 1.5 million people, and we hear reports from reporters and witnesses in the general area that there are many explosions in the neighborhood, but we do not know precisely what that means. At the same time, one of the 2 Arab television networks which is up and running, Al Jazeera, which we're now familiar with, and another one called Al Arabiya, which is a fairly new one out of Saudi Arabia, are reporting casualties in the bombing of attack. Al Jazeera, which is not pro-Saddam Hussein, in today's attack says 5 families were injured, among them 5 children. In another attack, 2 children and 3 women were injured while having dinner. Iraq, by the way, denies the fall of Qasr, this village at the top of this waterway called the Shatt al-Arab. The Iraqis say it has not fallen. We've heard earlier reports today that it fell either to Americans or to British. And this, of course, is advancing up towards Basra, using one of our technological wonders to see a pretty decent representation of the landscape itself with some, that's the main highway that then goes on up past Basra and the top of the Shatt al-Arab on up into Baghdad itself. And while we're in that border area, Iraq denies firing any Scud missiles at Kuwait today, and on that the U.S. and the Iraqis would concur, though there were 6 or 7 missiles fired at the Kuwaitis today, or fired in the direction of Kuwait. They were not said to be Scuds. Now, if we can go all the way up north at the moment, there is now some violence reported in the city of Mosul in the north. This is another very important city at the absolute opposite end of the country, just about 300 miles north of Iraq. This is an important oil city. This is a city that's been in the no-fly zone. This is where Saddam Hussein had his northernmost presidential compound. But as you can see, it's above the 36 degrees latitude and has been protected by the U.S. and the British aircraft for a long, long time. We're not quite sure what explosions up there mean, but it may mean that there is an early engagement between Saddam Hussein forces in the north and elements of the Iraqi army, maybe the 5th Corps or the 16th Infantry Division, which are deployed to that part of the country last we know. ABC's Don Dahler is with us again from the 101st Airborne. That takes us farther south to the Iraq-Kuwaiti border. Yes, Don.
Peter, just wanted to mention that even though the soldiers here at the 101st are not involved in the current activities out in the desert, they're having a rough night of it. We've been having air raids go off, I would say, on every hour, hour and a half or so, breaking up their sleep. And keep in mind, as we have discussed earlier in the week, a lot of these soldiers are also mechanics and drivers, and they've given the task of trying to put together the vehicles with their weaponry to be able to go into war when they're called upon. The real problem with the air raids has been a major disruption of the schedule to refit this equipment, and there is some concern that they might be behind schedule because of that.
Thanks, Don, very much. Don Dahler with the 101st Airborne, pointing out one of the problems that everybody knew before this campaign began, that was going to exist for U.S. forces, which is to say the men of the 101st got there, but their equipment was way behind them and has not been there quite in time to be fully prepared, and it's one of the reasons they, at this point, have not moved forward. Not that everybody can move forward at exactly the same time, but the 101st Airborne is an important component of the attack force, and they, as Don Dahler points out, would very much like to get going. As for the early going along the frontier, ABC's Mike Surrey, who's a former Marine and with the Marines, says they had some ditches and some water barriers going across the frontier on the eastern side, going up towards Basra. He said that slowed them down for a while, but in other circumstances they were going astonishingly fast, 20, 25, 30 miles an hour in the evening, all of them wearing night scope vision devices. And if you have, and not many people have, driven around with a night scope vision on, driving a Jeep down a strange road at night, no matter how adept you are, it's pretty good. And the early fires now appear to be confirmed up there, that we're not precisely where they are in those particular oil fields just to the southwest of Basra. But who is the man the United States is so determined to get? Saddam Hussein. Let's just take a moment and remind ourselves of the man who the Bush administration is absolutely, unalterably determined to get rid of.
There's no question that the leader of Iraq is an evil man.
As President George Bush and America's allies go after Saddam Hussein, the world wonders, what will Saddam's next move be? But for more than 20 years, Saddam has been an unpredictable leader. Saddam Hussein came from this dusty town north of Baghdad. By his early 20s, he was immersed in revolutionary politics. At 22, he plotted against Iraq's then ruler. The assassination attempt failed, and in a story that's now legend in Iraq, Saddam fled to Egypt. When he returned, it was to rule. By 1979, he was president, prime minister, and commander-in-chief. 1 year later, he declared war against fundamentalist Iran. Here lie the roots of the turbulent relationship between the U.S. and Saddam's Iraq. Long before 9/11, the rise of Islamic fundamentalism struck fear in the hearts of Washington policymakers. So in 1980, after Iraq attacked Iran, the Reagan White House made a critical calculation. In public, the United States would be officially neutral on the Iran-Iraq war, but secretly, the U.S. would tilt in favor of Iraq. In 1982, Iraq was removed from the State Department's terrorism list. 2 years later, formal diplomatic relations were restored.
We provided a great deal of intelligence to Iraq, intelligence which was critical to helping them win certain battles against the Iranians. In addition, the U.S. eased up on its own technology export restrictions to Iraq, which allowed the Iraqis to get certain technology which helped them build things like longer-range missiles and chemical weapons.
The Commerce Department allowed Iraq to import supercomputers, machine tools, even strains of anthrax, all of which helped Saddam build up his deadly arsenal, according to disarmament expert Gary Milholland.
We sent Saddam Hussein biological strains which could have been used to make biological weapons. But it was part of our overall policy of supplying him with a lot of very alarming things that weren't necessary to build up his conventional weapon capability, but which allowed him to build up his weapons of mass destruction capability.
And when Iraq used chemical weapons against Iranian troops, killing thousands of them, the Americans were fully aware of it.
Our military understood they were using them in the Iran-Iraq war against Iran.
It was a long war of attrition that cost Saddam's nation hundreds of thousands of lives and ended in a draw. Even after the Iran-Iraq war, Hussein continued using chemical weapons, this time against his own people, the Kurds in the north, to quell political uprisings. Some estimates say more than 5,000 people died within hours of the mustard gas attack. By the end of the war, Saddam had built the fourth largest army in the world, and in 1990, those forces invaded Kuwait. The first president, George Bush, assembled the greatest coalition of forces ever against a single enemy.
Iraq cannot be allowed to benefit from its invasion of Kuwait.
On the night of January 16, 1991, coalition planes and American cruise missiles were launched at Iraq. For 48 days and nights, coalition planes pounded Iraqi targets. On February 27th, the coalition forces launched a ground offensive, pushing north through defensive berms built by Iraqi troops. By the thousands, demoralized and ill-fed, Iraqi soldiers surrendered. After 100 hours of ground war, their leader withdrew from Kuwait. At the end of the war, he was momentarily weakened and encouraged by U.S.-sponsored radio broadcasts. Iraqis, believing the U.S. would help, rose up against him. It was disastrous. The rebellion was brutally put down. The ceasefire agreements required Saddam to dismantle any chemical, biological, or nuclear weapons. UN inspections began after the Gulf War. Inspectors discovered and started to destroy a nuclear weapons program that was far more advanced than they had realized. But increasingly, those inspectors found themselves in a frustrating game of cat and mouse. And in 1998, Hussein called off all cooperation with UN weapons inspectors, eliminating all further monitoring of Iraq's nuclear and biological sites. The policy of containment clearly hadn't worked. There was evidence Iraq had been rebuilding its weapons programs. And after September 11th, U.S. leaders were determined to preempt America's enemies. In short, everything had changed. Another Bush had become commander-in-chief, one who was very serious about ousting Saddam Hussein once and for all.
From ally to enemy, an astonishing American relationship with Saddam Hussein over the last 20 years. It astonishes people who follow the region all these years of how the United States relationship with him has changed in so many ways, and it will be a long and deeply integral part of the history that is written about this campaign, which the president, son of a president, has begun waging against him in the last 12 hours or so, including, just to bring you up to date, asking other countries, 68 of them specifically, to expel the Iraqi diplomats who are there. We're not certain they've all done of it. Expelling 3 Iraqi diplomats from the Iraqi interest section, and I think the Algerian embassy in Washington, not required to give any reason, but there are 9 other Iraqi diplomats at the United Nations. A little harder to kick them out, and there's been no U.S. request. But as several people have said this evening, it is just operating on so many fronts, this campaign against Iraq at the moment. Earlier today, the president froze all Iraqi government assets that he had some access to, and said that I think there were several $billion involved, and that money would be used in the reconstruction of Iraq, which is going to cost a huge amount of money, much of which the administration hopes will be paid for out of Iraqi oil profits. And here's something also, with so many different new things about this campaign. Here's something new. 2 Arab television organizations now covering a war in their own backyard and looking over everybody's shoulder. Let's go to Mosul in northern Iraq, northern Iraqi city just under the Kurdish-controlled area, where tonight the reporters and the cameras of the Al Jazeera satellite television network has been photographing Mosul, and their reporter has been talking on camera to his headquarters at Qatar in the Persian Gulf, which is exactly where the U.S. is running this campaign from, and where Al Jazeera is very much protected by the ruler. It's been kicked out of Saudi Arabia, kicked out of Jordan, kicked out of Syria, and I think even kicked out of Iran, but I'm not altogether sure, which would give you some measure of their independence. But it's the Al Jazeera reporter who is tonight saying that there have been explosions in Mosul, which is a large city in the north. We do not know precisely what that means, but we'll ask Tony Cordesman, our military analyst, in a short while to tell us the significance of that up there. In the meantime, let's return to this business of having U.S. helicopters down behind enemy lines, as was the case today. 2 helicopters down, one just over the Iraqi-Kuwait border. An Apache, an attack helicopter, got it up and running again, no casualties. In the western desert, another helicopter, a sort of utility helicopter moving special forces around, crashed. We do not know precisely why, and the special forces were retrieved by other Americans. How does that happen? Here again is ABC's Chris Wallace.
It happened a few hours before the opening missile strike of the war. An Air Force Special Operations helicopter like this made what is called a hard landing in enemy territory. The MH-53, known as a payload, was so badly damaged, U.S. forces destroyed it so the helicopter would not fall into Iraqi hands. But that left soldiers on the ground behind enemy lines. So, as part of a carefully choreographed rescue plan, another chopper swooped in to pick up the downed soldiers. No casualties, no men captured.
Rescue, rescue, rescue. This is Viper 03.
Here's where they learned to do it, a training center near Spokane, Washington. Imagine these white mounds of snow in the mountains are sand dunes in the desert of southern Iraq. You're a pilot lost in enemy territory. You may have just minutes or seconds to call for help and avoid capture.
You know, you just come out of the sky, 1 minute you're completely in control of your aircraft, and the next minute you're down on the ground. Everybody got the maps laid out?
Senior Airman Kelly Ivey is a survival instructor. He says before anyone, pilots or crew members, are sent on missions in hostile territory like Iraq, they spend 17 days at a place like this, the Air Force's Survival School, learning to control a parachute, learning to fall out of the sky at a high speed.
Land.
Learning to hit the ground.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Learning to figure out where you are. Learning to survive during 3 grueling days in the wilderness, hiding and evading.
You're shot down and the Iraqis are there and they've captured you and you're like, okay, what's going to happen next? What's going to happen next?
At the controls of an Air Force supertanker feeding fuel to hungry F-16 fighters, Lieutenant Colonel Dale Storr remembers vividly when the skies were not so clear and calm.
It felt like a 50,000-pound sledgehammer just came up and hit the bottom of the airplane.
Just 12 years ago, Storr was in the cockpit of an A-10 Thunderbolt, Warthogs the pilots called them, and his mission was to fly low and slow enough to kill Iraqi tanks with a 30-millimeter cannon mounted in the nose. Then, suddenly,
there's this huge explosion beneath me, and I look down, and it's my airplane blowing up. I thought, oh my God, now I'm going to die in the fireball from my own airplane.
His plane was hit, and Storr was in the middle of the desert, disoriented and quickly surrounded by Iraqi troops.
And this guy comes about 10, 15 feet away from me, just starts screaming and yelling, pointing his rifle right at me, his AK-47. And so I just finally threw my radio on the ground and put my hands up.
He spent 33 days as a prisoner of war.
They dislocated my shoulder, broke my nose, burst my left eardrum.
Storr credits his training for helping him resist his Iraqi captors and survive.
They really want you to learn this stuff because they know it's going to save your life if you ever have to use it. And I credit them for saving my life over there.
We'll never stop looking.
Colonel Jack Hester is commander of the 336th Training Group at Fairchild Air Force Base.
Whether you're a POW or an MIA, if you're shot down behind enemy lines, our country is going to take every effort
risk more people's lives to come after you, because that's how precious you are to us.
So precious that the Air Combat Command has stationed some 800 aircrew members in the Gulf region with just one job: to search for and rescue pilots and their crews down behind enemy lines.
Stand by. We are coming in hot.
Copy.
While pilots are trying to survive, search and rescue teams learn how to find them and whisk them to safety.
The purpose of the smoke is so they can quickly identify my position, get to me, and get out of there.
The helicopter pilots drop a rescue team and fly away until they're sure the area is safe. They return minutes later to pick up the downed pilot and their own rescue team.
They're going to call the bird back, wait for it to land, and get me on it as quick as possible.
But if you end up like Lieutenant Colonel Dale Storer and the enemy gets there first,
you really don't have time to be scared. Your training just takes over. And I was able to do that because of the techniques and the resistance programs that I was taught at survival school.
This is the live picture of Baghdad at 4:48 in the morning, and the reason we put this up is to bring you up to date on just the general news and the latest from the battlefield, but perhaps to ask a couple of questions. The great shock and awe phase of this campaign, which we all were led to believe would precede the ground operation, which we know to be underway, certainly in the southern part of the country, has not occurred. And so it raises some questions for us now as to whether or not there's something going on that we are not aware of. I think there's a lot going on that we're not aware of, but we wonder, and we're going to ask our reporters in the field to weigh in as quickly as they can on whether there's some possibility that there's some communications with Baghdad at the moment. If you do this, we won't do that. You recall that Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld said in his news conference at the very beginning of the day, there was no need, he said, I can remember the exact phrase, there was no need for a broader conflict if the Iraqis asked to save themselves. And so a very powerful message went out earlier today from the U.S. High Command, in the highest sense, to the Iraqis that there was a way for them to avoid the humongous attack which many Iraqis knew was coming down if, in the first instance, Saddam Hussein and his two sons didn't leave the country, which they didn't. We've had one attack on the leadership. The word will have spread throughout the leadership in Baghdad tonight that this has actually happened, even though we do not know the particular consequences of that. There have been these very specific, if not automatically precise, attacks on government ministries in Baghdad today, including, very importantly, the Ministry of the Interior. And yet there has not been this huge air assault, which was so designed in so many fine parts to shock the country into an awareness that something was just big and beyond their control. Meanwhile, at the moment, we've heard explosions in Basra in the south. We know the British and the U.S. are moving against Basra in the south, which is an important city in the south and a Shiite city. ABC's Bob Woodruff reports that he sees at least one fire, which he believes to be either in an oil field or one of the oil installations in the south. Iraq actually denies that the town of Qasr in the south, which is in that same area, has fallen, but the British pool report says tonight that the British have entered Iraq as well. The U.S., as I mentioned a moment ago, has expelled several Iraqi diplomats. There are some signs, ABC's John McCarthy reported this earlier, that the members of some elements of the Republican Guard have been reaching out to the U.S. military, indicating they are not particularly interested in fighting. There is a full, what they call, lid at the White House. Everybody at the White House has been told there'll be no more news made at the White House tonight. And that is about the news on the war front at the moment, except for these two things. There is movement on the front, not everybody, but there's now movement on the front, on the ground. But where is the air campaign? I'm not sure he can answer the question, but I'm going to start with Major General William Nash, one of our consultants, and see if you want to, dare I use the word, speculate about why we aren't seeing this air attack at the moment.
Well, I think, Peter, if you were to talk to General Franks right now and ask him how he's doing, he would look at you and say, on time, on plan, and then he'd probably dip his head and look over at you and say, maybe a little bit ahead. I think what we've seen in the last 24 hours is a very skillfully crafted melding of both firepower and psychological operations to convince the Iraqi people that this is in fact a war on the regime, not on the Iraqi people.
But can I just interrupt you for a second? I apologize,
Sure.
Bill, but the Iraqi people don't have a heck of a lot of say in anything at the moment. The commanders of the units do, and the Ba'ath Party political apparatus and the police apparatus have some say, but not the average Iraqi, right?
Well, but the average Iraqi is driving around Baghdad because he's not a target. And that's very important to understand, that these strikes have gone in and very narrowly focused. And military units are being engaged, and the civil population is not under threat. And there have been significant efforts made to talk to the people. Secretary Rumsfeld spent quite a bit of time in his press conference today addressing the issue of stay in your homes, don't come out, we're not after you. And that message is going forth in a variety of ways.
But what do you, I guess what I'm asking you at the moment is whether you can surmise, or you've been talking to your contacts, that there are any ramifications of this. Yes, he told them don't go to school, stay at home, boycott work, don't go out on the streets, and I quite agree. But on the other hand, it's 10 to 5 in the morning in Baghdad. Do you have any sign that the U.S. is making contact with forces that may turn on the leadership?
Oh, I think that's going on at the same time, and that was another part of the Secretary of Defense's message, and has been part of the efforts through leaflets and through emails and through cell phone calls and the like that have been going on for some time. And that is starting to turn to some degree. We're seeing the beginnings of it. And the campaign to date has not used the shock and awe, because I think they're shaping the battlefield, trying to get units by their preliminary actions to either make a decision to surrender or night fight, or if they're not, then they will be subjected to the shock and awe part.
Okay, well, I'm more than happy to be subjected to your criticism. You think that perhaps that we're rushing this idea of shock and awe?
I think we are rushing a little bit. I think they're setting the conditions. And I have talked a little bit to some folks in the Pentagon about that. They're going through the preliminary actions necessary to shape or prepare the battlefield, to use the term that's been popular here in the last day, in order to, if at all possible, not have to use that shock and awe. I think it was very fortuitous last night. I also think it was bold and courageous on that attack on the leadership compound. Whether or not it killed Saddam, it was very well done, and it certainly put the fear into the Iraqi leadership.
Okay, Bill, thanks very much. Lieutenant General Bill Nash with us as a military consultant. Now let's go to Washington and talk to ABC's Martha Raddatz, who's also been talking to a lot of people in the last little while. Martha, the Secretary of State said earlier today that he'd have some evidence that this sort of getting at the Iraqi leadership is working. Can you put any meat on those bones?
Well, I think for several weeks that intelligence officials have seen some signs of this. As General Nash says, they have reached out to these men in many ways, through cell phones, through emails, saying, look, this is a bad idea, why don't you come with us? Now, last night's bombing, last night's missile attack may have sent more over the line. They may be saying, wait a minute, they're serious. Maybe they took out the leadership, and that is still very, very much in play here, Peter. They have still not determined whether or not Saddam Hussein was killed. Now, you may bring up that tape. Well, if they say that was a real tape of Saddam Hussein, if that's really him, then he must be alive because that tape was dated. But that does not necessarily mean that. Saddam Hussein could have made those tapes days and days ago, and he could have made one for every night of the week with the date at the top of that. So they have not determined that. They do believe that Saddam Hussein was in that residential compound in a bunker with his sons and with other leadership members. And in the past couple of hours, the communications between the leadership have fallen off. Now, that could mean they're dead, they are injured, or they're smart enough not to talk anymore in case the United States picks up those communications.
Now, when you talk to your contacts in the military and in the political apparatus in the last several hours, do you pick up anything which suggests one of two things? A, that the ground campaign is going well enough, and that maybe they're using the air as a threat to somebody to try to make a deal, or do you pick up any signs from the other side that they're even talking to the United States at the moment?
I don't really pick up any signs that they're talking to them at the moment, but I think this ground assault that you see is exactly what General Nash describes too. It's softening up, it's going after these certain particular areas. I still very much believe from people I've talked to that we will all be shocked and awed at some point. People I talked to today said, look, what you're seeing now is just setting things up. When the massive assault starts, you will know it, there will be no doubt.
Well, here's a question I think we perhaps could put on the table. Is it a possibility, as several senior administration officials have said today, that they're seeing signs that an important part of Saddam Hussein's infrastructure is already crumbling, and it may not be necessary, I realize this is rank speculation, it may not be necessary to bring the air assets to bear in the degree that we had all earlier anticipated?
Well, I think certainly if they got the top leadership and if they are seeing solid signs that the regime is falling apart, yes, indeed, they would probably scale back. There was a fascinating briefing at the Pentagon yesterday. Now, this may not sound fascinating. It was called effects-based bombing. Right. But what that is strike a target, strike it with the right weapon, and to get the effect they want. They may have gotten quite an effect last night, not only by striking that target in terms of damage to that compound and possible damage to that bunker, but psychological damage. And if others, if Republican Guard members, if regular military people know about that, that might have had a profound effect. You heard earlier from Chris Wallace talking about it being almost impossible to find Saddam Hussein. I'm sure that the Republican Guard thought that. I'm sure the regular army thought that. I'm sure Saddam Hussein thought that. And if they had him targeted last night, that would have a profound effect.
So, Martha, will you do me a favor? Will you do us all a favor? Go back and talk to your contacts and ask whether or not it is possible that there's a sort of a hold here at the moment that we didn't anticipate. I quite agree. None of us, or not very many people, anticipated that this operation was going to begin in any way, shape, or form until probably tomorrow or even on Saturday.
I certainly will check, Peter. I don't know how much we're going to get on that. They're one of those details, operational details, they do not like to talk about. But if things are going swimmingly well, I'm sure we'll hear about it. I'll make some calls.
Thanks, Martha, very much. Martha Raddatz in Washington, who covers both the political and the military establishment for us on a daily basis. And I think I am just about at the moment, no, I have one moment, so I can tell you a couple of other things which are developed. It is the sheer complexity of these forces which has everybody sitting on the edge of their seats, in part because they know that at some point in the planning there were so many moving assets that were going to be going all at one time. And just taking again another look. You could sit and look at it by the hour, obviously waiting for something to happen at Baghdad, where it is now just a little before 5 o'clock in the morning. The sun is up. In a moment we'll get our reporter there up, who's stayed on, Richard Engel, who stayed on in the city and managed even to get out on the streets. Over there on the right side of your picture, we know that a government building was hit several hours ago. There's no residue of fire there at the moment, but there was a huge explosion over in the lower right-hand side of your picture, which we believe may well have been an element of the Ministry of the Interior. We shall see. This is ABC News continuing live coverage of the war with Iraq. Let's go quickly to the Pentagon, where the Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld, has showed up and is already giving us a briefing.
Tell us what efforts the United States is making to
reach on Capitol Hill.
The Iraqi military.
There are communications in every conceivable mode and method, public and private, to the Iraqi forces that they can act with honor and turn over their weapons and walk away from them, and they will not be hurt. And anyone, conversely, anyone that engages in the use of weapons of mass destruction or supports that regime will wish they had not. Good evening.
Thank you, sir.
Well, there is not much at the moment from the Secretary of Defense except to repeat what he had said on several earlier occasions, and that is the U.S. is sending as clear a message as it can to Iraqi forces that they can act with honor, or they can, just to pick up what he said at his earlier news conference, die fighting alongside a doomed regime, or they can live, again quoting him from his earlier briefing today, in a new and free Iraq. And on the subject of weapons of mass destruction, I'm sure he told the Congress what they already saw on television earlier today. The Iraqi army, the Republican Guard, all the elements which are there to defend the regime have been told, don't follow orders, don't light the oil fields on fire, and we believe there's a fire going in one of the southern fields. We do not know precisely how it began. Do not blow the dams and try to flood towns and villages in the path of the American invasion force, and do not under any circumstances use chemical and biological weapons. And he said, as he said before, anybody who does will be hunted down and tried as a war criminal. But the great emphasis on his news conference earlier today, and there he said a little bit of it again tonight, no need, he said, for a broader conflict if the Iraqis act to save themselves. Let's go to southern Iraq. Mike Saray, who worked for ABC News in California and in the Middle East, has been with the Marines for months and is out there with Fox Company, the 2nd Battalion, 5th Regiment. Mike?
I don't have program audio.
Hey, Mike, it's Peter. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Tell us what's going on, if you would.
Peter, I know you were very concerned earlier about the reports of oil fires. We have just passed a major oil field in southern Iraq, and it appears to be intact. We did see some explosions in and around the area. I'm not sure if another team has gone into the area, but they seem to be intact. There are not any wildfires. You can see the natural flames burning off some of the fuel stacks, but it seems to be intact. It's also somewhat chaotic here in that we've been seeing vehicles flying across the desert, lights out, filled with presumably soldiers. And we're getting reports from some of the tank commanders that there are some surrendering soldiers, and they're not even really stopping to hold them or contain them. They're moving that fast. They're just trying to penetrate as far and as deep as they can. Peter?
Am I correct, Mike, that the Marines do not want to have to slow down to take care of prisoners, that for the moment they're prepared to leave them in place?
It appears to be that way. The Marines were briefed that do not engage anyone who did not demonstrate hostile intentions. I was sitting next to 2 young lance corporals who were locked and loaded as a truck went by us, and they determined they were not hostile and let them go by. So it is still dark out here, Peter, and it is a bit confusing, but we have not met that much resistance.
And I'm not quite, I'll ask you the question, you can tell me what you're permitted to say. Do you know how deeply you are into the country at the moment?
I do not know, Peter. We've been running all through the night. All I know is we've been running about 7 hours since crossing the border. Peter?
It's taken you 7 hours to get across the border. Is that because of obstacles that you encountered as you went?
No, Peter, I'm sorry. We got through the border very easily. I'm saying we have been running ever since we got through the border as fast as we possibly could go. So we have been traveling this past 7 hours. We were able to get through the border quite easily.
And what's the terrain like?
The first part of it, Peter, was more like the moonscape, absolutely flat, no terrain features at all. As we've gotten further into Iraq, there are more relief features, there's a little bit more vegetation, and for the first time we were seeing power lines, roads, and I could see the lights of cities off into the distance in 3 directions.
Are you traveling on the road or off the road?
No, Peter, we have been going across the desert. We have not been on a road at all except for an occasional dirt road. We saw a highway just a few minutes ago, but we've been pretty much going across the desert. Peter?
And have you seen, you think you see some Iraqis going in the other direction in trucks. Have you seen any other Iraqi forces? Have you encountered any opposition whatsoever?
We are getting some reports from some of the lead vehicles that they are seeing some soldiers surrendering, or at least standing on their trucks and not demonstrating any hostile intentions. And given the mission that these Marines are on now, which is to go as quickly as they can and seize as much ground as they can, they seem to be leaving them in place. It was something that they were trained and they discussed quite a bit, that they knew there might be some defections, and they tried to educate the Marines as best they could to hold back and not shoot anything that was moving out here tonight, and so far they seem to have been demonstrating that restraint.
Anything else, Mike?
No, Peter, we're not sure how much further we're going to go. The sun should be coming up in about 2 hours, and we should have a better idea of where we are at that time.
Call us back at any time, and thank you very much indeed. Mike Saray reporting with the 1st Marines in Iraq. He's been with them from California, traveled overseas with them, and very deeply embedded in a personal way with the Marines that he's traveling with. But he does remind us that the Marine General commanding the U.S. forces said just before they were about to cross the line of departure earlier today, when I give you the word, together we will cross the line of departure, close with those forces that choose to fight and destroy them, but our fight is not with anybody else, least of all with the Iraqi people. Let's go to the White House and ABC's Terry Moran. Terry, I assume you've heard me speculating, I hope not too wildly here at the moment, about whether or not there's something going on. Do you have any feel for it at all?
Well, what I can tell you, some of the things you've been talking about on the battlefield stem from and are intimately connected with some presidential decision-making. The effort over the past days and weeks, which has intensified, it certainly sounds like, over the past few hours, to communicate with senior Iraqi commanders and get them to surrender, is not only to minimize the fight and the bloodshed and the chaos of war, although that is obviously its chief objective. The administration wants to leave intact as much as possible the administrative and the military apparatus in Iraq. I've been told by senior officials they just want to skim the top off of the Iraqi leadership. They think that they can live with the rest of the Iraqi governmental and military apparatus in order to stabilize the country. Now, that is a very controversial point of view in many circles.
Yeah, very, very indeed, and in fact deeply controversial in terms of members of the Iraqi opposition who in several cases in the last several weeks have wondered whether or not the Bush administration is not abandoning them in order to leave and essentially bath political military leadership in place.
Absolutely. There's a lot of talk that it should be a de-Baathified, as Germany was de-Nazified after World War II country. The President's Day, however, has not been focused on that issue yet. It has been a very active day for the President behind the scenes. He has done a lot of consulting, obviously, not only with his military planners, but with a lot of other elements in the government to put in place a sequence of actions that are essentially dismantling the Iraqi regime from Washington as much as can be done. Here's a look at what the President did today.
The day began with a council of war. Senior officials arrived at the White House early with one overriding question on their minds. Had the U.S. killed Saddam Hussein last night? The attack on a Baghdad villa that triggered the war ahead of schedule was the focus of high hopes among senior officials. They huddled in the Oval Office with the President, taking stock of the first assessments. With Iraqi TV broadcasting this statement it said was Saddam Hussein, the debate sharpened. By midday, the White House was clearly still hoping the strike had decapitated the Iraqi regime.
We have reached no conclusions about that videotape as to whether that is or is not Saddam Hussein or what time that may or may not have been pre-recorded. We've reached no conclusions.
But as the day drew on, officials tamped down expectations of an announcement of Saddam's demise. President Bush himself offered only one public statement today at a wartime cabinet he called, where he praised the troops now facing danger on his orders.
There's no question we've set the finest of our citizens into harm's way. They perform with great skill and great bravery. We thank them. We thank their loved ones. We appreciate their sacrifice.
With U.S. troops now engaged alongside British and Australian forces, but without the combat support of any other nation, the White House sought to send a very public message about how broad the President's 40-nation ad hoc Coalition of the Willing is.
All told, the population of the Coalition of the Willing is approximately 1.18 billion people around the world. The coalition countries have a combined GDP of approximately $21.7 trillion. Every major race, religion, and ethnic group in the world is represented.
The President also launched a diplomatic war today, asking 68 countries around the world to expel Iraqi diplomats and cease dealing with the current regime. And the administration sought to dismantle Saddam's government by ordering the seizure of $1.4 billion in Iraqi assets frozen after the first Gulf War.
We're today directing a worldwide hunt for the blood money that Saddam Hussein and his associates have stolen from the Iraqi people.
This war has been in the contingency planning stages for months, and you can see not just when it comes to battle plans, but when it comes to diplomatic plans, financial plans, humanitarian plans. This is clearly a long, thought-out effort to replace Saddam Hussein's regime.
Thanks very much, Terry Moran. Terry Moran at the White House. Affirming, I think, I don't want to put words in his mouth, affirming for us an important thought, which was this continuous push to get the Iraqi leadership to collapse and to get various members of the high command, both in the military and the political apparatus, to go along with the United States, as Terry says, not merely to avoid the kind of casualties that might be invariable in a war that gets even more ferocious than it has been up until now, but because, as he puts it, the Bush administration is prepared, content at the moment to leave large elements of the Ba'ath regime in place in order to govern a country which is 23, 24 million people, but is profoundly, deeply divided. And one of the things the administration worries about more than anything, perhaps, and certainly other people worry about, is what's going to happen in terms of the bloodletting if, in fact, Saddam Hussein and his entourage are defeated. Now we want to talk for just a couple of minutes about domestic terrorism. I'll give our control room upstairs the choice. Would you like to go overseas or domestic? Okay, so we'll go to Washington first of all. A little earlier today, Pierre, the FBI put out a be on the lookout order for a man named Adnan Krijuma. I think I pronounced it correctly. We don't know an awful lot about him, except that he carries a variety of passports. Can you bring us up to date on why they are interested in him?
Peter, they're extremely concerned because they think he was a pilot. They also think that he trained in Afghanistan, and he's associated, according to the FBI, with two men that they have been concerned about for a long time, Ramzi bin al-Shibh and Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, two key planners in the 9/11 attacks.
And I understand that he may be Guyanese, he may have been born in Guyana, but carries, among others, a Saudi Arabian passport and even possibly a Canadian passport?
Peter, this man is thought to carry a variety of passports, as you say. They think that he used to live in South Florida, near where some of the 9/11 hijackers lived, but right now they simply have no idea where he is.
And do you know how they arrived at the connection between him and Mohammed Atta?
Well, I'm told that they developed some overseas intelligence, but also that Khalid Sheikh Mohammed identified him as a field commander in Al-Qaeda.
Everybody knew that when the war began, the terrorist alert would go up here to what is at Orange now, which is the second highest level, and there'd be these kind of warnings go out. In fact, they seem to be almost sweep up everything, warnings from the FBI in the last couple of days. But this particular man, Krijuma is his name, you say connected to Mohammed Atta. Do you know how he come from the Pakistani correction from Mohammed? And do we know how much Mohammed has spilled, if at all, in the last several days?
Well, that's an interesting question. Khalid Sheikh Mohammed is talking, but there's a pretty big debate on whether he's being extremely truthful on all fronts. They think some of the information he's giving might be accurate. This is some of the information that they're fairly comfortable with, but there's some other things that he's talking about that they're not so certain whether he's telling the truth. And he's not been very specific about some of the things that he's given them.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Pierre Thomas, who covers the Justice Department, and, including the FBI, and the FBI for us. Now we're going to go to Washington because we have two congressmen with us who have just been briefed by Secretary Rumsfeld. They are Congressman Marty Meehan, who's a Democrat from Massachusetts. They're on the right, and they're on the left, Congressman Jim Saxton, who's a Republican from New Jersey. Let me start with you, Congressman Saxton, if I may. What did the Secretary tell you that you can tell the country?
Sir, I must say first that the briefing that we attended tonight was a classified briefing, that we were briefed at length for well over an hour by the Secretary. That must have been 3-4 dozen questions that were asked by members of Congress, to which the Secretary gave very specific answers. Right. But I'm sorry that we're really not at liberty to discuss those questions outside the room. Okay, well, as a matter of politeness, I won't end the interview automatically right now. But
Let me put it this way. Having listened to the Secretary, and I totally appreciate the fact that it was a classified briefing, though I didn't know it until you told me, did you find him confident?
He seemed to be very confident, and much of the Secretary's attitude, I think, reflected a confidence that things are, in fact, going as well as he expected them to go in the theater.
Congressman Meehan, a Democrat from Massachusetts, can I ask you a similar question? The Secretary and other members of the Bush administration has not always been as interested in congressional opinion as you would like them to be. What was your impression tonight?
Well, I was happy that the Secretary came over to talk to the members of Congress. It was a very free-flowing exchange where every member really had an opportunity to ask the Secretary a question, and I thought it was a great meeting. And you know, obviously the Secretary and the members of Congress are waiting to see some of the results of the strike that has taken place tonight and that took place last night. But I think it's fair to say that the CIA and the Pentagon are working very well together, and things seem to be going reasonably well.
Congressman Saxman, let me ask you this, did the Secretary tell you, as he has said to us earlier, that he has no information on whether Saddam Hussein was killed or injured during that attack?
That was the basic message. Yes, they just don't know whether he was in fact there or not. Obviously, they planned the attack thinking that he was, and they said that they won't know one way or the other until the intelligence comes in that shows one way or the other that he was or was not there.
And did either of you get a sense from this briefing, or do either of you have a sense with or without this briefing as to where this campaign might be going next?
I think you'll see some more of the same type of activity that you've seen today for some period of time. He was not even specific with us on that. And then the next phase of the war would kick in, and he wasn't specific on that either. And I'm really sorry that we can't tell you more.
I appreciate it. It's your job to be as correct as possible, and it is my job to push you as much as possible. Congressman Meehan, we're all patriotic in this regard, I promise you. Congressman Meehan, there's been great concern in the American population in general about the pace of war, the length of war. Americans, in some respects, have come almost universally to expect a fairly fast war. Is that the impression you have at the end of today?
Well, basically what has happened is actionable intelligence that the President received a couple of days ago from the CIA director. The campaign at this point obviously is a decapitation campaign, which means that it's geared towards the Iraqi leadership at this point. If in fact we are successful in that part of the campaign, then obviously it could end quicker. The mission here, or the goal, is to try to end this military conflict as quickly as possible with the least amount of loss of human life. And I think that's one of the reasons why this particular strategy has been pursued, to try to take out Iraqi military leadership first, which could reduce the loss of not only American lives, but innocent lives as well.
Well, I want to thank you both, Congressman Meehan and beside him Congressman Saxon. Given the fact that you were both in the classified briefing from the Secretary of Defense, you have been immensely circumspect. Thank you both very much. Thank you very much. Now I want to go to Baghdad because I think it's going to be the last chance we have for a while to talk to Richard Engel, our correspondent there. It's 20 minutes after 5. As you can see, the sun is coming up. Richard, how's the night been?
Well, Peter, the night has been relatively quiet, not too many developments. So far, we're waiting to see what the day is going to bring at this stage, whether it's going to be a quiet day. The one day of experience we've got has shown that the day has been a relative time of safety. Hopefully we won't be lured into a false sense of safety. The idea is during the day, go out, try and do a little reporting, go to some sites, take a look at what assess the damage, and then try and get back to your hotel with a relative degree of safety by nightfall.
Let me just ask you a couple of several questions for which maybe for fairly brief answers. If you had wanted to go out at night during these attacks, would it have been safe for you to go out on the streets?
Well, yes, I think it would have been safe for me to go out on the streets, but you never know. I wasn't willing to take that risk.
As you look
out.
Sorry, my apologies.
No, of course. If I had gone out, nothing would have happened to me. There weren't any riots or looting, and it would have been fine, and there wasn't any residual fire or shooting or anything like that.
But when we talked
so had I gone out,
when we talked 24 hours ago, or maybe it was not quite 24 hours ago, you were pointing out that there were members of the Ba'ath Party or the Ba'ath infrastructure who were out looking for Special Forces troops on a door-to-door basis. Did you see any of that last night, or aware of any of that?
I have seen they're basically doing that in poorer neighborhoods. I'm in an area that is, again, not a terribly residential area. It's there's several banks in the area, some large stores, and the streets are quite wide, quite like highways almost on either side. Not highways, but two-way roads. But this has been happening in crowded, small neighborhoods where it's one house after another. It's not the kind of house. What I've seen right around here is those vehicles. I've seen them on their. I see them where they're going, but they haven't necessarily. I hope they wouldn't necessarily stop me. I drove in a taxi past one today, and even though it's obvious that I'm a foreigner, no one stopped me, and no one, they weren't threatening to me in any way.
As I listen to you and look at our pictures from Baghdad, one of them seems to be fairly bright, and one of them seems to be fairly dark, as if it's night on one side of town and daylight on the other. Precisely what is the light level there at 25 minutes after 5 in the morning?
At 25 minutes past 5, let me get a little closer to the. It is just starting to. It's not pitch black. It's sort of slightly turning gray, and I guess it'll turn lighter shades of gray in the next few minutes. So it hasn't quite turned sun up, but you can see that it's just starting to pearl the ground.
Richard, just stand by if you would for a moment. I want to talk to you more, but I want to go to ABC's Jack McQuethy at the Pentagon, who I believe has news. John?
Peter, it appears that a Marine Corps CH-46CC night helicopter has crashed in Kuwait, not in Iraq. There were 16 people aboard, and their fate at this time is unknown, but we are told it does not look good. There were casualties on this crash. It is unclear what caused it, but if indeed there are fatalities, which officials are indicating there are, these would be the first American deaths of this conflict.
And do we know how it crashed?
No, we don't.
And could you tell us again what kind of helicopter it was?
It's a CH-46. It is it's a Sea-Knight. It is one of the standard helicopters that the Marine Corps uses to move its troops quickly back and forth from ships to shore, and then up and down the battlefield. It's a very reliable helicopter, and they have hundreds of them.
These are the helicopters that were built, many of them back in the 60s and the 70s, have been kind of the war horse for all the services, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and 16 men on board?
16 men on board, and fate unknown, but there are some indications, we are told, that at least some of them have probably perished.
Okay, John, thank you very much. Awkward to change subjects quickly, but let me, if I may, ask you also about the rumors that we keep hearing, very much on the periphery of the information bubble, about the Republican Guard or members of the Republican Guard defecting. Can you add to that?
Well, once again, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld came out of a briefing just a few minutes ago on Capitol Hill and again advanced the notion that some high-ranking members of the Iraqi military are showing signs of being interested in communicating with the United States. We understand from behind the scenes that the U.S. is somehow in contact with named senior Republican Guard officials. How they are in contact with the U.S. Is unknown to me, but the administration finds this very encouraging, and they believe that it is a result of the pressure, first the diplomatic, and now the military, and now the battlefield pressure that is being put on this regime, and Rumsfeld's approach to this, which is the inevitability that Saddam Hussein, one way or the other, is going.
I ask you questions I'm not sure you can answer. Do we believe that maybe these contacts, if they exist with the Republican Guard, are with elements of the Republican Guard in the south or in the north, or might they be in Baghdad itself?
I would think that it is around Baghdad, Peter. That is where the center of gravity is for the Republican Guard. Of course, the Special Republican Guard are actually inside the city, and they are not claiming contact with them. These are people who generally hail from closer to the hometown of Saddam Hussein, to Crete. But the Republican Guard, which is also a very fearsome fighting force, generally protects the city, but the Special Republican Guard will not let them inside. Anyway,
but the point is, very interesting description. The point is, if you're talking to Republican Guard in the Baghdad area, you're pretty far up the command chain, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Very far up. But where they are having these contacts is not exactly clear to me.
Anything else, John, for the moment?
No.
Come back to us when you can. Just to repeat what John said, and it's interesting because when you talk to commanders in the field just before this war began, they all tell you, almost to a man, in fact to a man, that they want Americans to be aware in this particular campaign just what war is like. And they also talk about the confusion. And if you look back at the histories of the Gulf War, you see that American men and women died in combat and died even before they got into combat. And this may turn out to be the case tonight with 16 people and assumedly a Marine crew as well on board. That's actually not the helicopter that would be in question. That is not the helicopter that we're referring to. The helicopter they're referring to is called by the Marines, if I recall, a Sea Knight, but it's a famous Chinook helicopter. It's the one with the two blades, front and rear, which is used by all of the services. There it is there, called, as I said, a Chinook by the Army, and M, which means a sort of multiplicity of uses that it can actually have, called by the Marines a Sea Knight. Traveling inside Kuwait, helicopter went down. Do not know how it went down. It may have been an operating failure. There's been some terrible weather in Kuwait, as you know, these sandstorms. We have no idea whether that could have happened. We shall do our very best to confirm this for you in realistic time, but as John says from the Pentagon, well, that answers the question about the weather. As John said from the Pentagon, 16 people were on board. There would be a crew of 1, 2, 3. There'd be at least a crew of 4 on board, both front and aft on a helicopter like that. And that's all we know at the moment. Now, John Hillen, former Special Ops officer, you wanted to get in the conversation a moment ago, John. What was it about?
Well, Peter, you know, there were almost as many people killed in accidents as were killed in combat during the first Gulf War. So I think especially with such movement of people and people tired and getting ready for operations, it's very unfortunately something we can come to expect. If you remember, only a few weeks ago we had a Black Hawk helicopter, a considerably newer variant of helicopters, tragically crash up near Fort Drum, New York. We've also lost helicopters recently just to training accidents in Afghanistan and the Philippines and Honduras and elsewhere. So this is unfortunately, as you pointed out, you know, one of the preludes to war is a large number of accidents that can happen at this stage in a war or in through it.
This is not necessarily a time to be teaching people about helicopters, but if you see the M in front of a serial number on a helicopter, you know it's a multi-purpose helicopter. If you see an A in front of it, it's an attack helicopter. Not a particular, and you come to expect these kind of things. Nobody, of course, expects these things at the moment. And so there is the word of what we believe may possibly be the first American casualties. This is ABC News continuing live coverage of the war against Iraq. I'm Peter Jennings at ABC News headquarters. It is 9:30 in the east, 6:30 Pacific time, 5:30 in the morning. The sun just coming up in Iraq. And here, as best we can tell at the moment, is the news summary of this particular moment, and it would be led in every news agency at the moment with the news we've just had from the Pentagon that there were 16 Marines and a crew, perhaps, can't be absolutely sure about that, on board a Marine helicopter that has crashed inside Kuwait, not in Iraq, and we do not know how many, if any, of those Marines have survived. But if they have been killed traveling across Kuwait in the early morning hours, these would be the first casualties that we are aware of in the operation to decapitate the leadership of Iraq in Saddam Hussein. Now, this is out of context, of course, because President Bush said earlier today he was pleased with how what they call Operation Iraqi Freedom is going. He would not have known of this news when he said that. The Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld said a short while ago the campaign is going very well. He gave a classified briefing to senators and to some congressmen a little earlier, and he appraised the approach which U.S. commanders are taking at the moment as excellent. We're not altogether sure what that approach is, but there's been a ground operation going on which many people thought would be preceded by an air operation, and we know very little about the air operation at the moment. The U.S.-led attack on Iraq has set off a series of protests worldwide. That's another item of news at this hour all over the world and in the United States as well. The U.S., we learned from the White House, is setting aside 661,000 tons of wheat to feed Iraqis. Terry Moran told us from the White House a while ago this is an example of the Bush administration thinking to the second phase of all this. Pilots who we've talked to with our embedded reporters in a variety of locations say the skies over Iraq are now crowded as American jets run non-stop missions, most of them from sea. We don't know altogether about land operations, but most of them from aircraft carriers in the Persian Gulf and in the Red Sea on the other side of Saudi Arabia to the west, and the British are running missions as well. So as we anticipated, the skies are very crowded, a very complicated operation with all those aircraft coming and going. Pentagon officials tell us the massive assault on Iraq has yet to begin. Iraq may have fired some long-range missiles that it has claimed not to have, but we're not sure of that. We know they fired some short-range missiles earlier today against Kuwait. Not altogether certain what they were aiming at, but nobody appears to have been harmed. Anti-terrorist officials in France are taking some extra precautions to guard against a terrorist attack because earlier today they found traces of the poison ricin in some packages at the Gare de Lyon train station in Paris. And here to talk briefly about that with us is ABC's chief investigative reporter Brian Ross.
Authorities there in France, Peter, tell us they believe they disrupted what could have been an attack against U.S. targets in either France or Italy. They had been keeping an eye on one locker at the train station with hopes that whoever was responsible would come to pick it up.
Okay, Brian, just stand by for a second. I want to go back to John McWethy at the Pentagon because I think we know more about the Marines. John?
Yeah, Peter, we do. Officials have confirmed there are 16 dead in what appears to be an accident, and they are both British Royal Commandos and some American Marines. So they were returning from a mission. Officials will not say whether this mission was in Iraq, but the crash or the downing of the helicopter did occur in friendly territory in Kuwait, and that is all we know tonight.
16 people, including the crew, right, John?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks very much. No survivors on the Sea Knight carrying British Royal Commandos and Marines back from a mission. The first casualties we are aware of, both British and American, that we have heard of today in this mission, returning from operations, very likely in Iraq, because earlier British pool reporting told us that British forces have attacked what's described in their dispatches as Red Beach at the head of the Persian Gulf in southern Iraq. Iraq only has one port with access to the sea, and both British commandos, members of the Royal Marines, and other forces were moving in that direction earlier this evening. U.S. Marines continue to advance into Iraq at this hour. We've had reports from various units. They're not all moving. Some of them are still standing still, according to our reporters, but some Marines are moving very quickly, according to ABC's Mike Surrey, across the desert floor well inside Iraq. British forces, as we know, are fighting with their Americans in Iraq, and there is an occasion in this war where, in the eastern side of the attack in southern Iraq, Marines are actually under the command of British officers. This is the first time, I think, and as long as I can remember, other people know better, but this is the first time in a long time that American Marines have fought under the command of a British officer, who of course in turn is under command of the chairman of all operations, who is an American. The Senate today has unanimously approved resolution commending the forces, American forces in the Gulf, and the commander-in-chief, of course. Iraq says it is going to ask the Security Council to respond to the U.S.-led war. There has been some general level, not high, but generally intense. No, I take it back. There's been some general dissatisfaction from some of America's most important allies at the governmental level today about this campaign. The French have expressed themselves, the Russians have expressed themselves, the Germans have expressed themselves, and while a lot of people in America do not think they are America's allies at the moment, they are, and they have expressed their dissatisfaction with the fact that ultimately the U.S. has gone to war. Iraqi media denying a report that U.S. and British troops have captured a city in southern Iraq. It's a small city called Qasr, which is at the head of the waterway going up from the Persian Gulf. Our sources say that British and perhaps American troops have captured that city and are well on their way to Basra. We did hear earlier there had been explosions in Basra, but we cannot give you any sense of the dimension of the fighting there. And very importantly for this U.S., principally U.S. operation, but U.S. and British, is that Turkish lawmakers earlier today gave the United States permission to use Turkish airspace to fly into Iraq. They cannot fly from the base. I think I'm correct in this, cannot fly from Incirlik, which is the big base that the U.S. always uses up there, but they can overfly Turkey from other places, either in Europe or in the Mediterranean, from carriers into northern Iraq, where we did hear also a little while ago there's some explosions in Mosul, the city in the very northernmost part of Iraq, which is very close to the area under Kurdish control. Let's go there at the moment. ABC's Charlie Glass is in the north, in the northern city of Sulaymaniyah. Charlie, what can you tell us about anything that's happening up there tonight, or any reports you've heard about the north?
Well, there are two large Iraqi army corps in the north, one near Kirkuk and one near Mosul. We're having reports that there are explosions around Mosul, but the reports cannot confirm whether the firing comes from the air or from the land, or what the nature of the explosions are. There were reports earlier in the day that there were air raid sirens in and around Mosul, but those seem to have been precautionary rather than because there were air raids going on in the daylight hours. At the moment, we know for a fact from our reporters who are down in Chemchemal near Kirkuk that the skies around Kirkuk itself, which is the larger oil field in the north, those skies are quiet and there's no bombing there.
And have you heard any, have you seen any evidence today that now that the Turks have given the U.S. overflight rights, of the U.S. flying into the region at all, or any aircraft flying into the region?
The skies above Sulaymaniyah and areas where we have people have been completely quiet all day. There's been absolutely no air activity in this part of northern Iraq, and no sign of any such activity. What we have seen is the preparation of Kurdish airfields here. There are 4 large runways in the north that the Americans could use if they want to, and the Kurds have been asked to prepare them for possible use by American aircraft, bringing in either men or material.
For the last 12 years up there, Charlie, the Kurds have led a pretty independent and even prosperous existence under the protection of the United States and Britain. What sort of condition is are the Kurdish fighting forces in? Who could they take on?
Well, they've mobilized their militias, the Peshmergas, the Kurdish word for those who face death. They're everywhere in the streets these days, which wasn't the case a couple of weeks ago. But they're not fighting anywhere. They're prepared. The Patriotic Union of Kurdistan guerrillas are now preparing for an onslaught against Ansar al-Islam, a fundamentalist Muslim movement that Colin Powell referred to at the United Nations, which is based near Halabja along the Iranian border. And there may well be operations there. The commander of the Peshmerga here told me that when the war began, the U.S. would assist it with air support in an attack on those Ansar guerrillas.
And how threatening, because you're going to lead me in a direction here now, how threatening is Ansar al-Islam thought to be either to the region, large or small, and to any overall campaign by the U.S. against the Iraqis?
Well, they're small. There are a few hundred of them. They are largely contained by the Patriotic Union of Kurdistan's militiamen. Some of their militiamen and even one of their military commanders have been assassinated by Ansar, but in terms of a larger threat, they don't seem to pose one either to possible lines of communications or to any offensive, which would actually be against Kirkuk and Mosul and not that far east along the Iranian border.
One last question about Ansar al-Islam. It is sometimes compared to al-Qaeda, but more specifically to the Taliban, even in their hundreds. Is that a fair representation as far as we know?
Well, they're mostly Kurdish fundamentalists, very small group. Sometimes they've received support from Iran. They are said to have received some of the Afghans and Afghan Arabs who fled Afghanistan, went across Iran and ended up here because there was nowhere else for them to go.
Okay, Charlie, I much appreciate it. I know it's the beginning of another day for you in the north there, so please come back to us with any news or any impressions. ABC's Charles Glass worked off and on in the Middle East, real expert in the Middle East, worked on and off for, gosh, almost 30 years now, and someone we rely on, and has been in the north for quite some time. So if anybody has a feel for the north in this campaign, it will be him. Let me go from Ansar al-Islam, whose terrorism worries northern Iraq and worries anybody who would go into northern Iraq at the moment, to domestic terrorism, and bring back ABC's Brian Ross. We were talking a little earlier to Pierre Thomas about the very widespread, sweep-it-all-up warnings that the FBI and other elements in the Justice Department have been putting out in the last several days. What is the general concern, and who most concerned about?
Well, they're most concerned about al-Qaeda. They're very much, while they're on the offensive in Iraq, they're very much on the defensive here, with people issuing dire warnings that a war could trigger a sympathetic attack. So we took a look, Peter, at what exactly Americans should be on the lookout for should a terror attack come. American law enforcement authorities say the country should be ready for people like those in this vehicle. Terrorists on the move, seen in an FBI aerial surveillance tape just 5 months before the September 11th attacks. In this case, on the streets of suburban Miami.
Brother, you tell me. I don't know the area like you do. I brought the map with us.
Inside the vehicle, another FBI hidden camera is rolling as the man calling the shots, Imran Mandai from Pakistan, talks of finding targets.
They were scouting out places that they wanted to bomb, specifically one airport that had a power plant facility nearby. They talked about blowing that up, and it could have been a disaster.
You know what's this? Do you know the stuff? This is launcher. Launcher?
And when an FBI undercover operative offered a carload of weapons, rocket-propelled mortars, AR-15 assault rifles, and explosive material.
Explosives, right? Uh-huh. And this is...
Mandai took the bait, according to federal prosecutor Jeffrey Sloman.
He was actively seeking to engage in a jihad against the United States. He was auditioning for Osama bin Laden.
This is the precise scenario that American authorities fear could be triggered by war in Iraq.
You want to check it?
Islamic radicals ready to fight for bin Laden, or terror sleeper cells already inside the country, poised to strike.
It could be the trigger.
So last night's bombing in Baghdad.
Last night could do it. They could think that as soon as the United States begins attacking Arabs, that they should do something.
Few people know more about the terror threat America now faces than Richard Clark. Until 6 weeks ago, Clark worked at the White House as the National Coordinator for Security and Counterterrorism. On September 11th, it was Clark, on a TV hookup from the White House, who briefed President Bush in an Air Force bunker in Nebraska.
We'll do the other guy at 5.
Now an ABC News consultant, Clark gave us the kind of briefing he once gave the 3 presidents he served over the last 11 years.
Iraqi intelligence and Iraqi terrorism per se, I don't think is the threat. I think it's sympathizers or groups like al-Qaeda, possibly even Hamas, that decide that they're going to do something in support of Iraq.
Even with Osama bin Laden thought to be on the run in the mountains on the border of Pakistan, even with his top military commander, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, in custody, Clark says al-Qaeda and its sleeper cells remain a threat.
We have reports of al-Qaeda using people who have a West European appearance. So they may have sleeper cells that the FBI doesn't know about and is not following.
In the kind of briefing he used to give to presidents, Clark says another hijack attack is unlikely.
Airplanes are probably the safest place to be right now, and airports are probably the safest place to be right now.
Nor is Clark overly concerned about reports al-Qaeda might try to poison America's water supplies.
It's very difficult to poison the water supply unless you take over the pumping station, and we would probably know if that happened.
But Clark does worry about so-called soft targets.
An attack on a shopping mall, an attack on a resort area like Las Vegas or Disney World, would really hurt one sector of the economy. And it doesn't take a big attack.
When you were at the White House, were you asked about the worst case scenario?
Well, the worst case scenario is also the least likely. The worst case scenario is a nuclear bomb going off in the United States.
Clark says the White House already has estimates for possible damage, with projected nuclear fallout footprints like this one, calculated for a 1 kiloton ground burst in New York City. The red circle represents the 100% casualty zone. You game this out?
We've gamed it out over and over and over again. And the
How does it come out?
Well, the answers are never satisfactory.
Which is why, Clark says, the highly visible added police patrols, including special forces teams trained to disarm nuclear weapons, are now seen all over New York and Washington.
You have to assume it's highly likely that during the course of this war, there will be a terrorist attack in the United States.
And now authorities say they are aggressively pursuing the same controversial tactics they used last year to disrupt the plans of Imran Mandi, the terrorist in Florida. The FBI put an undercover operative into the mosque Mandi attended in Pembroke Pines, Florida.
He wanted to put together a group of men totaling between 30 and 60, which we would consider a platoon, and this would be his terrorist cell.
The leaders of the Florida mosque said they had no idea of Mandi's intentions, but it is now one of more than a dozen mosques across the country being closely watched by federal agents.
When you have reason to believe that some facilities like this have been used in the past by terrorists as safe havens, then I think that concern overrides our civil liberties concern.
As for Mandi, he was convicted last year of plotting to commit terrorist acts and is now in federal prison. But American authorities fear there are many more like him around the country who they have yet to discover.
This is the word.
If you were advising the president now, as you did in your old job, would you tell him that the chance of a terrorist attack in this country is remote, likely, certain, perhaps?
I never say certain, but I would say at this point, if they're at all capable of doing it, now's the time they're going to do it.
Which is why, Peter, the FBI is on such a 24-hour alert, but to date, no problems.
Thanks, Brian. Brian Ross very much on domestic terrorism in the country today. I want to try to catch up with this, what appears to be an accident in Kuwait tonight. The British Broadcasting Corporation is now reporting that there were 12 Marines on board. The British put it this way, 12 U.S. and 4 British on this helicopter that went down. It is described to us as a sea knight, and I know how very often we laymen can grate on the minds of military men if we try to describe something about which we're not 100% sure. But I'm going to bring in Tony Cordesman, our military consultant. Tony, my understanding is that a Sea Knight helicopter used by the Marines and also by the Navy, and a Chinook helicopter, as I've mistakenly described it in the minds of some Marines, are pretty much the same kind of utility lift helicopter, right or wrong?
Peter, they're similar, but the Sea Knight is smaller and it's strengthened because you have to deal with hard landings on amphibious ships.
Okay, so the Sea Knight is used by the Navy and by the Marines, and the Chinook is used by the military and, by the Army and by the other services as well?
That's right. Actually, it's also the Sea Knight that the Osprey was supposed to have replaced about 5 years ago. So it's been rebuilt several times. As Jack McWethy says, it's still reliable, but it's a very old helicopter.
Okay, I apologize to the Marines who are watching us carefully, and I would also venture the opinion that they will agree with undoubtedly that what's of greatest concern at the moment is that 12 Marines, or 12 Americans, 12 Marines were told from the Pentagon, and 4 Brits have died coming back from a mission. We believe it was inside Iraq, but we do not know. We do know that the Marines and the British forces, the Royal Marines, have been moving up the eastern side of this long tail on the eastern side of Iraq towards Basra tonight. We do not know how successful they have been. We keep hearing about explosions around Basra, but there have been no close-in reporting as to what has actually been happening there. I want to go overseas again. Now, we've talked a little bit about the dissatisfaction overseas with the campaign today, with the war, I should say today. There were quite violent riots in Cairo today, where the Egyptian government let people demonstrate against the war because it was a way for them to vent steam. And there have not been any major serious demonstrations inside Jordan, and the Jordanian government has really made it very clear that anybody who gets out of line in Jordan is in for trouble. ABC's Dan Harris, who was until very recently in Baghdad, is now in the Jordanian capital, Amman. Dan.
Peter, today, or on Wednesday, it's now Thursday morning here, as you know, on Wednesday the government unveiled some new rules, you just alluded to them, that really crack down on any sort of demonstration or protest by anti-Western groups. These new rules essentially say that any anti-Western group or any anti-government group that holds a protest that has any potential of leading to violence, this will be banned and cracked down on hard. The government here is really taking a risk by quietly supporting the war in Iraq when the vast majority of the people here do not support the war. There was a small protest today, I believe we have some pictures, at the university in Amman. About 1,000 students, they were penned up against the gate, the campus gate. The police were standing right outside, and the students knew very well that if they got outside of the campus, they were going to have to deal with these riot police who had sticks. Those police later chased off all onlookers, including the media. So the government here very much on edge, very much looking out for any protests.
And there is a very significant Iraqi population which has been living in Jordan. I think about 300,000 Iraqis live in Jordan who live there in exile from Saddam Hussein. And the government is, am I correct, worried about some fifth columnists there who may cause trouble when the war began?
Absolutely. This has been a concern for quite some time because the relationship between Jordan and Iraq changed dramatically. As you know, the government here was neutral publicly during the war, the first Gulf War back in 1991. A couple of years after that, the government changed its stance and tilted toward the United States, and ever since then, the Iraqi population here has been problematic in the eyes of the government because there are people here that the government thinks work for Saddam Hussein, and their job may be to cause trouble.
But as people in Jordan sometimes say a little too glibly, the Jordanians are caught between Iraq and a hard place, because up at least until the beginning of this war, the Jordanians were getting a huge, overwhelming amount of their fuel, and a lot of it free from the Iraqis.
I believe they were getting all of their oil from the Iraqis, half of it free, half of it subsidized. They have recently cut a deal with the help, I believe, brokered by the United States to take care of any shortcoming in the oil coming in from Iraq during the war. Saudi Arabia has agreed to contribute a lot of free oil in the case that the oil from Iraq gets cut off. Economically, this is a very difficult situation in terms of internal politics for the king here, Abdullah. It is also a very difficult situation. Most of the population here are Palestinian. They have very positive feelings about Saddam Hussein, who for years has been an open economic and psychological, philosophical patron of the anti-Israeli intifada.
Interesting. Dan, you said you had some pictures. We'll try to find them. Did you send them to us?
We did send them in, and they're nothing overwhelming, but you can really see from the pictures that the police here are very vigilant, and these students knew that if they came outside of the gate of the university, they were going to have an unpleasant meeting with men with large batons and sticks.
Okay, we'll look for them. We'll get the control room to find them. Many thanks for checking in. Just a little before 5 o'clock. What is your time there? 10 to 5 in the morning? 10 to 7 in the morning.
After, yes, 10 to 5 in the morning, yep.
Okay,
yep.
Many thanks. Dan Harris in the Jordanian capital, Amman, another day ahead of them. A very difficult position to be. And when the war begins, one of the other people, now that the war has begun, one of the other people we want to check in with is David Wright, who's a few hundred kilometers to the east on the Jordanian-Iraqi border. David, you told us yesterday that a surprisingly few people were coming or going, and as many people were going back into Iraq as coming out. Has that changed?
Well, it has changed a bit, Peter. The traffic has slowed to a trickle going toward the border. Also, the Jordanian authorities have made this a closed military zone. Only military vehicles are allowed in, only refugees are allowed out. The Jordanians are sensitive, as you and Dan have been discussing, to the idea that they are supporting the U.S., and they're lending a great deal of support under the radar screen here. There are about 7,000 U.S. forces, most of them special forces, operating out of an air base that I can see over there. We're not allowed to show it to you,
right.
But those forces have been on the move.
But just take a minute, and I realize it's still not yet first light, take a minute and explain to people what the landscape is out there. It is just desert, about as far as beyond where the eye can see, both on the Jordanian and on the Iraqi side of the frontier.
367 miles flat all the way to Baghdad, as you well know, Peter. And yet, in that territory, there are a number of key targets that the U.S. is very interested in, both because they represent a threat to Israel and because they represent an opportunity to the U.S. forces. There are a number of key air bases in there in particular that were the places where they launched Scud missile attacks at Israel in 1991. The U.S. doesn't want to see that repeated. They also could be very important forward operating bases for the U.S. If the push on Baghdad should take some time.
Now, the U.S.
One of them in particular, H3, that you and John McWethy have been discussing earlier today, this H3 base could be a very important strategic asset for the U.S. in the push toward Baghdad.
It's
sort of the invisible front in this war. We're not able to see it.
Well, we can see it on our aerial map here. It is a huge air base out in the middle of in the middle of nowhere. It's an Iraqi base. It's been described to us as larger than Heathrow in London, but it is huge, and you can see from where it is what potential it has. It's inside Iraq. It gives the U.S. An enormous capability, first of all, to land its own aircraft in the western part of Iraq, to land troops in the western part of Iraq, to become a real supply base in the western part of the country as well. And a lot of people are a little surprised when we tell them that the main highway, which is not that close to H3, but the main highway from Jordan to Baghdad on the Iraqi side is an absolutely gorgeous super highway that you can travel on at very high rates of speed. And it is at that axis of the two countries where all of the Iraqi oil, much of it coming out illegally, has come out to Jordan, and other oil goes north towards the Syrian border, which is just above Jordan on your map. But there you get some sense of the runways which are available to the U.S. now to take in cargo aircraft, men and material without much interference. It was expected, I think, by everybody going into this campaign that it would not take the United States very long to command the skies whatsoever. And the fact that H3 has been taken earlier tonight will just simply reinforce their command of the skies in the western part of the country close by Jordan. I want to talk now on the telephone to David Fox, who is a Reuters correspondent who is out there on the front lines between Iraq and Kuwait tonight. David, we've been reading some of your dispatches earlier, and you, I think, were one of the first people to report that you saw explosions in Basra. Can you elaborate?
Yes, not quite in Basra, but certainly over Basra. I mean, there's been a sort of constant wave of bombings and artillery aimed in that direction throughout the night. Dawn's broken here now, so it's more difficult to see the actual fireballs. But during the night until about 45 minutes ago when dawn broke, it was very clear what was going on all the time. The sort of barrage moved from the east, from al-Qasr. I don't know if you've been directing your viewers towards that. Yeah. And it's been going westwards towards Basra, and then there was a very intense period for the last couple of hours, and it's still going on. I don't even know if you can hear us over the telephone.
No, I can't. But do you know whether or not Qasr has fallen to either British or American forces?
Don't know that from our position, though. We're pretty isolated here. We can only see what we can see rather than hear anything else.
And can you, I mean, are you with forces or are you independent at the moment?
No, we're independent.
So can you tell us where you are?
I can tell you that I'm on the border and near the main artery that goes from Kuwait to Basra, probably about 32 miles south of Basra.
Right. So you're on the extension of Route 80 that goes all the way from Kuwait City up into Iraq itself?
Exactly. We're off that route, but pretty close to it. Yes.
And have you seen an awful lot of traffic going north today?
No, not a great deal. I think a lot of the traffic was moved in the previous days. In the last 2-3 days, there hasn't been that much movement, but there's been a lot of movement in front of us in the DMZ and on the Iraqi side of what, an educated guess would tell us are bulldozers and heavy military equipment clearing minefields, things like that, or clearing what they suspect might be minefields.
I appreciate it very much, David. It's nice to hear your voice. David Fox of the Reuters News Agency on the border. This is ABC News continuing coverage, live coverage of the war with Iraq. Well, that is Baghdad. by dawn. 6 o'clock in the morning exactly in Baghdad. No air activity at the moment, though we do believe that elements of the U.S. ground forces are, in fact, in some cases, racing towards the general area of Baghdad. If you just do minor calculations about the speed of operations on the Iraqi side of the border tonight, some U.S. forces are clearly traveling very quickly. We do not know what it means that there has not been a second level of attacks on even selected targets in Baghdad tonight, but that is what Baghdad looks like this evening. One of the many mosques, some of them small and neighborhood-like, as in this particular one, and some of them built by Saddam Hussein throughout his reign, absolutely huge. And in the process, even now, in the western part of the city, is being built what he had intended to be the largest mosque in the world. We can go back now on the phone to ABC's Ted Koppel, who we haven't talked to in several hours, who is with the 3rd Infantry Division. Good morning, Ted.
Good morning, Peter. Well, the ground invasion of Iraq has begun. Quite literally, 1 minute ago, the first tanks began moving across the berm. I'm watching them now. We are standing at the berm. We are still about 50 feet inside Kuwait, but the Abrams tanks are now moving across a long line of them. About 5 of them have just crossed into Iraq, and there is a huge, huge line of them. It's just after dawn here, and of course they're kicking up a huge amount of dust as they move in. But the advance column here is made up of nothing but Abrams tanks. I assume that they'll be followed by Bradley fighting vehicles, and then you'll have the tankers, the support vehicles, the Humvees. There are going to be thousands of them passing across. Quite literally thousands, 10,000 of these vehicles. One of the Bradley tanks that's going across right now has got a rake-like blade on the front. They have been clearing for mines, and they have had considerable action during the night. I just spoke to General Buford Blunt, who's the commanding general of the 3rd Division, and he was telling me that they killed somewhere in the neighborhood, I believe he said 11 tanks last night. So they moved the Iraqis moved a tank company up here to the border last night. They were engaged during the night hours. I say, fight is just breaking here.
Were you aware that this battle was going on last night from where you were?
No, we had no sense at all. We were about 4 or 5 miles back. We broke our small encampment this morning at shortly before 5 local time, and it took us just about an hour to drive to the border. And that's where we're standing right now.
And is it
I'm hoping, Peter, that we're going to be able to come to you with a live picture. We're firing up our satellite truck right now, and we should be able to come to you in just a few minutes.
We'll certainly wait for it. Is it your impression that this advance across the border was timed to coincide with first light this morning?
Well, I don't know if it was timed to coincide with first light. General Blunt has been talking about the timing of this. The timing has been changing quite literally, Peter, day by day. And I know that there was some doubt in his mind as to whether the invasion would take place today. Initially, it was supposed to begin tomorrow. I'm speaking now of the ground invasion. But I think then with the bombing of Iraq that took place yesterday, everything was moved up 24 hours. But in any event, the invasion of Iraq has begun.
It seems to be the case all across the border, with the Marine Expeditionary Force having already gone into Iraq at another part of the border. Have you any sense of how long it's going to take to get all these tanks and all these Bradley fighting vehicles across the frontier? Is there a schedule which you have any feel for?
Yes, I have a very good sense of it. It's going to take about 20 to 24 hours. I mean, we are talking here about multiple entry points, as you've indicated. And when I talk about multiple entry points, I'm only speaking of the 10,000 vehicles for the 3rd Infantry Division, not the Marines. But these guys are going to be passing through these multiple entry points for 20 to 24 hours before they are all inside Iraq.
Okay, Ted, we'll wait for your pictures. Is there anything you want to add at the moment?
No, I think that's it. I just wanted you to know that it started.
Okay. Much appreciated. Ted Koppel with the 3rd Infantry Division. And if you were to look at a map of Iraq now, we'll invite our military consultant, Tony Cordesman, in here to help us with this. This is the invasion on the left side of the line of departure, on the western side. If you just zoom in on the map, you'll see the left side is largely desert, and the 3rd Infantry also has believed from the beginning that they'd have a fairly open path going out on the western desert all the way up at least parallel to Baghdad. Tony Cordesman, tell us what else we should know at the moment.
Well, Peter, you've outlined the core part of this because they're coming up through here. Now, all the other units, the Marines, the British Army units, are in areas where there could be water barriers and water crossings. These forces coming out of the Army are coming up a line of advance where there are still some water crossings, but most of the road up to Baghdad is going to be relatively dry, relatively quick. They can either bypass a lot of these towns through the desert or potentially seize a 6-lane highway, and if they have the backing of helicopters, perhaps even use that to get to Baghdad quickly.
Let me just give you, stay on your map for just a second there. You've got that little down the left-hand side there, Nasiriyah. That's about 230 miles from Baghdad, if I recall. And it's on the Euphrates, and it's surrounded by marshes in the Euphrates Valley there. Does that mean that the tanks will stay west of Nasiriyah and just stay in the desert heading northwest?
Peter, once they get out of this area here, there are water barriers, canals, rivers, through the area. There are also other bridges simply for viaducts and so on. But this is not the heavy marsh area. To get to the area where there are really major water barriers, you really have to be in and around here. So is this going to be easy? No, but do they face the kind of water barriers they would over here? It is easier to move through there. Of course, sooner or later, as they curve back toward Baghdad, they'd either have to loop all the way to the desert and then go between the lakes to the west of Baghdad, or they'd hit water barriers near some of the Shiite shrine cities.
Okay, let me go back to that map again and ask you another question then. Do you believe that the Army is going to go to the east of Nasiriyah, or is it going to stay? We take a look at our aerial map here. We have some sense of what this is actually what the terrain looks like. So the very light brown is desert, and the inn, as you can see, slightly hilly in some places and full of marshes. Do we believe that the Army will stay outside in the desert, or will go inside and have to go through some of that marshland?
Peter, normally I'd say they'd go east, but there's a lot of innovation here. We don't know what's happening with the 101st Air Mobile Division. We don't know what the 82nd is doing. What could happen would be that these land forces might go both east and then up one of the main roads, using helicopters perhaps to brush some of the Iraqi forces out of the way. And one of the advantages here is, at least to the east, there are no Iraqi major divisions at all, and if they go up the other route, they can go a long way before they hit the Republican Guards.
Once again, U.S. forces going towards Nasiriyah, are passing another hugely historic place in the history of man. About 11 miles to the southwest of that circle, perhaps even within that circle, is a place called Ur, the birthplace of Abraham. And no matter where U.S. forces go in Iraq, they are wandering and attacking and driving through and near and by some of the great cradle places of civilization. And one of them, as they go in tonight, Ted Koppel having said the 1st Division has, or the 3rd Division has crossed into Iraq now, will be close to Ur. Now, Ted is back. Okay, Ted Koppel said he was going to try to get a camera up this morning. Hey, Ted, it's yours again.
Peter, can you hear me?
Very clearly, Ted. Go ahead.
All right, excellent. I must say I was trying to think of something that would be appropriate to say on an occasion like this, and as is often the case, the best you can come up with is something that Shakespeare wrote for Henry V, wreak havoc and unleash the dogs of war. And there they start moving into Iraq. You know, I spoke to you just a few minutes ago as the very first vehicles went in, I'm going to ask the cameraman just to pan over now, and you can watch this really endless line. There's a Bradley fighting vehicle going by right now, a couple of them passing through the border, and the line stretches in the other direction as far as I can see, Peter.
And so what kind of a night has it been? For example, there's a large berm behind you which looks like it has been broken through. Is that what they spend the night doing, creating these openings?
Actually, Peter, I have a feeling that there have been engineers and special ops forces in here for quite a long time. And this last berm they just broke through, I guess, during the course of the night. There's another berm about 5 miles up. They had broken through that. They quite literally just left the barbed wire in place, although I think they'd even snipped that before the invasion began. But symbolically, that barbed wire was the last thing standing between these ground forces and Iraq.
So talk to us a little bit now about logistics, because you talked about the Abrams going in first at the moment, and they're the greatest gas guzzler in the U.S. military. So where's all the refueling trucks for them? Right behind?
The refueling trucks are coming, and Peter, I'm trying to remember now. I think there are 350 of the oil tankers. Each oil tanker carries some 5,000 gallons, and I did the math before. I couldn't do it otherwise this early in the morning. 1,750,000 gallons of fuel that they are bringing with them. And they have built a pipeline through northern Kuwait all the way to the border here. And over these next few days, among the other things they'll be doing is laying pipeline, because they're going to be pumping oil all the way up from Kuwait into Iraq, simply to support this enormous armored force.
Talk to us a little bit about the Abrams tank. It is the principal tank in the U.S. military. It is vastly superior to the Iraqi tank, even though the Iraqis have some extremely good Russian tanks.
It is the biggest, the baddest tank in the world, and they are enormously proud of it. It has got huge firepower, and it is, at least from the front, and as you know, Peter, tankers maneuver so that they can try and approach each other so that they are coming from the front. The front of the Abrams tank is essentially invulnerable to anything that any other tank can throw at it. Now, if they can get it from the top, if they can get it from the side, they can probably knock the tread off. But it's an enormously powerful tank, and it has huge firepower with it.
And once you get into Iraq, the Abrams has the extraordinary advantage over the Iraqis of being able to fight at a greater distance.
You, of course, have put your finger right on it. They can fire from a distance of over 2 miles with extraordinary accuracy, and I believe that the best that the Russian tanks have is probably about 1.25 miles, 1.5 miles. So they can stand off, and they can be killing enemy tanks, and the enemy can't even approach them.
Would you mind asking your cameraman to show us as much as we can within your limitations of the environment you're in?
I was just about to ask him to do that. Alex, if you would just turn the camera around so that they can see this long line.
This is Alex Bruckner, one of our...
Peter, we'll see. I hope you'll forgive me, Peter, if on this occasion I say not one of our. He's the best cameraman we've got.
Alex Bruckner, he's an Austrian.
Certainly this morning.
That's right. His sound recordist is his wife. They have seen an extraordinary amount of service for ABC in many, many parts of the world. They've been in combat more times than I think they like. But when Ted went off to be embedded with the 3rd Infantry, he was not dumb. He took Alex Bruckner with him, who's a great cameraman.
You can see the line just stretching off into the distance, Peter, and you can see what is the bane of our existence out here. Those white clouds are just clouds of very, very fine sand. It gets into everything. It gets into the machinery, it gets into our eyes, nose, mouth, and it's almost impossible to stay away from it. And of course, when you're in convoy with these kinds of vehicles, the dust is just everywhere.
Ted, there was quite a lot of talk before the 3rd Infantry crossed over that the goal here was to move rapidly towards Baghdad and did not expect to meet any significant opposition, I think you said. But as we're seeing from the pictures today, the infantry only moves as fast as its slowest vehicle. So what does that mean in terms of overall speed?
Well, I'm not sure that's entirely true, Peter. The business about moving as fast as their slowest vehicle. Had they found that they were successful yesterday in killing Saddam Hussein, I think you would have seen all the fastest vehicles moving up to Baghdad probably in a day or a day and a half. As things stand, and you'll have to tell me because I don't have that information. I assume that Saddam is still alive, or don't they know?
I think they don't know. I think the general consensus at the moment is that it was when he appeared on television, or when somebody appeared on television speaking to the Iraqi people today, it was Saddam Hussein. But it's only the general consensus of analysts. I don't think anybody knows absolutely for sure at this point.
Well, since they don't know, and since I guess the assumption has to be that he's still alive, the drive toward Baghdad is something that will begin probably in another day or so, but there's some other business that has to be taken care of in some locations here in the south, and you'll be hearing about those over the course of the next couple of days. My assumption is that it'll probably take us about 4 or 5 days at the least to get up to Baghdad now.
Okay, Ted, anything, you can come back anytime you want. Anything else for the moment?
Well, I just think, Peter, we ought to take note of the significance of what is happening here, because this is an invasion that in this particular case, of course, was not prompted by any invasion of the United States. I know that members of the administration have been creating a tenuous linkage between Al-Qaeda and the Iraqis, so that there is that linkage between 9/11 and what's happening here now. But this is a more proactive, preemptive kind of operation, certainly a larger preemptive operation than I think the United States of America has ever engaged in. And whichever way it goes, I think it's going to shift the plates of the world.
Something else you could do for us at the moment, Ted, while we just keep our camera, keep Alex pointed at the various pieces of equipment going by, is to describe a little more of the actual armament that is going in. We're looking at the Abrams now. There's an armored bulldozer, I think, behind one of those Abrams. But the capacity of this armored division is really quite extraordinary and more modern in the last 10 years since the Gulf War than anybody had ever anticipated, correct?
No, you're exactly right. And in many ways, the most modern thing about it is not even its fighting capability. I'm talking now of the Abrams tanks and the Bradley fighting vehicle, but the communications that exist in each one of these vehicles with command, which is also mobile. We have a fairly significant command post, mobile command post, that is occupied by General Blunt, and inside he has both satellite capabilities, computer capabilities. All this information is fed into the computers and can be immediately transmitted, not over field telephone, but immediately transmitted by touching the screen. The icons will move and he can give directions to any of these tank commanders. I mean, quite literally an individual tank commander, or they, if they are going into action, can communicate back to the commanding general, who can then distribute the information all around. So the communications, I would say, is the biggest difference in terms of their fighting capability right now. I'd like, Peter, just to draw your attention, Alex, if you could just get a shot of that. You see the panel on the side of the tank?
Or on the Bradley.
Corrugated panel, Peter, on the side of the tank?
I do. That's actually the Bradley we're looking
yes.
at. Yeah.
Thank you. That's yes, you are right. We are looking at a Bradley. Right. That corrugated panel enables. There were a lot of instances of fratricide during Operation Desert Storm. And those panels allow any fighting vehicle out here and any aircraft to immediately identify that vehicle as belonging to the U.S. Army. So they are hoping that the instances of fratricide will be kept down to an absolute minimum.
And maybe you could ask Alex to pan back for just a second to the left to pick up those guys who have, to their great relief, I think, got out of the back of their Bradley fighting vehicle. It's slightly misnamed as a fighting vehicle. It does have a 25mm cannon on the top, and it does have an additional machine gun, but it is principally a transporter of men. And if they have to sit in the back, they tell us that it's a good, decent accommodation for 6 people, and sometimes they've got 10 people in the back. And if you've got 7 or 8 people in full chemical suits, as you've seen Ted wearing at the moment, it is about as uncomfortable as you can get. And you do not want to be a driver of a Bradley fighting vehicle, I think, Ted, if you're taller than 5'4".
I'm just a little bit taller than 5'4", and I was inside a Bradley fighting vehicle the other day, and you're absolutely right. Very, very little room. The squads, actually, you're leading into an interesting line of discussion, because the Bradley fighting vehicle normally takes a squad of 7. But in point of fact, the infantryman, as you and I remember him from World War II days or Korean days or even Vietnam, the days of the infantrymen are not quite over, but they are certainly diminished. This is a mechanized infantry division, and out of 20,000 men, only 1,200 of them are actually infantrymen in the sense of, on occasion, having to get out and walk. This is not one of those occasions. Everybody rides today.
I just wanted to add one more thing, and perhaps you can do it even better than I can, about these thermal imaging panels which are on the side. They're sometimes on the roof. You can also see them, for example, on that vehicle just going by. You can see them on the back of a fighting vehicle as well. But this is another example of the extraordinary technology which is available to U.S. forces this time, because it is the heat pattern from trucks and jeeps and Bradley fighting vehicles and tanks that airplanes and gunners pick up through their thermal imaging devices. Have I got that right, Ted?
That's exactly right. Now, those side panels, of course, would be visible to other ground forces.
Right.
What they have is a special tape that is put on top of each of these vehicles, and that tape is visible from, I'm told, 13,000 feet up.
I grant you it is quite an amazing sight to see. You said, I thought, 10,000 vehicles in this entire movement of the 3rd Infantry Division moving forward?
That's exactly right. And there you see one of the tankers going through, and the men, you should know, have been told that they were to bring enough MREs, meals ready to eat, enough food for 5 to 7 days, enough water for 5 to 7 days, and that adds up to an enormous amount of water, because out here, Peter, it's still quite brisk and chilly because it's shortly after dawn, the sun is just rising. But the men here are told that they should try to consume 3 liters of water every day. And so 3 liters of water per man times 7, just to carry 21 liters of water for each man. You can imagine how stuffed those vehicles are. And if you look at the side of them, you can see that the men's duffel bags are on the side. One of the things that everyone is concerned about, of course, is if in the wonderful new parlance of the modern GI, if they get slimed. They borrowed that, of course, from Ghostbusters.
Right.
What they're talking about is if they get hit by chemical or biological weapons, everything on the outside of these vehicles is gone. All of their gear, which they tend to hang from the outside of these Bradleys and these tanks, has to be disposed of, because they're not going to be able to save it.
But as we watch these tanks, and there again is an armored bulldozer going forward, we're reminded to add the importance of these panels on all of these vehicles, because in Desert Storm in 1991, looking back at my fact book, Friendly Fire, fratricide, as it's often referred to in the military, or blue on blue casualties, accounted for 24% of U.S. combat deaths. So this is not only a huge but a necessary step forward. Ted, I must say, the microphone you're using will remind some of our viewers of reporting from Britain during the Second World War, because that's a sound exterior sound suppressing microphone which you very rarely ever see in the field.
Yeah, which, well, you and I call them lip mics, and we use them when there's a lot of extraneous noise. And as you can imagine, with all this heavy armor rolling by, we thought there would be so much noise that if we used one of our more modern and tinier microphones, all you would hear is the sound of the armor, and we wouldn't be able to talk to one another.
All right. Ted, while you and I have been chatting, our principal military analyst, Tony Cordesman, has been listening to us. If we could just keep your camera up for a second, we'll invite Tony to come in and give us some sense of the overall tactic here, Tony, for
Absolutely.
the 3rd Infantry Division.
Well, I think one of the keys, Peter, here, and what you're seeing by going into the desert, is to try to avoid all of the regular Iraqi units as long as possible. You probably may even be able to drive the Republican Guards back on Baghdad. That gives the Army the maximum speed. The difficulty where Ted is, we're not sure of the position he's using. It's easy to draw these lines on the map, but sooner or later, there are bridge crossings. You have to go across the Euphrates. If you go into that main road, there's something like 40 bridges in that area.
Mm-hmm.
And there are Republican Guards divisions in here. There's the possibility of chemical weapons. And you've got 2 corps of the regular army. Now, if the regular army stays in place because of the air, if the Republican Guards is cut up, and Ted's forces, the forces Ted's are with, can move through these areas, we could be in Baghdad in a couple of days. If the Iraqis fight well and the U.S. and British forces meet serious resistance, it could be a different story.
You use the phrase corps with reference to the Iraqi army. What is a corps in Iraqi terms?
Well, it differs according to where they are, but down in the area in the south, there is 1 corps with 3 divisions. That's a heavy corps by the standards of the Iraqis. It has a mechanized division, an armored division, and an infantry division. There's another regular Army corps that has 3 divisions, but only one of those divisions has real tank strength. The other 2 are infantry. And again, when we look at the forces Ted is with, these U.S. forces are all professional, all trained, all volunteers. In the Iraqi forces, almost all of the infantry divisions are low-grade conscripts. Many of them are Shiite. Some of them even are assimilated Kurds. They have far less incentive to fight, very little training, very little professionalism.
Let me call on now someone who has more experience with this than the rest of us all put together, and that's Major General William Nash, who's one of our analysts. He's currently a fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations in New York City, though based in Washington. But in the Gulf War, he was commander of the 1st Brigade of the 3rd Armored Division, which is now defunct during Desert Storm. And they were part of the main attack from Saudi Arabia into Iraq and fought the Republican Guard. So, General Nash, if you wouldn't mind, as we watch this procession of tanks and Bradley fighting vehicles and bridge-building equipment go by, what would you be thinking? For one thing, where is the air cover at the moment, or is it necessary?
Well, I'm sure that General Buford's got his air cavalry assets out in front of the division at this point, conducting reconnaissance and surveillance to his front and flanks as he moves through. There's no need for air cover over the column. The fact that the Iraqi forces don't pose an air threat to him. What he's trying to do now is get the division through the berms. The brigade commanders and the battalion commanders, as soon as they clear the berm areas, they'll go into combat formations that will allow the column, though, to widen. The forces will widen. They will also be able to close up, and they'll start picking up the pace of their movement to around 15 miles an hour across the desert.
Now, if you wouldn't mind doing the math for us, just break it down for people who are not so familiar. How many men and how much equipment in a division? How many men and the equipment in a battalion? And break it down even further, how much equipment and how many men in a brigade?
Well, To begin with, let's start with the company, Peter.
Okay.
And there's about, in a tank company, there used to be 17, I'm talking like an old soldier, 15 tanks.
Right.
And with about 100 soldiers, a little bit less than 100.
Right.
Three to four companies per battalion. With their support troops, that's 500 folks. 3 to 4 maneuver battalions in a brigade, plus artillery, plus engineers, plus logistical support. Probably for this operation, 3rd Infantry Division brigades are running about 5,000 soldiers.
Right.
You put the division together, 3 brigades, plus their artillery, plus their aviation, plus their logistics, plus their engineers, you're up in the 15 to 20,000 soldier range.
So the 3rd Infantry Division, as we see it proceeding across the frontier today in front of us, about 6:30 in the morning their time, is somewhere between 15 and 20,000 men, and how many tanks?
He's probably running about 350 tanks and a few more Bradley fighting vehicles.
All right, let me raise the bar just one more time. Many of these divisions and these brigades...
Peter?
Yes, Ted, go ahead. Ooh, look.
Peter, can I let me just jump in for a moment. You can probably see that a bridge is being put in place across a massive ditch that the Iraqis had built. Can you see it through the dust?
Yes,
and between the
absolutely.
vehicles as they go by?
Absolutely.
They are laying that bridge right now, and I'm sure the general can explain to you how helpful that is and how quickly it's going to enable them to open up a new path through the berm here.
Well, Ted, you're doing a very good job by yourself. There are a lot of ditches there on either side of the berm. These berms were partly built by the Kuwaitis on this side and partly built by the Iraqis, correct?
Yeah, I suspect that the one you're looking at right now was probably built by the Kuwaitis. This is the last little bit of Kuwait that these armored vehicles are passing through right now. But this will enable them to...
is well underway, far in advance of the air war, except for those very limited cruise missile strikes. I'd be curious to know, General Clark, what do you make of the fact that this really seems to go against sort of every convention of what we expected to happen, where there would be at least a simultaneous air and ground war, if not a air war, and then a short period after that we'd see the ground war start. But here we see the tanks racing northward, and the air war really hasn't started, at least not yet. What do you make of that?
Well, I think it's obviously working so far. This is enemy security zone, and we wouldn't have expected much air defense out in this zone. We've been flying over it for a long time, and there's absolutely nothing doctrinally wrong, and obviously it's working here. It's moving ahead on the ground without having to wait for the air power to pound this area. There's nothing to strike in this area. Now, when we get up close to Baghdad, then there's a choice. You could do what we've said before, which is a simultaneous attack, try to take out his air defense at the same time you're moving forward. You could pause the ground force, allow the force to close up, catch up in there, get back in battle formation, refit, rest a little bit, and then put the heavy airstrike in. Or you could actually use the ground force to attack at night and clean out the air defense in a way that would kind of open up a corridor for the air to come through. So you've got a lot of different plays when you have this kind of a force and this much superiority over the enemy's capabilities.
What's the stuff? I'm sorry, Jamie, go ahead and follow it up.
I'm curious, do you think it was planned this way originally, or do you think this is something that they've adapted now as they've taken a look at how things have unfolded, especially with those limited strikes first? Are they taking advantage of what they see on the ground?
Hard to say, because of course none of us have seen the plan and wouldn't have wanted to, but we always believed that they would move quickly and simultaneously. So we didn't get the big heavy air operation, but the big heavy air operation wasn't going to have any impact on the movement in this area anyway. They've gone ahead with this move. Something else is happening, of course, that we're not seeing over where Basra is. And Basra is the second largest city. We know the Brits and we know the Marines have moved in that area. We don't know exactly what is happening over in Basra. Presumably they're in there trying to sort out the situation. It was a militarized area. Also, it was an area where there was tremendous fighting in 1991 after the Gulf War.
Yes.
When the Shiites tried to react, and so that's probably where the action is right now, in a sense of hand-to-hand, engagement.
And to the extent that any of us really knew the plan, and I think all of us are wondering how much we really knew the plan. Basra was a very important city in the plan to take early. This population there, the Shia population there, was considered most unfriendly to Saddam Hussein. There was a sense that if they could get to Basra, they would be well received, if they could get there quickly and establish an important, I'm going to use the wrong term here, beachhead there, but a location there from which operations could then move. I mean, look how clear, I'm sorry, I don't mean to gee whiz you all to death here, but just look how clear that picture is of that movement across the desert. What is to stop the Iraqis from watching
artillery prep that we went through?
Well, in addition to that, we've got some special forces, we are told, who have been able to take control of some of the oil fields. At least 5 oil fields are on fire in the south, and clearly the special forces have been operating throughout the region, in fact, even inside Baghdad. At this point, if they turn on the lights, what would that look like?
Turn on the lights in Baghdad, you mean?
No, I mean to say if they say, all right, let's go for it. We're gonna do the war that we talked about, which is shock and awe in a driving ground force.
Yeah, I still expect that to happen. I can't believe that although we've gone after the leadership targets in downtown Baghdad, I think that we still hold in reserve that capability. And I think that probably at this point it's negotiable. If they want to quit right now, the Iraqis want to quit right now, it won't happen. But if they decide to continue on, then they're going to have to face it.
So they could drive on to Baghdad and have Baghdad invested within 3-4 days?
Yeah, I think so. But a lot of it depends upon their logistical tail. You know, we forget that the logistical tail wags the operational dog. You know, when we went around and sent the folks way out to the west that were going to make the Hail Mary, we had to transport 36 million gallons of gasoline and 115 million tons of ammunition out there, just so that they would have enough ammunition and fuel to follow them into the area so that they could continue sustained operations. So just being there isn't enough. You got an awful lot of logistics tail. You got to get in there too. That
tail runs a long, long way. General Schwarzkopf, thanks for talking to us again, sir. You're a good friend.
Thank you.
All right, let's give you the latest at this hour, catch you up. 16 U.S. Marines and British commandos, exactly what ratio we are not sure, have been killed in a helicopter accident inside Kuwait. Not at all clear why the Marine Sea Knight CH-46 chopper went down, killing everyone on board. It does not appear that it took enemy fire. It does appear to have been an accident. It is dawn now, but through the night, airstrikes lighting up the night sky in southern Iraq, hitting targets in and around the city of Basra, as you heard the general and I talking. Earlier today, U.S. troops on the ground did take hold of that nearby port city, Qasr. They are very nicely positioned to roll on. And then there's Baghdad. People emerging from another night of airstrikes. Cruise missiles apparently aimed at buildings that house Saddam Hussein's Republican Guard, just sending a little message. And talks are going on while they do it. U.S. officials say they have not launched that full-scale attack yet. They want to see where these secret surrender talks might actually go. All right. From there, we're going to turn to Qatar, which is, of course, where Central Command is based in the town of Doha, and David Schuster is there. A bright and early morning, David.
Forrest, good morning to you. A little more information on that CH-46E Sea Knight helicopter crash. Every indication that these were Royal Marine Commandos, 12 Royal Marine Commandos, according to the Associated Press and Reuters, and 4 Americans, part of the 1st Marine Division. We have every indication that these soldiers were returning from a mission on the Al-Far Peninsula, which is in southern Iraq. This has been part of this key operation in which the coalition has been trying to make a move towards Basra, and every indication that that is being very successful. But again, apparently at the time, and this was in the middle of the night here when this incident happened, there was some wind, some weather concerns. No indication of, as you mentioned, that there was any enemy fire, any hostile fire, so that leaves that it was either a mechanical problem or a pilot error. The military is well aware of some of the problems that some of these chopper pilots have. When they're flying in the middle of the night, there's a lot of dust that's kicked up by the rotors. In this case, there are 2 rotors on the CH-46. A lot of dust kicked up. In addition, the pilots are using night vision goggles, and that can can make it very difficult to judge where the ground is. There have been these sort of incidents before. Every indication that that was what was going on, at least when this chopper went down. But again, no clear indication as to why it crashed. But again, the Pentagon is reporting that 16 people on board.
The first stages of a full-scale land invasion. They'll aim to secure most of the country before beginning a final push on Baghdad. Military experts warn this could take time, with commanders reluctant to risk high casualty rates. The other worry, what else Saddam might have up his sleeve. He's unpredictable, and no wonder they're trying so hard to hunt him down.
And that report from ITN, we're getting some more information, an update regarding the fatal crash of a U.S. Marine helicopter in Kuwait. The military now says the death toll is still 16. The breakdown of the casualties, though, is different than we initially reported. They're now saying 12 Britons, 4 Americans died when that CH-46D Sea Knight went down, apparently returning from a mission inside Iraq. It was on the Kuwaiti side when it went down. The belief right now, it was an accident of some kind. There's no indication to believe it had suffered any hostile fire. Again, the death toll now, we're told, at 16, 12 Britons, 4 Americans. To the best of our knowledge, these will be the first coalition casualties of Operation Iraqi Freedom. We'll continue to bring you developments on that as soon as we get them. We're also awaiting word from David Bloom. He is our correspondent with what may very well be the very lead element inside Iraq right now, the 3rd Infantry Division. As soon as he's prepared with that report, we will go live to him inside Iraq. But right now, we're joined by the man who led the last assault on Iraq, Operation Desert Storm, General Norman Schwarzkopf. General, good evening to you.
Evening.
You're hearing the same reports we are. Explosions in Basra, Marines, British now moving in across the border there. Is Basra likely to be taken soon, in your view?
Well, it looks that way. It looks like the 3rd Infantry Division is moving freely right now, totally unopposed, and we've had the success of the Marines along the El Fal Peninsula, so it looks like they're closing in on Basra.
And General, with regard, we saw the limited airstrikes so far in Baghdad. Is it your belief that any prolonged airstrikes would occur only after? I'm sorry, General, before we continue that, we want to go to David Bloom right now. He's about to file his report to New York from inside Iraq with the 3rd Infantry Division. This is a
we're
live
in
picture.
southern Iraq, Tom, and that's about all we're permitted to say. I understand that there's some videotape, though, that we fed in within the last several minutes, which will show you what it's been like for us these past several hours. You recall that near the top of the broadcast, I described that we left from the Kuwaiti side of the border around 8:30 local time, around 12:30 in the afternoon, New York time, but that was preceded by about a half hour of artillery shelling on 2 Iraqi observation posts. They were trying to destroy those observation posts and the 30 or so Iraqi soldiers who were inside each of those observation posts, because they wanted to make sure that they could not relay information back to Baghdad as to the precise location of this large movement by the U.S. Army's 3rd Infantry Division. That was followed by us moving into Iraq. We crossed the Kuwaiti berm, which is about a 30-foot high wall of sand that had been cut through. Then we cut through electrical fences, and then we were onto the Iraqi side through a berm on the Iraqi side, which is also about 30 feet high. I can't tell, Tom, exactly what video you're seeing right now, obviously, but in addition to that, we went through minefields, and we also went through unexploded ordnance from the First Persian Gulf War. And what you may see are these orange or yellow or green lights, which allow us to make a track through there safely that the scouts had laid down so that these vehicles, which were the first vehicles to go through, could move through safely. So, Tom, right now we're into southern Iraq. We're with the, as I say, the 2nd Brigade, the Spartan Brigade of the U.S. Army's 3rd Infantry Division. We're also with what's called the 315 Infantry, which are mostly the Bradleys and a tank platoon as well, carrying infantrymen who are out ahead, leading the charge, if you will, for the other larger mechanized units to follow on. Tom?
You're listening to David Bloom as he talks to Tom Brokaw in our New York studios. Again, David with the lead elements of the 3rd Infantry Division making his way now into southern Iraq and describing in great detail some of the obstacles they had to make their way through, including landmines being marked by scouts, and so far meeting no resistance as they begin the push into southern Iraq. Let's bring back General Norman Schwarzkopf. General, thanks for your patience. Listening to that report, the fact they have not met any resistance of any kind, does that foretell what may lie in the future of this campaign?
Yeah, very possibly. You know, some of these units, although they're good units, aren't prepared to have a really tough fight. We ran into a lot of cases in Desert Storm where they fired about 1 or 2 shots and then took off to the rear as fast as they possibly could. The unit that the 3rd ID is going up against is supposed to be a very good unit, but that's by Iraqi standards. So it'll be interesting to see what happens if they ever close on them.
You say a very good unit. That would be a regular Army unit?
Yes. Yeah, that's right.
And then at what point would they expect to encounter Republican Guard, the elite troops?
Well, the information we had quite some time ago was that all the Republican Guard had been pulled back very, very closely into the Baghdad area to protect that area and to be under command of Republican Guard generals. So I would expect that it'll be a while before they get into Basra probably pretty easily. But as far as going into Baghdad, that's another story.
Is it a pretty predictable route that they will take to Baghdad, or is there some flexibility to have still some element of surprise on any road march north?
No, I don't think there'll be any element of surprise. I think it's going to be a direct shot. Once Basra is sustained, and then they're going to turn around and head straight for Baghdad.
Just overwhelming firepower then.
Right, and we got great mobility. You know, as I've been saying all along, you got to have logistics follow-up. The logistical tail wags the operational dog, particularly with these armored units. So you have huge quantities of gasoline that you have to bring up to refuel them. You've got huge quantities of ammunition if they get into a big fight. Just to give you an idea, when we sent the units out west for the Hail Mary, we had to build up some log bases. We had to send 36,000 gallons of fuel out there and 115 tons of ammunition so that they could follow the troops and resupply them if necessary.
General, I know that generals have to make casualty estimates as they prepare a war plan. Tonight, a Marine chopper went down, 12 Britons, 4 Americans. What is it like as the person in charge of a command? You know you will lose people, but when you get that first report?
There's never, you know, some people use the term satisfactory losses. As far as I was concerned, there is absolutely no such thing as a satisfactory loss. The loss of one human life is one too many. Regrettably, in war, that's going to happen, and that's why, you know, once you're committed to battle, you want to get the war over as fast as possible, because that's one way of reducing your own casualties. But nonetheless, your heart goes out to those families that have just lost their loved ones.
General, I'll ask your indulgence here. We're going to go back to David Bloom. In fact, if we'll keep you in the conversation, if you'd like to ask him some questions. David, are you with us?
I can hear you.
Good. David, give us another account of how you made your way into Iraq.
What happened was around 8 o'clock local time, which is noon Eastern time, 9 o'clock in the morning on the West Coast. This unit, the U.S. Army's 3rd Infantry Division, began shelling with artillery shells, the Paladins, huge 150 millimeter howitzer artillery. They began shelling 2 Iraqi observation posts just across onto the Iraqi side of the border, because they wanted to take out those 2 observation posts, which had about 30 Iraqi soldiers each in the observation posts, because they didn't want them to relay word back to Baghdad as to where these soldiers from the U.S. Army's 3rd Infantry Division were crossing into southern Iraq. Now, after that happened, we then started moving, and we're with the Spartan Brigade, the 2nd Brigade, and the lead infantry unit, which is the 315 Infantry. These guys are literally the tip of the spear. We're out right now farther than any other American forces, or at least certainly any other Army forces, out here in the desert of Iraq. What they did was they first moved across the Kuwaiti berm. There had already been bulldozed holes cut in that berm. It's about 30 feet high. Then they moved across into through an electrical fence. There had been, basically large sections cut out of the electrical fence to allow the tanks and the Bradleys to sweep through, to roll through. And then we crossed through the Iraqi berm, and again, they'd already bulldozed through the hole in the Iraqi berm, which allowed us to get into the Iraqi side. Then we were on the Iraqi side, and we confronted a number of obstacles. Minefields, first of all, which the Iraqis had laid, but which the Americans had cleared a path through and had placed out lights. Basically, you may see in some of this video, some of these lights, orange lights, yellow lights, green lights, which allow them to safely travel through those Iraqi minefields, which have been cleared by the bulldozing and the anti-mine equipment. Then after that, we went through an area of ordnance. Basically, it's an area of unexploded ordnance from the first Persian Gulf War, where there were American warplanes that dropped on Iraqi tanks. We saw the charred remains of the T-72 Iraqi tanks, the BMPs, which are the Iraqi armored personnel carriers, again, from 12 years ago, from the first Gulf War. We wound our way through there, and then we came out into the open desert. Now, we have not encountered any Iraqi opposition, save for the forces were at those observation posts, which were they not wiped out, frankly, by the Iraqi artillery, they were taken out by the U.S. infantry soldiers, who then moved in. We're right now the vanguard of the 3rd Infantry Division, and the other forces will be flowing through these 2 lanes now into southern Iraq to make their movement further north toward Baghdad.
And David, as we look at your picture, I'm told we also have Kerry Sanders I want to bring in, and producer's going to have to tell me which unit Kerry is with. David, you'll stand by.
I can tell you, Marines.
Okay, Kerry, tell me who you're with, and roughly, to the extent you can, where you are.
We're with the 2nd Battalion, 8th Marines, and really can't say too much other than to say that if you've been watching the reports from David Bloom, we're not too far away from David Bloom. The Marines have suited up this morning, and they've put on what they call their mop gear. As a matter of fact, in a short period of time, a deadline's going to approach, and we also have to do the same. That is the charcoal-lined suit that is designed as protection against chemical and biological agents in the event that there is an attack. There were at least 3 incidents yesterday when the 2nd Battalion, 8th Marines were moving, where they had to at least don their gas masks. They did this as they were traveling in some rather dusty and particularly hot conditions, which made it, for myself, extremely uncomfortable.
What's that?
I can tell you that the masks, when you put them on, initially begin to cause your face to sweat quite a bit. So it was quite an ordeal. In all 3 cases yesterday, it was information that was bogus, as it were. They were just relying on the preventative approach to this. On the side of the trucks, they actually have equipment that tests and smells the air to see if there is any sort of chemical or biological agent, a sniffer, as it were. What I'm going to try to do here is I'm going to try and just give you a small picture. As much as I can't tell you where I am, I can try to provide you a little bit of a picture of what you can see out here. So let me just step out of the picture for a moment, okay? And I'm going to let you look past us just here.
And it says that which we were not 100% certain of, but had a great suspicion of throughout the day, that Saddam Hussein was the target of the bombing attack on the leadership compound, as it was described to us in Baghdad earlier today. And I'll just read it to you in the first paragraph, and then I'll read you a subsequent paragraph, which I think you'll find fascinating. U.S. intelligence officials believe that Iraqi President Saddam Hussein, possibly accompanied by one or both of his sons, was still inside a compound in southern Baghdad early yesterday when it was struck by a huge barrage of U.S. bombs and missiles. You know, there was a huge flight of cruise missiles used on this target, and 2 at least of these 2,000-pound bunker buster bombs that have not been used before. And then here are some quotes just from the article. Quote, "The preponderance of the evidence is he was there when the building blew up," according to one senior U.S. official with access to sensitive intelligence. The official added that Hussein's sons, Qusay and Uday, Qusay the older, Uday the younger, may also have been at the compound. Senior administration officials said of the Iraqi president, he didn't get out beforehand. Quote again, a third administration official said, quote, "There is evidence that he, Hussein, Saddam Hussein, was at least injured because of indications that medical attention was urgently summoned on his behalf." The condition of Hussein's sons and any others who may have been in the compound at the time was unknown, officials said. Then there's a paragraph which is a little bit, I think, related to the business of having seen Saddam Hussein on the television earlier. And the government consulted a woman named Parasula Lampsos. You've seen her on ABC before because ABC's Claire Shipman did a long interview with her and spent some time with her. She is described as one of Saddam Hussein's longtime mistresses. The Defense Department believes that she has successfully passed a polygraph examination, and she has previously been able to distinguish Saddam Hussein from several of his doubles in more than a dozen cases, and this time she says that he was not the man in the television broadcast. That's the Washington Post, the first edition for tomorrow, which is already beginning to move on the internet, and that is as much as we know. But it dovetails and then goes beyond a fair amount of the speculation and analysis about what actually happened when the U.S. hit this target of opportunity. Remember, this is something the President signed off on last night at 6 o'clock. They needed about 4 hours warning to get, as our analysts have told us, to get the cruise missiles configured and on their way for a long flight from the Persian Gulf and or the Red Sea. They're now guided, unlike the old ones, which sort of basically had maps in their noses, topographical maps. They're now guided by the global positioning satellites, which have made the entire operation in this war so different. And if I were to summarize it, which is a little unfair to the Post, just in that one paragraph, the preponderance of the evidence is that he was in the building when it blew up. This is one senior U.S. official with access to intelligence, and he didn't get out beforehand, said another senior official. And Bob Woodward, who is one of the reporters on that particular article, along with two others, I said good reporters, Dana Priest and Walter Pincus, is going to be on Good Morning America tomorrow morning to talk about that in much greater detail. I want to go to Washington and ABC's Martha Raddatz, because she has been working this story for many hours. As we say in our trade, Martha, can you match some of that?
I think I said several hours ago that intelligence officials believed Saddam Hussein was in that residential compound, was in the bunker, and they believed he was with his two sons, just like the Washington Post. There is some contradiction here between officials. Some officials believe that Saddam Hussein was hit. Others are not so sure. They, as you said, are looking at this tape. Indeed, some believe that was Saddam Hussein in the tape. Some don't believe it was Saddam Hussein in the tape. So this is still very much in play, but intelligence sources very solidly say they believe Saddam Hussein was in that bunker, in that residential compound at the time, probably sleeping there with his sons, because it was in the middle of the night.
Okay, Martha, thank you very much indeed. So there you are with that. And now, as we've told you, or as we've said many times, not told you, said many times in the course of this coverage, that one of the first casualties of any campaign is truth. It's sometimes inadvertent. We reported some time ago, based on a British pool report from the BBC, that on the Sea King helicopter, which crashed inside Kuwait, there were, according to the British Broadcasting Corporation, 4 British and 12 Americans. The Pentagon now says that there were 4 Americans and 12 Britons, 12 from the British forces who were killed in the crash of a Marine helicopter. There has been confusion about the numbers all night. The first thought that comes to anybody's mind is how deeply hard this is on Marine families who are watching television throughout the country. I think, you know, some of them try to steel themselves before a campaign like this begins for the worst kind of news, and they have great support groups, and they manage to stay in touch with their men in the field, but up to a certain point, but it is very difficult. And the Pentagon now says that 4 Americans and 12 members of the British forces were killed in that crash of a Marine helicopter in Kuwait, not the other way around, as the British reported it some time ago. But we are still trying to get it absolutely 100% confirmed. We do believe they are the first casualties of this campaign. And as you heard just a little while ago from the Marine Colonel who was talking to with Mike there, is that they haven't suffered any casualties on their part, and the 3rd Infantry Division in the West has just gone across the border. So this is ABC News continuing live coverage of the war with Iraq.
watching the news leader, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Now, of the Marines you're with, clearly they've been anxious to go for a long time. We're losing, Kerry, we're losing your audio. We'll get it fixed and let folks know we are pushing the edges of technology here. You're seeing new technology being fielded here as we are literally with the troops here in uncharted territory as far as this war. Kerry, we're back now. Can you hear me okay?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. Go ahead, pal.
Okay. I'm back. Go ahead, Lester.
All right.
The question?
Yeah, the question, I forgot the question already, but the morale, the issue of morale, the fact that these guys are finally on the move.
At the tactical ballistic missiles that the Iraqis fired across at the United States troops in northern Kuwait. So angry that the tactical missiles were fired into Kuwait that the H hour, that is the launch hour, was moved ahead by 24 hours. And the 7th Cavalry, at least, is a full day and a half ahead of schedule. Out on the horizon, you're seeing the Kiowa helicopters, and if you can see a small assortment of animals out there, those are probably Bedouin goats. The Bedouins live off those goats. There's a small shelter there in the foreground, and the Bedouin family lives there. This is about the 3rd Bedouin encampment we've passed, and they just appear dumbstruck, awestruck by this huge mechanized unit which is rolling across the desert. These people don't have automobiles. Often they move by camels, and all of a sudden they're seeing camels like nothing they ever saw before with 120 millimeter guns sticking out. Aaron?
It's just, you've obviously stopped. And just give me a sense of what's happening. The whole movement has stopped down for any particular reason that you can discuss?
When they stop like this, it is usually because they sense they have an indication there's a hostile force in the area. Every time that we've stopped previously in an array like this, we have taken an incoming shell, and consequently the 7th Cavalry has stopped, and they're in a high state of alert while the helicopters are out doing a zone reconnaissance out over the horizon. I can see at least 4 helicopters in the air, and the helicopters, as I say, are conducting surveillance to make sure that the cavalry, which is paused now, the tanks which have stopped, do not have hostile forces on their flanks. So what you're watching is additional reconnaissance out over the horizon by the Kiowa helicopters, and the tanks are stopping for a few seconds at this moment. But I believe it's reconnaissance, and as I say, that we've stopped before, once at the berm, once at the border crossing, and once further into southern Iraq, we took incoming shells.
We can see, Walt, we can see very clearly here. I see 2 soldiers who have jumped out of one of the tanks. They're now walking on the opposite side, the side we can't see, but we saw that very clearly. Again, these are live pictures. Certainly never before in history have reporters been able to provide our constituents, our viewers, with this kind of access and do it in a way that does not compromise in any way, shape, or form the security of those young men, and all part of this complicated relationship that's developed between the Pentagon and a multitude of news organizations. 500 reporters are embedded with units across the theater right now, some on ships, some with Marines, some with these Army units. They have been living with them, some cases for several weeks, in some cases, probably in no case any less than a week. They have been living with them, sleeping with them. These units are not expected to care for them, though bonding is bonding and trust is trust, and hopefully everybody trusts everybody at this point. I know that anytime we do anything like this, there is always concern. Viewers have, and understandably so, that something will say either in an effort to get something quickly on the air or accidentally. Look how clear that shot is. They're stretching their legs, for one thing, I would think, General.
I would think so.
Yeah. We understand that concern. At the same time, General, you'd slap my hand pretty good if we did anything wrong here, and so far I've been slapped. You're not concerned we're giving anything away here?
There's no landmark out there. There's no landmark at all. I mean, there's no way that if anyone were watching this, they'd know where this is. As far as the Iraqis are concerned, this could have been filmed in the United States, and we could just be playing it now to amuse the listening audience, viewing it. I mean, that's not true, but there's no landmark here. There's no way in no way does this compromise the operation, except by the fact that we are announcing that we're inside Iraq.
And the rules of, without going through all the detail, at some point over the next days or weeks, we really ought to spend, so we can see the Bedouin goats out in the desert. You know, we've been looking at these pictures for an hour and 5 minutes now, and they are no less dramatic, if you will, than they were when we first started. There's a couple of things that did go on today that just stay in the picture. Let me catch viewers up a little bit. For those of you who haven't had TVs on all day or haven't had the radio on, don't know the events of the day, there was earlier today the Americans launched an air attack into Baghdad, a couple of locations. We clearly saw earlier in the day one building, a building that we believe Tariq Aziz, the Deputy Prime Minister, had an office in, that was hit. It was burning. This now all seems like a long time ago. It was this early this afternoon. In Kuwait, and Walt alluded to this, the Iraqis threw a number of missiles, I think 12 by our count, from their side over, most of them landed harmlessly in the desert. No incidents, no casualties at all there, but that action did take place. Periodically through the day in Kuwait, the air raid sirens would go off up on close to the front lines. Soldiers would grab their gas masks and put them on for fear of a chemical attack. Those fears, thankfully, proved unfounded, but nobody's taking any chances. Again, that's a Bedouin tent out in the middle of, and when I say nowhere, I mean nowhere, out in the middle of nowhere in the southern Iraqi desert, in a herd, or I guess it'd be a herd of goats. So there were these missile exchanges, if you will. There also is about a 50-mile line on the Kuwaiti border where there was a very heavy artillery barrage that went on earlier today. That was part of the preparation of the battlefield, and as that was going on, or shortly after that went on is probably more correct, the Marines made their move across the border, and we believe that those Marine units are part of the units that will make their way to Basra, which is a major city. I think it's the second largest city. It is. Second largest city in Iraq. They will make their way there. That is a very important marker in how this thing is going. Basra is a city mostly of Shias. It was a city of considerable violence after the first Gulf War, a rebellion, an anti-Saddam rebellion, and there is a strong belief that when Americans and British soldiers or Marines get there, whoever gets there first, that they will be warmly received, and that will be a great aid to the operation. Again, this 7th Cavalry Unit has stopped down. We see, and you see as clearly as we can, soldiers getting down, stretching, perhaps preparing. As Walt indicated, there may be some suspicion that there are hostile forces nearby that will have to be tended to. The helicopters, which you can't now see, I think Walt said 4 helicopters associated with this unit are flying around doing the reconnaissance. There's at least one of the pilots, a female pilot, just for those of you who think that bridge has not been crossed. It has been crossed a long time ago. And they are at now a little bit after 7 in the morning, 7:10 in the morning in Iraq, making their way, just if we can lose the banner for a second or frame the shot a little differently, that would help, making their way. And that's where we've been for the last hour. Thank you. And these young men, there are 4 in each tank, and they are and Bradley fighting vehicle as well. And they are by and large young men, 18, 19 years old, probably a sergeant who's a bit older, 26 or so, in charge of each one of those, and a young captain as well who has responsibility for all that you see unfolding. The tip of the spear, they will make the first contact. Behind them will come the infantry. Walt?
Yes, Aaron. We're watching the helicopters again flying that zone reconnaissance. We've been traveling in this very broad pattern, a fan-like shape, for several hours now, and I would assume that one of the reasons we're stopping now is just to let the soldiers inside the tanks and the Bradley fighting vehicles stretch their legs. We do not appear to be under any immediate threat, and the reason we can say that is because everyone's outside the tank now, just stretching their legs and getting some air. Those tanks are extraordinarily cramped inside. I was sitting in the gunner seat, riding in a gunner seat last week, and I don't see how they can survive in there. You bounce around so much that you have to wear a helmet, or you're going to get your head smashed in with all the steel around you. The commander of the tank and the loader have been standing for probably 7 or 8 hours now, standing in that turret going up. So a little pause on the rush to Baghdad is probably more than a little in order. Again, we are seeing the soldiers from the 7th Cavalry outside their tanks now, again, perhaps even opening their MREs, getting a little breakfast, given the hour here. It's about 12 past 7 in the morning. Aaron?
Walter, just hang on. We're not going anywhere. We're not going away from you at all. We want to take care of a little more reporting that we can do. There essentially now, if you will, are a couple stories in play. There's this terrible helicopter accident where 12 British commandos died and 4 Americans died, 4 American Marines. That happened earlier, and that's one story we're keeping track of.
Them. The only generals he trusts are his Republican Guard generals, and so if these people start cracking, then it's really all over for Saddam. On the other hand, if they start cracking and Saddam finds out about it, it's going to be all over for them very, very quickly. So it's an interesting situation.
Before we brought you on, General, we were talking to Dana Priest in the Washington Post. They'll be out with a story tomorrow suggesting that the U.S. hit the target it was looking for when it was going after Saddam Hussein. They believe he was there, and there's some question as to whether he is injured. Is it dangerous at this point to even bring up the prospect that Saddam might be out of the game here?
Oh, I don't think so, but you've got to be very, very careful. You know, again, under the Clausewitzian theory of the center of gravity, the center of gravity is described as that thing which, if destroyed, will cause a nation to lose its will to fight. And Saddam is the center of gravity. Saddam is one center of gravity, and probably the Republican Guard is the second center of gravity. So if you destroy the Republican Guard and you decapitate Saddam, it's all over. There will be no more fighting. The war is completely over. So it would really be, I think, a very, very happy occurrence for everybody except Saddam if, in fact, he's still underneath all that rubble.
But does this become another Osama bin Laden? If he's not beneath the rubble and we don't know where he is a week or 2 or 3 weeks down the line, does this become a distraction and shift the focus?
I think there's too many people that hate Saddam. I find it very, very difficult to see him getting out unless he is granted this exile, goes into exile as has been talked about. You know, during the Gulf War, we in fact found an airplane that was earmarked to take him away and fly him to a Central African Islamic country that was going to grant him asylum. So then he was thinking about bugging out. He has made a lot of noise about not bugging out this time, but when all is lost, people are prone to change their mind as far as their future is concerned.
I'm just curious, and I guess this becomes speculation. If there was a jet waiting for him, do you think that if the political decision had made to push a little closer to Baghdad, he might have bugged out then?
Not yet. I think that maybe he was kind of hoping that all, you know, having won the as you say, the PR war, having the support of the French and the Germans and all the other people like that, that there was some hope for him. But I think that right now he's probably reevaluating that situation, if he's alive.
By the pinpoint strikes we saw in Baghdad hitting very specific leadership targets, do you think that part of this is to give hope to those who may be plotting to rise up against him?
Oh, I don't think there's any question about that. We're taking out the, you're taking out the leadership is decapitating, is the word they use. Obviously, it would be a severe blow. As I say, the nation rallies around Saddam. That's who. None of these other people, except his sons, really have any reputation, and the reputation of his sons are totally bad. I mean, terrible with the Iraqi people. So he's the man. There's no question about that.
And as we were reporting, and we began talking earlier, this Marine helicopter went down with apparently 4 Americans, 12 British commandos on board, and it reminds us that there are special forces on the move tonight in Iraq. Did you have as many special forces at your disposal in '91, and will they make a huge difference in the way this thing goes down?
No, we didn't. We had some great British special forces. We had American special forces in limited numbers. We didn't have the very, very large number that we have today. The whole special forces concept has expanded tremendously since the Gulf War, and they have much greater capability now than they had before. There's been a complete turnover in the entire Special Operations Command philosophy and funding on the part of the services for the special forces too. So we didn't have anywhere near as good a capability as they have. I make a note on the helicopter crash. You know, when our troops first came over to the desert on Desert Shield, not Desert Storm, but Desert Shield alone, we found that flying, they like to fly nap of the earth right down on the deck, and we found that flying in the desert can be very dangerous because the sand dunes and this sort of thing give you an optical illusion where you're really not quite sure how high off the ground you are. And we had several accidents that were caused by that situation prior to the time we finally did the training that was necessary and were aware enough of it to make sure that any helicopter units that came over were aware of it and trained for it. Then this problem can be compounded at night, so you've got the combination on the helicopter that went down of a helicopter that hadn't been flying in the theater that long, and of course was loaded with troops and was under a combat situation and was at night, and all of that could have been contributory factors.
General Norman Schwarzkopf, we'll have to end our discussion. It's been fascinating talking to you. I'm sure we will talk again, sir. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
And some extraordinary television, talking to 2 of our correspondents as we move the new boundaries of technology and battlefield reporting, and 2 American units on the ground now inside Iraq somewhere as the U.S. continues to unfold its war plan in Operation Iraqi Freedom. We want to move to the home front here, to the White House. NBC's Campbell Brown is standing by. The president didn't have a lot to say today, but he did talk to reporters at that cabinet meeting. Campbell?
Very briefly, Lester, the president is now in for the evening. Things here tonight a little more restrained with the news of that helicopter crash. Earlier, officials had been a little more optimistic about the progress so far, but clearly that is putting them on a little more of a cautious footing with signs of what appears to be the first American casualties. As you mentioned, the president not much on his public schedule today. He did meet with his national security team earlier in the day and then brought his cabinet into the White House to give them an update on how progress was going on the military campaign, but also to urge his cabinet members to stay focused on making progress on the domestic front and on the economy, Medicare reform, the other issues they've been working on as well. And the president saying in that cabinet meeting, giving a word to the troops and their families, encouraging them after their first night. And let's listen to some of what he had to say.
Called my cabinet together to review our strategies to make the world more peaceful, to make our country more secure. We're confident we can achieve our objectives. I'm grateful for their service to their country. Thank you all.
Now, Lester, the president is now getting an evening phone call each night from Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld, updating him on the latest information as how the military campaign is going overnight, and then speaks with his national security advisor, Condoleezza Rice, late in the evening. Though officials are saying that he is trying to keep to his normal, more routine schedule, which is early to bed. He is in the Oval Office generally before 7 a.m. in the morning. He is right now not scheduled to do anything tomorrow in terms of public events. That may change now with word of the American casualties. He is going to be meeting with congressional leaders here at the White House, so we may hear something from him on that tomorrow, and then he is scheduled to leave tomorrow afternoon for Camp David for the weekend. Lester?
Campbell Brown at the White House. Campbell, thank you. We continue to receive more information regarding that crash of the U.S. Marine Corps CH-46 Sea Knight helicopter in Kuwait. It was apparently just south of the Iraqi town of Qasr. It was on the Kuwaiti side, they say, near Highway 801 in Kuwait. Happened about 3 o'clock in the morning local time. There were no U.S. survivors. They certainly are not naming names of the victims, the units as well, until they notify family. There were British commandos on board, and this press release notes that it is British policy to not discuss status of personnel until next of kin of injured or deceased are notified. It is believed to be an accident right now. No indication of enemy fire, but it was apparently returning from a mission. This is file tape of the same kind. You see it says Navy, but of course the Marines are a detachment of the Navy. Same helicopter, CH-46. It's medium lift, used for what you're seeing here, lifting cargo as well as carrying up to 22 troops on board. And as we've reported, there were 16 on board when this chopper went down in Kuwait. When we get more information, we'll bring it to you. But again, there's final video of the kind of chopper that went down. General Schwarzkopf noting the extraordinary risk and danger of operating a chopper in this void of color and shape, the sand and sky sometimes merging as one. Of course, this was at nighttime, so they were no doubt flying on night vision goggles. Colonel Ken Allard, retired U.S. Army colonel, continues to stay with us, and you watched that extraordinary conversation we had with our correspondents in the field. First, there's so many things fascinating me. One, of course, is someone in this business of technology, of being live on the battlefield. In fact, as we talk, this is more live pictures. This is inside Iraq from David Bloom's camera right now. What is that with the cross on it? What kind of vehicle is that?
It looks like, and I can't say it very well, but it looks like some sort of an armored personnel carrier. I can't say any more than that.
All right, but they are kind of in a scattered position here. They made their way, as you said, through minefields, through berms, and that sort of stuff. Talk about being, we keep using this term, tip of the spear. Everybody's tip of the spear. Well, this unit apparently is out front. I mean, they are leading the way.
Well, the thing that I found so fascinating about that, as interesting as it is to watch the footage from downtown Baghdad when all the AAA is going off and you see the explosion, all the rest of it. I'm a former ground pounder, so when I see this stuff, that's what turns me on, simply because of the fact that you realize what an armored or mechanized infantry unit looks like when it is making an advance. This is, if you want to see national strategy in action, that's it. Simply because of the fact that what these guys are doing, it is the ultimate form of warfare. And again, call me prejudiced simply because of the fact that, I had my career in the Army, but I believe that you win a war when you have a beer in the other guy's officers club. I believe that, it takes those muddy or dusty boots on the ground to actually win a war, and that's what you're seeing.
I'm watching these soldiers right now. They're looking at the undercarriage of that tracked vehicle, and I wonder what are the maintenance and logistics of moving this much armored vehicles. First of all, I'm guessing the gas mileage is not as good as a Yugo, and you're working your way around mines. It has got to be a huge, just the maintenance and fuel and all that to get them moving.
Well, what you see there is this is the PhD phase of warfare. When you actually get to the point of putting armored forces in there on the ground. You heard General Schwarzkopf say that it is absolutely the logistics that drives everything. The old saw about amateurs talk strategy, pros talk logistics. You see the logistics in operation right there, because no matter what it is that you intend operationally, as a strategy, as a concept, or any of the rest of it, if the logistics aren't there, forget it. You're absolutely wasting your time. And that is a logistics maintenance operation, because all those tracks that you see there, they have to be maintained. Yes, they do occasionally throw a track, and at that point you simply have no choice except to go ahead and do your maintenance right there, repair it, and fix it on the move and keep on going. And that requires an extraordinary degree of effort, extraordinary degrees of technical competence. These guys are all warfighters, but I got to tell you what, they're awfully good backyard mechanics as well.
I stood at that border, the Iraqi-Kuwait border, back at the end of January, and I'm looking at this picture and I'm smiling, because I remember the first thing I said when I got up there is like, there's no color here. It is the ugliest, most barren. I don't even think this picture really does it justice. It is unbelievably void of everything. It is as close to the moonscape as I think you can get.
It really is. And of course, now once you get beyond this, given the geography of Iraq, political and military, then you get into something in a fairly short degree of time. Now you're in the middle of marshes and swamps. So, there are a variety of, several varieties of inhospitable terrain in that area, and they tend to get fairly close to each other, but you're exactly right. The one good thing about this is that both the Army and the Marine units routinely train in the desert. Out in western part of the United States, in California, 29 Palms and Fort Irwin, respectively. In the Army, we have a thing known as Top Gun for Tanks. It is the National Training Center, in which we do precisely the kinds of things that you see here. It is not just merely the tank-on-tank engagements. It's everything else that you have to do to get to the point of being able to put that spear point where it makes the most
And there's
difference.
not a lot of hills and things there. And David mentioned they had to go through berms. We saw when we were there lots of, a lot of tractors involved in the U.S. Army, which I didn't realize. I mean, guys with bulldozers here moving up mounds of earth, 7, 8, 9, 10 feet high.
You may remember in 1991, that was how we broke through, what was called the Saddam line. And what happened was the fact that we actually put some of those bulldozers on line and armored vehicles on either side of it. The Iraqis that were defending those berms were given one last opportunity to surrender. Those that didn't were entombed by the bulldozers.
And the minefields that they went through with this lead element, always tricky business.
Always tricky business, but note the fact that, David Bloom, who I don't think has seen this kind of thing before himself, but I found very gratifying how much, he had really bonded with those soldiers. Notice the fact how professionally they went about doing that. The idea that they breached a minefield. I mean, it might not sound like a big deal to a civilian, but I'm telling you, I'm sitting here listening to that, and David says, hey, we breached a minefield. We went through all of the obstacles that were put in place. We took an Iraqi observation post very smoothly under fire. We are now essentially concluding that tactical part of the engagement. We're now moving on. None of these things, Lester, are routine actions whatsoever. That comes from a very, very well-trained, very highly professional force. And I think part of the reason for that bonding that you can see, not only between David, but also Kerry Sanders, it reflects one thing, and that is the quality of the force that we have. It is not just the technology, ever. It is the human beings that are behind that. And probably the greatest investment that we've ever made in our military, and we made it in the 1980s, was to go from an all-conscript volunteer force to gradually a professional force. It is the professional force that is there right now. You can never predict when you're going to need them or where you're going to have to put them, or what they're going to have to do when they go through their mission and you're ready to do that stuff.
I just want to bring folks' attention, if you're just tuning in, it's an extraordinary picture. You're looking right now live inside Iraq. This is enemy territory as far as the people in those vehicles are concerned right now, and they are on the move. It is the lead elements of the 3rd Infantry Division. This is a group of soldiers who have routinely, over the last many years, deployed for long training deployments to the Kuwaiti desert. They finally punched through overnight. This is a NBC News camera inside northern Iraq. And Ken, as I look at this, and I think, I was a child during Vietnam. I watched Walter Cronkite and the 36-hour-old film from Vietnam. And here you're looking real time. And there's one of the fuel tankers.
Yep.
And when I was in the desert, we saw these fuel tankers lined up. They had berms, and there were just rows and rows of them. And I saw that. I thought, this thing is happening. This is real. Yep. You only need that if you're going on a long trip.
And I just would tell you as well that I look at this thing, and it reminds me of all the times out of that National Training Center at Fort Irwin, California, where you see all these things being put together in peacetime, far from the public view. There were no NBC cameras out there when, all those times that I was out there. This is what people do routinely. This is what our soldiers do. This is what they train for. That's why you have this very, very highly professional force that can go out there and do all these things and have to endure all these incredibly demanding conditions. Much more importantly, they have to adapt what they do to the environment that they find themselves in, to the enemy that they find themselves deployed against. And the reason why they're able to do that is precisely because we have made not only the investments in the technology, and I'm not downgrading that, it's very important, but the technology is not nearly as important as that individual soldier, sailor, airman, and Marine. There's no way that you can replace those people because of the fact that they are the absolute core of the force. They are the ones that make all of this stuff possible, and it is what they do in peacetime that makes this kind of a thing in war come together in the way that it has.
And again, those pictures are coming out of you from southern Iraq, from the elements of the 3rd Infantry Division. We saw also our correspondent Kerry Sanders with the 2nd Battalion of the 8th Marines. They also have crossed over onto the Iraqi side. The ground war is well underway. Now, with regard to the air war, there have been reports of strikes all across Iraq today. You used the line earlier, Ken. I use it again. We're seeing this war almost through a drinking straw. We're only seeing a very small part of it. The last strikes from the air in Baghdad occurred about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, our time here on the East Coast, about 9 o'clock at night in Baghdad. Several sites hit in Baghdad, but very pinpoint, not a long barrage, but cruise missiles and possibly bombs dropped from stealth aircraft over Baghdad, but then it became a quiet night, punctuated occasionally by the sounds of sirens. Sirens also heard among many of the troops gathered on the border. As we continue to look at these live pictures in southern Iraq, we checked in with Dana Lewis several times during the night with the 101st Airborne. They're still along the border there. It was the drill all night. Missile drills. In fact, there were missiles fired across on the Iraqi side, impacting, thankfully, away from their position. But in each case, the specter of chemical or biological weapons, though none has been discovered in anything we've seen so far, the expectation is that they're there, that they can be used, and every one of these soldiers has to believe that anytime an artillery shell or a rocket comes near them, they have to prepare for the worst. And tight picture there of one of these, obviously this is a medical armored personnel carrier of some kind here as they march somewhere around their position. We don't know exactly where they are. That's part of the rules of the embedding. We've got a crew of folks there. David Bloom is with this particular unit. This is a new and different way to see war. It is live. Troops on the march right now. And in order to make it to where they are here, this move was preceded by a huge artillery barrage, also multiple launch rocket systems, which, as Ken has described, as a very, very violent way to hit the enemy, taking out observation posts. I recall in the desert there were literally towers.
Absolutely.
That observation posts on both sides of the border there that they could see. Now, again, we don't have any information on where this group is going right now, but they have to eventually catch up with fuel and those logistics that we talked about. So this is a big chess. It's not just a matter of sprinting to wherever you need to be.
It's almost a leapfrog kind of thing in which not only the artillery that always has to remain within range of anybody that might be shooting back. So what you wind up doing is you leapfrog the operation while one unit advances, the other gets stabilized in position. And you do very much the same thing with the logistics, so that you've always got those two very critical elements right there with you. The fuel as well as the artillery, all of those things, they all work together. Now, that sounds like a very, very tightly orchestrated movement, and it is. It's one of the reasons why you practice these things in these desert environments, particularly in the United States, simply so that the troops can get a feel for this is what it's like when you're actually advancing to contact, against an enemy. Here are all the things that have to go right. The one qualitatively new element was exactly the thing that we saw demonstrated with David Bloom and Kerry Sanders. You suddenly have reporters along, which I think is really a very, very interesting experiment. Many of us wondered about this when the DoD announced what it was doing. It was actually going to embed reporters with these units, because you remember back in Desert Storm, it was the old thing about
pool.
It was the pool.
It was the pool. One person will represent all the networks or all the papers.
And everybody else is back in the hotels, in various parts of Saudi Arabia, listening to what is said, but very few people in a position to witness what's going on.
We had the author of the book, Hotel Warriors, on Countdown Iraq the other night, who wrote a terrific book about the difficulties. The correspondents would go out, they would shoot tape. Somehow the tape couldn't make its way back to Tehran. By the time it got back, it was old and it was yesterday's news. It was a very frustrating arrangement. This is a very bold experiment, but in our living rooms we are literally experiencing war. Now, we're not seeing combat right here, but this technology will allow us to see whatever they may encounter along the way.
Look, the same technology we use to get these kinds of pictures is precisely the same technology that the military uses when it has a Predator drone out there, hovering above a battlefield.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you about. Have commanders ever had such a good picture of the battlefield? In other words, I'm guessing that commander has a pretty good idea what's out 10, 20, 30, 40 miles in front of it.
Well, we have never tried harder to make sure that we've got a better picture of the battlefield than we have right now. But, you know, every time we think we've got it knocked, Lester, something happens that knocks us just that much farther back. So that it was interesting that about the same time that we actually developed an effective telescope for the battlefield back right about the time of the Napoleonic Wars, you know, you were getting to the point that you were having massed infantry formations, and all the smoke from all those weapons would obscure the battlefield as it had never been obscured before. And there's an odd kind of relationship that that goes on with this. So at the very time that you've got, you know, this God's eye view from the Predator, you have that much, you know, that more, you know, many more things to keep track of on that battlefield. You've got an enemy that has begun to learn that if he is out in the open, he can be seen, he can be hit, he can be killed. So he's much more likely to camouflage himself. So you've got all these things. You heard, and I found that detail absolutely fascinating, that one of the things that the Iraqis had done was to begun to sneak into the wreckage of those old T-72 tanks left over from the Gulf War. They put some real live new ones in there, and they had to be taken back out. So that's the kind of thing that you see. You always have to realize that you're up against an environment. You're up against a fighting and a thinking enemy who understands that if you can see him, he's dead.
This, as we've been watching this picture, Ken, and talking, suddenly the movement is starting to look like a formation. We were watching armored vehicles and you know, airplanes or something that I know a lot about, but I don't know much about armored vehicles.
Yeah,
but
it stops looking like a gaggle and actually starts looking like a formation.
Yeah, we saw them moving around, but there's clearly some sort of formation there. The one thing we can't report, I don't know, David knows, but certainly can't report, is where they go from here, how long they hold up, where they are. Kuwait's a small country, but ultimately it's still a pretty big border when you're trying to find camouflage vehicles here, and there are a lot of them. There's one of those fuel trucks. When we were there, what I don't see is the M1A1 tanks, and maybe that's because this is a lead unit.
Exactly.
This is the part of the lead to the 3rd Infantry.
The typical thing that they will do is when that unit advances to contact, which is the thing that we expect to see them start to do, in the lead are the armed Kiowa warriors. Those are OH-58 observation helicopters. They are armed. But their task is not to slug it out with the enemy at that point. They are scouts in every sense of that.
Kind of peeking over the horizon?
They're peeking over the horizon, seeing what is there. They are followed by what you see there, the Bradleys. They are, you know, infantry fighting vehicles. The infantry can not only ride along in them, they can also shoot out the window ports. But the main part of that thing that makes it such a great weapon is a 25mm cannon. You know, as a crusty colonel at Fort Benning, I actually got a first-round hit on one of those things with a very, very disgusted you know, sergeant that you know, said, well, sir, you know, all you got to do is just simply put that the red dot on what you want to hit, press the trigger, and there it was. It is a wonderfully engineered vehicle for doing precisely what you see it preparing to do right here. That's the second wave. The third wave, you know, that's where the M1A1 Abrams tank comes in, and that is the finest tank in the world. They have cross-country speeds 30, 40, 50 miles an hour, and it is a terribly formidable weapon system. It will take out those Iraqi tanks in the Gulf War. We were getting some incredible hits, first-round hits, you know, 2,000 meters and beyond. First time the Iraqis knew that they were under fire was when their tanks started blowing up around them. So it's got not only the oomph, the firepower of that kind of a cannon, but it's also got the optics. The same kind of thing that we were talking about earlier with the F-15E, the Strike Eagle, that it was not just the characteristics of the aircraft, but the avionics gave the pilot the ability to see things on the ground that nobody else could see. And in the same way, we do the same thing with our tanks. What you've got there is a terribly formidable mailed fist. And it's a mailed fist that can move 30, 40, 50 miles an hour.
And you see David Bloom there. We're expecting another report from David from his position there in southern Iraq momentarily. What I did want to ask you about is we're watching all these pieces. We know the Iraqis did fire some rockets. I believe these Ababil rockets today. There was the initial indication Scuds. Have we perhaps learned whether, in fact, they have had Scuds, the fact that they haven't fired them? There was always a speculation that maybe they had 15 or 20 or 30 of them laying around.
I was going to say, you know, we probably ought to report that to the UN immediately and say you need to, you know, amend the Iraqi report.
Well, but we don't know that. There's no indication Scuds have been fired, and that's that.
And you're exactly right. But I strongly suspect that when this is all said and done, Lester, we're going to find some evidence of everything that we allege that the Iraqis have actually got. And I think the way that we're going to find it is not because, you know, we'll suddenly start pulling up you know, sewer lids and things like that and find them. I think we'll find them because of the fact that people will come forward and tell us once we're there and once they know that they are finally, after all these years, safe from the reprisals of Saddam and his henchmen. That is the point at which truth will out. We found that to be absolutely true, you know, throughout the East Bloc. We've even found it to be true in places like Bosnia.
And well, then of course the other question is if they don't find it, and that opens up a whole other realm of political possibilities, and it also points up ultimately how many missions lie ahead of the troops we see there. There's regime change. There's the chemical weapons hunt to destroy them. David Bloom's in the desert. He's talking to Tom Brokaw. We're going to listen in.
We can say, John, that we're in southern Iraq. That's about all that we can say. I mean, essentially what happened was around 8 o'clock last night local time, and it's now about 7:40 a.m. here in southern Iraq. We began the movement with artillery strikes. Those were followed by the artillery strikes. I should tell you, we're at 2 Iraqi observation posts that they were trying to wipe out so they couldn't get word back to Baghdad as to where this large American force from the U.S. Army's 3rd Infantry Division, 250 tanks, some 20,000 soldiers was coming through. We're literally with the vanguard of this force. We're up into southern Iraq now, and other elements of the force are catching up with you. If I can ask my cameraman, Craig White. Craig, if you can pan around now. Craig's going to try to pan around with our camera here, so it might be a little bit herky-jerky on this video phone, but I want to show you what we're seeing out here. As I said, you can see some fuelers, you can see some medic vehicles, you can see Bradleys and Humvees, and you can also see a command and control station here. Basically, we're out at the lead edge of this force, and the other elements of the force are gradually coming toward us, rolling along toward us, and then they're all going to link up out here, and then they'll decide where to go in terms of what route to take to Baghdad based upon the opposition that they face, as well as based upon the possible collapse of the Iraqi regime if indeed they did successfully target Saddam Hussein. Now, I want to pass on a bit of news to you. What these soldiers are hearing on their radios, and again, I caution, it's just that. What the soldiers are hearing on their radios is that the 11th Division of the regular Iraqi army has surrendered, has signed capitulation documents, has decided to surrender rather than fight. I mean, we should caution that that is just merely what the soldiers are hearing on the radios. There's no reason to doubt that, but I think what we can say is that it's very possible that this Iraqi armored division, which they did indeed expect to surrender, that they did not expect to fight. Remember, there are 3 regular army Iraqi divisions in southern Iraq. They've been convinced all along that those soldiers, conscripts mostly, did not have the desire to fight this American force, that they would not be the heart of the opposition that they would face. Rather, that's the Republican Guard and the Special Republican Guard. Those are the much more heavily armed forces that are encircling Baghdad. But certainly that would be good news for the American forces if one of those 3 Iraqi divisions in southern Iraq has indeed surrendered. John, back to you.
We're getting the sense that, of course, that you're moving ahead a bit faster with the 3rd Infantry than had been expected. Is this all because the campaign started with the initial attack on the leadership target in Baghdad, and that meant that the ground campaign started a little sooner as well?
I think that there's no question, John, that that's the case, that they moved up the timetable for the ground invasion because not only of the fact that they had this target of opportunity, as the military says, they were calling it the pre-battle phase with these cruise missile strikes on the military leadership targets in Iraq. But in addition to that, because Iraq then responded with the Scud or El Samud missile attacks, and there were the threats of the chemical munitions perhaps being used against these forces in southern Kuwait, the commanders decided it was much better to just push this force into southern Iraq and get the ground phase of this battle going as well.
Clearly a lot of optimism at the White House and the Pentagon tonight. David, what's the mood of the troops there?
Well, I would say that they're very upbeat for a couple reasons. First of all, because they encountered only light opposition, which is what they expected. Remember, their mission early on was to take out these 2 Iraqi observation posts, each of which contained about 30 Iraqi soldiers. They hit it with artillery first, then about half an hour later, the force that we're in right now stormed across the border, literally the first force to cross into Iraq, and they headed straight for those Iraqi observation posts to make sure that there were frankly, no Iraqi soldiers there that were still alive. There were infantry forces prepared to engage them in action, but as far as we know, they did not have to do so. They've taken no casualties. At one point, we passed the smoldering remains of these Iraqi observation posts. Again, the critical thing for them was to make sure that the Iraqi soldiers did not relay back to Baghdad the position of this large mechanized infantry force moving into southern Iraq, because that might give away some details of the strategy that these forces plan to employ, because of course there are a number of different routes they could conceivably take heading up toward Baghdad. Now, as to the morale of the forces, it's also bolstered by these reports of the capitulation or surrender, at least that's what we think that it is, of this 11th Division of the Iraqi Regular Army. Well, it was not unexpected. It's still good news for these soldiers. In addition, remember, the 3rd Infantry Division has been here longer than any other forces in the Persian Gulf region. Some of these soldiers have been here now going on 6 months. As we've said repeatedly, they became convinced that the only way to go home was to get their boots and their tanks and their Bradleys into Baghdad. So the fact that this mission is now underway is in some senses a great relief. Couple that with the fact that they've faced very little opposition thus far, and they're feeling very good. John?
All right. David Bloom in southern Iraq, and we've been piggybacking with John Siegenthaler over the network side, and that is an extraordinary piece of news if confirmed that there has been this surrender of the Iraqi 11th Army. Let's go to Carl Rochelle right now, who is at the Pentagon. Carl, what are you hearing about that report?
Let's just beginning to check it out, but I can tell you that that is exactly what the Pentagon had hoped for, that when they began to move in, that the Iraqi forces would fold up and roll up and be rolled up by the U.S. forces coming in. Remember, the leading edge of the Iraqi forces are not the elite Republican Guard that they do expect to resist, but for the most part are conscripts of people who have been drafted, people who have been put into the Army and move forward. And this is exactly the way it went down 12 years ago during Operation Desert Storm. Many of those first troops just folded up, surrendered. In fact, you recall the stories, and they're true, that there were Iraqi troops surrendering to news reporters. They'd see a camera and say, I surrender, I give up, take me away. And they were leading them out of the desert in huge packs. But trying to get a handle on that, it's difficult. You know, David Bloom actually has the leading edge because he is with the forces, and he may be ahead of the information we're getting here at the Pentagon. But we'll try to confirm that surrender as soon as we can, Les.
Okay, we'll work that. In the meantime, let's talk about the sobering news of that Marine helicopter crash. What more do we know about that, Carl?
Well, what we know officially now is that there are apparently no survivors. There were 16 personnel on board that helicopter. It was a Marine Corps CH-46 Sea Knight transport helicopter associated with the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force. Now, apparently, the only Americans on board were the 4 Marine Corps crewmen, the pilots and the crew chiefs on board, a dozen or so British Marines who were on board also. Now, the Pentagon is confirming that there were no U.S. survivors. The British don't normally confirm that, but we are told there were no survivors at all. 16 casualties. They are the first known casualties of the combat situation. The helicopter apparently returning to Kuwait after making a run into the Iraqi area, and it went down, we are told, not from enemy fire, not from friendly fire, not believed to have gone down because of either mechanical problems, weather problems, or perhaps even pilot error. Les, those are older helicopters. They've been in the Marine Corps inventory for somewhere between 25 and 40 years. It's the twin rotor, big rotor on the front, big rotor on the back. It's the standard issue transport helicopter for the Marine Corps, and it will carry a lot more than a dozen personnel. It has had some mechanical problems in the past. The Marine Corps thought they had taken care of the problems. Not sure exactly what caused this one to go down, but it is, I can tell you, I've been there. It is a terribly harsh environment. It is beastly hot in the daytime, and it gets incredibly cold at night. The dust, you think about sand, you think about the beaches that we go to in the United States, and nice granular sand gets between your toes. Well, a lot of the sand over in that area is more like talcum powder, and the wind picks it up and blows it in everything. It eats away at the rotors in those helicopters. It eats away at the bearings. It eats away at anything in mechanical operations. I will tell you one story. I don't know if it's true, but it was told.
It has covered the
before that a mechanic actually found sand inside of the sealed transmission case on a helicopter with no idea of how it got there. So it is a terribly harsh environment. That could have been a contributing factor, but Les, it's unfortunate. The helicopter did go down. First casualties of the war, apparently 4 American Marines and